Damn, son. Hey, thank you, Dex. Yeah, damn, son. Yeet. What's good? What's good? Wait, I'm trying to do something fast. How do we do? Doing good? JNM, you're having a good day? Damn. Rare W from JNM. He's being all fucking petite and shit. Bro, I'm short, not petite. Don't say that. You see? He likes it. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Look at PRX versus T1. Bro, I saw. Honestly, dodged the bullet, no? It was all 13 threes. 13-3, 13-4, 13-2. But like, are PRX back? Who's Patman? Is this guy the GOAT? Look at the last round of the last map. They won with a knife kill. All right, bet. Wait, wrong stream. What the fuck? Where is this shit? Oh, shit, the boys. The fuck? Damn. Bro, what are these guys? Oh, it's muted. I'm so sorry. What are these guys doing?
Time to jump.
Sorry.
これは決定打だ。
メインではフォーセイ君。残りは2人。サックスメテオ。
上から
まだ来る。
そんなのありか
They knife stacks?
よ。
残るはスタックス。
Spike planted.
ベテランのスタックスが残りました。T1。苦しい状況。バレた。ジンはナイフを持ってる。裏からはデコイ。正面ではナイフ。走ってくるペーパーレックス。
Nah.
スタックスを削ぎ落としたマスターズ王者 T1 が崩れました。 T1 を平らげたペーパーレックス恐竜たちがなんと空腹でさっそうとまた走っていきます。
完全復活ですね。
彼らはまだ満腹感がありません。まだ平らげるつもりです。ゆうさん、
はい、
このペーパーレックスの復活というのは特にペーパーレックスファンには喜ぶ。
Something made Finesse cosplay first map? What does that mean? Holy fuck. He was 0-14 at some point. Oh my god. You gotta go in the last round of the match? How poetic, dude. Jong Haters and Shamble. Jong is a crazy title. That's okay. Did my barber fuck my shit up? I don't know, dude. I don't think my barber's full-time job is cutting hair. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It must be a side hustle for him.
Which is not something, Sideshow.
Can I explain if this match counts for anything? They're playing for seeding. So the winner of this goes to the grand finals versus Sentinels. And then that match is the most important because the number 1 seed gets to skip Swiss stage at Toronto. So right now they're literally playing for seeding and champ points actually too. So winning the grand final is a pretty big fucking buff. But yeah, we get to see Aspas versus Jogamo. Should be a good match, honestly. Because both teams are in good form, right? For EWC, I don't know what it does for that. EWC qualification, I see. What if they skip Swiss stage and they're cold for playoffs? That is a possibility, but like, yeah, I mean, I would say I would still rather skip Swiss stage though. Is there a sharpen filter on your scene in OBS? No, I don't think so. Why, is something fucked up? Did I see Hassan on his podcast thoughts? I didn't watch that debate. I'm not really in the loop of all that stuff. I still have PUBG panel. Word.
Obviously a big win yesterday and a big game today, but I gotta ask you, what does it feel like now
chat.
knowing you're gonna be going home, playing in front of the family back in the hometown?
Feels great. You know, they're Valance said it best in his interview yesterday. There was a moment where, you know, it felt like we might not be there, but that's all in the past, and I just can't wait to go home and fly all my family out and play in front of them and bring the trophy for them.
That sounds awesome. And has this year felt more rewarding for the pressure and kind of all the expectations that you've overcome?
Yeah, definitely rewarding in that aspect, but you know, we're trying to get the grand reward of bringing home a trophy, but it's all a process, and being able to overcome these like hard matches, every single match so far we've played, being able to close these games out is just exactly what we need to go all the way.
All right, best of luck today. Thanks so much.
It's clear that actually qualifying back to an international event means something for G2, because if you look across the world, we're going to have a Masters Toronto with no EDG, last year's champion, with no T1, the Bangkok champion, and it may have been a rough road, but G2 is back, and they actually have a chance to make good on that second place finish.
And they bucked that trend, right, of teams going deep runs in Masters, but then like not qualifying. Like they definitely
the second place curse.
Yeah, they definitely bucked that trend as well. So if anything, I think like G2, they gotta be feeling pretty good about that one, man. Wild stuff for sure. But you know, we do got to talk about the individuals on this team, and you had some crazy moments, Sideshow.
We got some absolutely ridiculous moments in this game. The heroics.
When
were
does
off the
NRG
charts.
play?
It did feel like plot armor. Now, my question is too, though, why are they even required to get into spots like this? And you see this round where they pull off the 2v4. Earlier on, Jorgamo had both of his gate crashes broken, and then you get into a situation where Valen feels like Flowers is completely empty, doesn't smoke it off, they end up going down a player, and then they're forced to get the hero moment. So I don't think they are playing against difficult competition, right?
Yeah.
The players in the playoffs, the other teams are stepping up and closing the gap. But G2 also are making small errors in these moments, not finding the right call the way that they were earlier on, and they're having to fill that gap with hero moments and ask their individuals to step up. And that is making for some electric.
Wait, Sideshow's hair is growing?
Their hearts must be going 10 to the dozen.
What are you saying, bro?
It is a little poetic because that felt like the almost exact opposite of the Bangkok final Map 5 Pearl, where every hero moment, every clutch was going the way of T1. They lost the trophy because of that, and they barely make it back off their own heroic rounds to be here.
He's not as shiny as
usual. They're going to be breathing a sigh of relief for now.
He lost the bet? Wait, really? What's the bet?
Because these two teams, MIBR and G2, have faced off before. And, you know, it was a banger of a match. If I'm correct, Brandon, this one was like a 13, 11. I don't remember the exact scores, but it was a long one.
It was one of the first times that G2 had really been hard-pressed, I think, in Americas by a team, because G2 have this habit of bringing the best out of their opponents.
He has to grow out his hair?
Because everyone is always looking at G2. They've got this target on their back. Even if you're not playing them, you don't need to prep for them. People are still watching their games because they want to learn from the best teams. And MIBR came into this so well prepped, great ideas overall. I'm expecting a similar theme for MIBR as well coming into this, because they were so close, so damn close last time to beating G2, and now they get another shot at it on top of it. MIBR itself, I mean, listen, you played a first game yesterday. You have time to actually watch G2 play that matchup. G2 are coming into this one with not much sleep, not much time to even prep and reflect on the close win that they just had. MIBR have a lot of advantage, I think, to come into this rematch.
Yeah, and you can even see some of the responses here from, you know, Jonah P. and just in general, right? This was a tough game, Sideshow. So both teams now at this point, if anything, I think MIBR leveled up even more so. Where does that leave us?
And I also think if you look at the final map, right, that was where we saw the Waylay have so much value. Jogamo was owning on the Waylay. Leaf was also frying too. They both dropped 25 kills. Sentinels laid out a game plan of how to destroy G2 on Ascent.
I'm gonna get my food and then I'm locked in.
The game has changed since they played this match. And I think it's actually changed in a way where you can learn how to beat G2. It's changed away from G2 because other teams are starting to figure them out. And so that should lean more towards MIBR upsetting this result.
Smart.
It just depends on whether they can get it done in a BO5 because your map pool gets more and more and more tested when you have to play so many.
Yeah.
MIBR this year has been very much in like this only third place position. They were third place in kickoff, and thus far they have beaten neither Sentinels nor G2 in 2025. So I think a win here today for MIBR would really mean a lot, not just to make it to the first finals the organization has ever been in, but also to beat the team that a lot of people are considering the best in America, maybe the best in the world.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And I think for MIBR,
a salad, bro.
all of these
This is
players
exciting,
on top of
dude.
it, because
Is anyone eating a salad today?
I
haven't had a salad in a while.
This
salad is good as fuck.
But it will mean a lot, I think, to actually overcome this hurdle that knocked them down prior in week 2, whatever it was. And these results speak for itself as well, the strength of schedule. I mean, MIBR actually hasn't really been tested as
I ordered a salad, but they sent me a burger and a pizza somehow. Interesting.
It's been, I'm not going to say it's easy for them, to be honest, but they have come into these games, and to go up against an opponent like G2 now is a real opportunity to prove that they are not just top 3, potentially top 2, and get a chance to prove that they are maybe even number 1 in Americas.
Now, MIBR's pistol rounds have been pretty phenomenal. Look at these stats. Before they played against the upper final, winning 75% of the pistols, Brett.
Yeah, 75% of the pistol rounds. MIBR put a huge amount of stock, actually, in terms of anteing their opponents, their setups. A lot of it just focusing on round 1, round 3 ideas on the pistol rounds themselves, trying to convert it, because you can snowball so effectively. Sentinels removed that. They came in with very different ideas.
I can't, bro. I'm not going to lie. It's too hard right now.
Reasons as to why MIBR are doing pretty well right now, which is having really good reads and understanding on what a team is doing. Sen came in with new ideas. It threw MIBR off.
I can take a picture of it on my phone and show you the picture. You want that or not?
I think this is still going to be an advantage for them against G2.
Right now.
I've already said prior, G2 are coming off the back of this with less than 24 hours to prepare for this matchup. MIBR finished their game. They're going to be tired themselves, but they had an
Damn, wait, JNAM, actually W. Put it on my Discord, so if you want to see the salad, you got to join my Discord. But like, who the fuck cares about seeing a salad?
And they should be able to come into this with the same
Damn, the salad actually looks busting right now.
Throughout all of stage 1. want.
I want to see a G2 that's willing to play a little bit looser today. Take some of those risks, let the individual shine.
All right,
when they try
I'm posting
and
a
play
picture of the salad on my
that's when
Discord.
teams that are really
If
good
you want
with
to
the
see it,
ante
you're going to have
take
to get in there.
advantage. But the biggest counter to your point is that G2 is the
I'll post it in
best
general.
eco-round team. They're almost always forcing if they get plant down
On
when
their
they
attack
lose
side,
pistol.
yeah.
And they are so good at winning rounds with those stingers. They won 3 yesterday against EG. That was one of the difference makers in winning that series.
Hey, you know what? And I'm not going to argue. We want to know what's even more important? The power of friendship. Okay,
That's
specifically
so true, GB.
Aspas and Verno, because these two guys as a combination
You guys see it or
have
not?
been
Damn, it
absolutely
looks
vicious.
kinda
It's like
mid. I'm not
watching
gonna lie, the
Jordan
lighting's
and Pippen
not
go
good.
out there, do their thing. It's been really fun to watch, honestly.
It has. It's been fantastic because I think there were so many questions, honestly, of why did Verno get removed from NRG? What didn't work in terms of the culture there? And was Verno really going to be able to fit in on a team that was literally culturally, in terms of the language, super different? But the way that Fraud and the way that Aspas as a leader on this team have helped Verno integrate, you see it in terms of his comfort on the stage, his confidence, he's calming really well, like everything's working for him.
And I love that you mentioned, I think, Fraud integrating Verno into this team, because it's one of the things that I think Fraud has always done so well over the course of his career, actually, is making sure that the team chemistry is good, it's precise, there's no issues within the team. If there are issues and friction, it gets solved and resolved. And honestly, as a coach, I see him as one of those coaches that brings the best out of players when he gets given them. And it's clear from the way that they built MIBR and even integrating Verno, like you said, it's come to fruition here. They are a top 3 team. They are aiming for higher.
And GB, I know you probably know his story better than I, but he's not a Brazilian guy coaching this team. He had to learn a lot to become the coach.
Yeah. I mean, Fraud had to go through basically, from Cuba and has that background, right? Learn Portuguese.
Well, who cut your hair up,
Spanish helps with that.
Don't disrespect her like that,
Portuguese.
Yeah, which is incredible. And also, by the way, I'm just going to say this out loud for the people watching at home. Learn a second language. Seriously, okay?
Wait, really?
Coach, I'm trying to learn my people's language of Spanish right now, and I can relate to this. But you know what, though? It's hard. It's difficult because
what percent of
Verno
people
Portuguese.
speak
yes,
more
you can understand
more than one
some
language?
basic phrasings. At the end of the
Like
day,
more
though,
than
the
half,
translation
probably?
is always going to be difficult. So I think it's even more impressive how they've been able to integrate him with those challenges in play. It's honestly
Don't
just
say
been
me, bro.
really, really fun to watch.
Yeah, I think it's been excellent. And you can tell that they really enjoy playing together as a duo. They're constantly duoing. They've got
I would
a little
say most of
bromance
the
going
world
on. It's
working.
outside of the US speak more than one language. I feel like in the US it's probably worse.
He's feeling it.
This squad is gelling so much, and it's so good to see that turnaround for Verno from being the guy who energy dropped because he didn't gel with the team.
Well, let's keep the BFF, happiness train moving
Father
forward. because we
McSquizzy,
got
you're
those
not
two
him,
boys
bro.
standing by with Riv.
I am joined by Aspas and Verno before the match today. And Aspas, we saw online people were asking your wife Naxi what it was like to be married to the best player in the world, and her response was more so, you should ask his husband Verno. So Verno, my question to you is, what is it? No, but really though, what's it been like playing with Aspas, getting to know him, and just kind of building this camaraderie?
It's really nice to be in a team that is
He's firing shots at NRG.
feels like a team.
He's firing shots at
having,
NRG.
Someone with you really helps the energy and everything.
What you say is like the one thing you're taking away right now that the best player in the world has taught you?
Taught me? Bro. I don't know, bro.
What the
It's
fuck?
just too much.
I'm eating Burger King every night,
All right.
It's a big takeaway.
Wait, what?
All right.
Wait,
There you go.
what?
I want to ask you about the match, though,
What is
real quick
happening?
before I let you go. It was super close last time. What have you taken away? So this will be a victory now. What do
It
you
was
got,
high as
Brad?
hell? I don't think so.
We changed some stuff. We prepped some things for G2. So it's gonna be a new match and a new day.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Best of luck in the games.
Oh, it turns out the key to friendship is Burger King. In any case, though, it's now time for the VCT America's All-Star Pick'ems. That's right, we have so much talent here. And what we decided to do with our top 3 teams is that we're gonna recognize the best of the best and pick our All-Star teams. And we have 2 teams. It's Team Mimi Show, boo, and Team Golden Bren. All right, now, okay, so we're going to draft our squad. A couple notes. So these guys are a couple rule breakers over here. All right, pools are going to be limited to our top 3 teams, okay? And you can only pick 2 max per team, okay? So that goes double for me.
All-star team?
I can't pick all of G2. And it's a snake draft, as well as you have to pick a coach.
Well, we'll give you the first pick.
Oh,
we'll
thank
be
you so
magnanimous.
much.
Go for it.
Thank you so much, fellow bald man.
I'm thinking we're going to pick one of the players who's been putting up the top performances in 2025 so far. I'm going for Trent.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, it's Kaplan.
Where did he come from?
Kaplan's there.
Come on, hit it underneath, Trent. It's another Kaplan.
It's always.
It's another guy because it's not on the move tool. I don't want Kaplan. Get out of here. Leave. Leave my presence. Come here, Trent.
What the fuck?
Who are we going for then? Who? I think
That's amazing.
we'll go for Leaf.
Notes?
Yeah, we got
no,
Leaf. Of course, we prepped for this.
Leaf?
Get Leaf on there.
Second pick.
Where did Leaf go?
No, he's right there. Don't worry, you didn't get
I
Kaplan.
panicked. Who are we going for next? You want to go for? Yeah, let's go for. Okay, I think next pick I'm gonna take Verno.
Verno.
Happy with that.
Okay.
Intriguing.
Okay,
we got
so-
2 picks.
We got 2 picks.
We get for the speedy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right, I think we should take another G2 player.
Okay.
I just don't know
I mess with it.
which one you want.
I like
okay?
Jorgamo's mustache. I like his play.
I think mustache is important. Facial hair is key to
Yep.
success. And in that regard, I mean, I would even go as far as to say Cortez.
Well, you already have 5 players with your 3 Kaplans.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just taking Valen.
No, I don't think
You
we can
can't
take
do
Valen.
that.
We
Leave
2
it
max per team.
Yeah, 2 max per team, you fool.
Speed it up.
Speed it up.
We can take John. John. We need an IGL. Take John.
Boom.
We can't take Valen. There we go.
That's okay.
Okay, we
Valen, sorry, buddy.
need a smokes player.
Bang.
We need an initiator, I think. So yeah, Bang. Let's go for Bang.
Hey.
I'm thinking Jonah P.
Jonah?
I don't know about you.
Yeah, I'm happy with
But
Jonah.
Jonah goes crazy here.
That limits us. That cuts us off for any more G2 players.
I'm fine
I think
with
that's
that.
okay. I think that's okay.
I'm actually so fine with that.
Wow, way to leave
I'm happy
Valen
with
on.
that.
And Josh
No, what the
RT, you
fuck?
guys are terrible friends.
Don't make
And
us
they-
feel bad about that.
Okay, you should.
2 weeks for us.
All right, our turn. Dude, I feel like we can
There's an easy one here.
go for it. Go for
Okay,
it.
I'm going Aspas.
Yeah, I was gonna
You've
say.
got Aspas and Jorgamo on the team?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, dude. John can do anything. I'm not worried. I'm not worried.
This guy's trolling.
What do we want?
Yeah, they don't have an IGL.
Yeah, we need an IGL.
Wait,
So
maybe
yeah.
too many cooks. We
You already have John.
Oh no, we have John. Sorry, we have John.
I don't know what his roles are going to look like. I don't care about the roles.
Shenna?
All right.
Obvious answer for me
Get
here.
second on our team. How is second
How do you
left
leave
until the
him?
end?
And,
crazy.
What's going on?
And you gotta pick a coach.
We need a coach. Who do you
Kaplan
wanna
or
go for?
Fraud? Or John, we can do.
Damn, honestly,
Can't
all
go for
3 are
Josh.
great.
John, I said John, Josh. Oh,
Yeah, Fraud. Throw Fraud on there.
Fraud, yeah, let's do it.
Damn you to hell.
Earlier.
And then we
You've got Kaplan.
I think we're
Well,
capped, so
Kaplan.
we
we
got.
have,
Do you want
we got
4?
Cap, I guess.
We got 3 Kaplans on our board.
I'm not going to lie. Our team is frying
This is
your
so
team.
good.
What do you mean?
I don't think so, buddy.
Yo, we're
I don't
winning.
think so,
I think the first team. I think Mimi's team wins.
Dominating.
Ain't no way.
We are
Okay,
dominating,
their roles
bro.
do not even make sense. They do not need double duelists. Zekin is the best duelist looking in America.
This guy doesn't
Remember
even
the
know
last
about
match
double
they
duelists.
played?
This guy right here.
Bruno's
Pushing
insane.
up my
Leaf's
glasses.
on point.
They're all
This
so
is
many.
He's also just not getting picked. What the fuck?
Mimi? Unbelievable. You.
Strong work.
Dude, a bunch of nerds in the chat, bro.
I thought we
Like,
were-
what the
Very
we
smart.
got, dude, we
Chat,
got
you're so
Jorg and
smart.
Aspas. We got Aura.
Speaking
Bren
of
went for
Aura.
MIBR. Wait, it's kind of crazy that the rest of us all went G2 though. After they've been having such close games.
Yeah.
And MIBR were in the uppers.
I always go G2, so I'm a firm
Bren,
G2
give
believer.
yourself.
Myself,
Give
I've already
yourself
given
for
the sell over the entire death segment. I think MIBR have been getting away with, it's kind of really anteing, I think, getting themselves set up really nicely on the pistol rounds of good ideas. G2 have got a tight turnaround. It's tough.
That's
it's
true.
real tough after playing a long, strenuous game like this. Best of 5 scenario, I just think MIBR are going to take it. There was a blip on the radar, that loss to Sentinel. Sentinel's played lights out, don't get me wrong, but I think MIBR have shown that they can bounce back even harder.
G2 have an experience gap in games like this. They're always stepping up in BO5s. They've beaten MIBR last time. I think MIBR is ending this stage without beating G2 or Sen.
That's a crazy take. I mean, I'd love to see MIBR in the finals, but I do think G2 are going to pull out another nail-biter victory again.
Yeah, I mean, it could very well be that way. It's going to be
Low-key,
awesome. We're
I think G2
excited.
are gonna
Only
play
one
way
team
better
can
today
move
now
on
that they
to
know they're
face Sentinels
qualified,
for
no?
the trophy tomorrow. You, of course, got
Like, G2 will probably play
MIBR
better.
facing off against
Less
G2
pressure.
Esports in a BO5 lower bracket final. Let's start this.
I'm feeling comfortable to play against G2 because we already played against them before and it was a really tough match. They almost lost and we almost won.
the first time we played them. I could feel how good they were getting. When we get tested like that, we know like there's a team like on the come up.
Beleza, beleza. Não dá tempo do MIBR. Esperando. Cortesia. Pega pegador.
We're fully ready for them. You know, we're gonna bring it to MIBR and stop their momentum.
From that feign, from the fake itself in the covers.
Oh no!
The mistake is made and wrapping his Ray all the way from behind.
The 2v4.
Laying claim and laying siege all the way to the side. There's no stopping this train right now.
The match against G2 is another opportunity to show we, like a team, improving. We can win these guys.
Riot Games Arena, let's get ready for our lower bracket final. E
Where am I?
hoje é valendo a viga. Vem aí, o MIBR!
MIBR, this is what, and look, a run that this team has gone on, a run for this organization. A top 3 finish in Americas is massive for them, considering, Mimi, that last year this was a team that wasn't even contending for playoff spots.
The last time that you saw a Brazilian team winning a stage of Americas was loud with Aspas.
Are we hate watching G2? Yeah, good question. I don't know. Who are we hate watching today? G2?
Brazilian teams making it to the finals since, and this is a huge opportunity for MIBR, for Aspas to make it back, and for their 2 rookies and their fresh IGL to have a shot at a trophy.
Yeah, they have so many players that are looking for the first time at a trophy. It would be sick to see them make it to a grand finals. When I watch this team, I see a team that trusts each other, and that makes a huge difference.
And now, let's bring out their opponents, your kickoff champions. Make some noise for G2 Esports!
He's pretty good at that, I'm not gonna lie.
And G2 Esports, you know, look, this is a squad that has had a lot of ups and downs in the playoffs here, but I think that yesterday, Bren, without a doubt, it proved what that thing we talked about this team last year, the grit, the determination, the way that they pulled through in those big moments, that shined through yesterday, and they're going to need to channel that here today.
Bro.
Tenacity, I don't think has ever been in doubt with this G2
Part of me
team.
feels
They're
bad for
in an
G2, bro.
form, even though
They just get
they're
so
in a
much,
South
like the
Australian
players.
slump period. I think
The players are just on the org. No one's got beef with the players, but everyone's flaming the org.
Now that they've qualified for Toronto, you could see in that post-match interview how much it meant to almost every single player, Valen in particular as well, because the weight of the world has been on these players' shoulders with expectations and everything else that comes with it. Now you're a bit more free, I think, to play your own game, to let loose a little bit as well.
This year for G2 has been about dominance, winning trophies, but if you recall last year, they were always doing it through lowers, always going on these nail-biting runs. They just have to do it again if they want to
That might be our flag.
And here's
Nice.
your series layout. You got Haven Lotus split if necessary. We'll take a trip to Ascent.
It's a BO5 today, chat.
Thoughts?
No Pearl to end the series, so that breaks a bit of a streak of seeing G2 at the end. But the Fracture is a map that neither team wants to play. So if this gets to 5, this is going to Cuckoo Town. This is going to absolute bonkers. But we're starting off on a map where it was 13-11 in favor of G2 previously. It should be an awesome litmus test, I think, to see how close these teams are, whether they're dead even, and whether MIBR have made the changes to just tip that edge slightly in their favor.
I'm so interested to see what MIBR has if we get to these last 2 maps. They've only played Ascent twice this year, and we're still playing the default comp and lost both times. I was not impressed with their Ascent whatsoever. I'm hoping to see something fresh if we make it to that map, and Fracture, which they have not played once in 2025.
But I'm looking at those the first 3 maps, I should say. I think we're going for a banger. Genuinely, this is going to be awesome to watch for both of these teams. The best of 5 is a different territory entirely. It's one that G2 are going to be infinitely familiar with at this point. Honestly, they've played tons of games in these high-pressure scenarios. They're going to be well aware of it, and their map pool has looked fleshed out even at the best times. For MIBR, it is kind of this new ground, I think, that's being broken for a bunch of these players on this team. But there's one player at its core that the entire roster has been built around, and he is well aware of what it's like to win in best of 5 situations.
Here's Agent Select, Aspas locking in the Jet. This map is a great example between the differences in approach for these 2 teams. MIBR has started to play a lot more breach much Teo.
I moved it.
Playing 0 games of Teo in kickoff, but they are still the squad in Americas that plays
Demo's
the most
closing.
jet. Aspas is locking that agent on
Go all
5
in, buddy.
maps, and I think that's the biggest difference between these squads compositions when you're
Who
looking
will
at
Trump play?
super
He's playing
Euro
Tejo, bro.
G2.
Wake up.
I think you've also got to say that for Aspas, he has to come out and he has to dominate map 1 and start off really strong. He's up against ridiculous competition.
Yeah.
But yesterday when they played against Sentinels, it was all about Zekken. You couldn't keep his name out of your mouth.
No, you
Whereas Aspas didn't really have that same hot start, didn't drop a kill record, and you're always looking at him as being the player to watch on MIBR. The whole roster is crafted around him. This is a map where he's super comfortable, where he can find those moments, and it's going to be on G2 to try to shut him down. That's going to be, I mean, my main thing that I'm looking for in the first half.
Verno and Aspas have been hand in hand leading the scoreboard for this MIBR team all stage long. This will be Verno's first best out of 5 at a tier 1 level in his career, and I'm really looking to see if this rookie can keep that performance up, can be that guy for his team, especially facing a G2 where he's going to be head-to-head against Trent, who has been far and away the best initiator in America.
And correct me if I'm wrong here, guys, but I mean, for Artson in particular, first BO5 he'll be going as an IGL for, I believe, right? Because this is like
I think
first.
he switched before the lower final, but he was brand new to it last time he played.
That's still a lot of pressure on someone, and you're going up against someone who's highly regarded as
Was
one
the
of
first
the
map
greatest
Lotus?
IGLs in the league.
And best of 5s are a different test as well, particularly, I mean, talking about that IGLing aspect, because you are tested mentally. I mean, the amount of calories you're burning, you're like a chess grandmaster sometimes.
Haven. Ooh, Haven's gonna be
How you're
good.
getting through this, because you can come in with prior preparation.
We like
but often
Haven,
when
bro.
These games get long.
Just
when the
keep me
maps are
away from
drawn
Pearl,
out,
dude.
The playbook goes out the window, and all you're left with is to try and react, try and think about what the players are doing.
I like
before it
watching
comes onto
Fracture.
layers and conditioning. Everything's going through.
I'm
your
kind
mind.
of
It is a
over-split.
tough test for untested
Wait, I
IGLs,
forgot about
but I
Biden,
believe
dude.
MIBR are willing to step up.
Low-key,
and
we should bring
capable,
back
I think,
Biden?
of stepping up to a team like G2.
Yesterday in the
just missed
close
it,
win
bro.
against EG, G2 relied
It's like your
a lot
ex-girlfriend,
on
dude. You
lead,
always miss
on
her,
the
no?
other players to step up and help to lead. But I'm looking today at Valen. He says he wants to be the leader for the team. Stop focusing so much on him as an individual and be the guy to lead this team to another trophy. This is a best of 5 against great opposition to prove that fact.
And if you just want entertainment factor, take a look at the ridiculous stuff that Jorg is going to get up to on Yoru.
Who do I want
He's
to
going to
win?
be going all over the place, teleporting into people's
I mean,
spawn, setting
low
up
key,
outrageous fights all
it would
over the
be
map.
hype to
So I
have
think he's gonna be
Sentinels play
bringing the
G2
whimsy to
again,
go up against the Shield
but I
Knight
don't
of
want that
Aspas.
to happen unless we
And
win.
You see him lock the Yoru again. It's a different style for both of these teams. It really is. But G2,
So-
I think they've got the weight of expectations on their shoulders.
Of course, but also the weight is kind of off their shoulders to the same degree.
It's probably better if MIBR win because G2 have so many champ points too.
With high expectations hopefully lifted off them, they've met their own challenges, they've reached what they were hoping for in terms of goals. Now they want to see how far they can take it.
We talked about big game players. No one's better in matches like this than Jojimo. His chance to shine against one of the game's greatest duelists.
Well, let's go ahead and get
there's
into
the
map
command.
1, shall we? We're going to send it over to your casters, and I think these boys
People
are ready to
saying
go all
G2
five
hate
if
watch with their
necessary.
G2 pred
Here's
next to their
Overwatch
name.
for the call.
That's so real, bro. That's so fucking
Feels good,
real.
folks, to be back here in the Riot Games Arena. Crowd already starting to get energetic. We'd love to see it. Yes, both these teams are qualified to Toronto, but you'd better believe, Wyatt, they've got a score to settle.
Absolutely. Cortesia just said the other day in one of the interviews before the match started, it's not just about making it to Toronto for those guys. They want to win VCT Americas. They're finding themselves as this new team again in a lower bracket final. In kickoff, they faltered at 3rd place. Can they actually do better this time? Can they make it into that final?
All right.
G2 send them packing.
It's time, of course, for Samsung Match Start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs. It's MIBR here on Haven starting on defense. G2, a grueling day for them yesterday. Valen in tears, fearing that it might be over. Looks like they're just getting started.
A lot of weight lifted off of their shoulders. But when we're talking about G2, we're speaking about a team that last year were always finishing in second place, coming so close to winning trophies, and now trying to gun for their second already this year. Trying to win this lower bracket and get into the grand finals. Aspas under pressure, has to get out as
Under pressure!
None of the mobility available as well. He is skint on abilities.
How do they play the post here? Take garage?
As that fault line came through, there's an early challenge that already.
Damn! What? It's like the Happy Deagle round.
Oh, even the stun connects onto Jody.
Wait, what? This guy just ran through.
Salvo and Shannon through spawn, cleans things
Damn.
up. Started it off. Finding Jaw caught alone in sewer. Sometimes Artisan he just decides to give you that type of performance.
It was over so quick he forgot to stand up. Shell-shocked.
Bang,
Reminds me of the
bang,
plot of
bang.
Dr. Stone. In a flash, everybody is extinct.
Poor Leaf.
Nasty.
4 right clicks, 3 kills.
GG?
And,
Rob's calling the
Josh
early
already
GG?
Mild disappointment.
Good job.
Now remember, MIBR coming into
This is going to be a fun match.
75%.
I'm glad we're starting on Haven,
win
bro.
rate. It's definitely been their bread and butter for getting that early start, and that's perfect on the defense side here at Haven.
The off angle.
They have bought up very heavily into this, actually, MIBR. Look at that. 3 Guardians, a Vandal, a Stinger. And you know why? Because G2, they're going to be going for the full force every single time. I mean, you want to talk about 75%? Same stat of G2 winning this exact round.
That's just brazen. Cortezia walks out
Confident,
and challenges
MIBR
that
confident.
The thing is, though, do go to work. Whittling MIBR down to 3 players. However, as 2 Guardians and a rifle about to be trained at the remaining attackers. It's Trent and Leaf, the latter is taking a bit of damage, and Leaf almost gets banged down through the wall.
They know he's here. They know he's here.
Just too weak. The high bullet pen from the Guardian.
Does he expect a flank chat?
For the defensive side, it's forced
Oh,
spike this time. He
did.
Oh, Trent gets caught.
That timing, dude.
It's all on Leaf now. Tucked here in Cubby. Verno gives a tap here. Free orb. Leaf.
Damn, he got the orb and the kill. That's actually huge.
Knew he was there the whole time. Decent conversion there on that anti-eco round for MIBR.
That's exactly what you have to do when you're going
That's
up
huge.
against G2. That 75% mark that they were at of winning these round 2 forces, it has dropped somewhat after MIBR just fully invest into them.
Pop it, guys. Chill.
Guardians for the long
What is
range
that? Got the onesies in the crowd. Shout out to them.
Those Stingers just do not succeed when they're taking the
Oh
engagements down
no!
areas like Seoul,
Already?
etc.
Fuck.
All right, well.
What the fuck?
Hands are back out again. Cortezia seeing if he can catch it with his face once more, I'm sure. These matches, you know, while both of these teams, of course,
Bro's
will
juggling.
be in Toronto. the
Bro's
top seed
juggling.
means
Look
for
at
it always
Cortezia.
is very, very important to come out of an international league and get yourself a huge advantage early on. In the past, it's allowed you to bypass the group stage. Spend all that time prepping, watching, studying, and getting yourself set. I do think that these matches also have a kind of quality to them. I don't know. I know you're not an anime guy, but you know, everyone's always running like who wins, like Goku or Saitama, you know, Gojo or you know, insert other protagonist here. It is definitely fun to take the temperature of these two teams.
Nah, Cortezia has
Now that
a
they
flow to
qualified,
it, bro. I'm not
now
gonna
that
lie.
pressure is off to some degree because last time these guys played, it was Verno's first ever game with MIBR, and he acclimated very quickly, Wyatt. But even then, there's got to be a little bit of wriggle room there. It takes some time to really get him up to full speed with the roster.
Absolutely, that was such
What's
a
Dylan doing with the hand
close
warmers?
affair. That was the first game that MIBR played with him, as you said, and it was a 3-mapper. They were the first team to push G2 as this second stage started. Or
Chill,
rather, first stage after
chill. You guys
kickoff
are
started.
weird, dude.
And just
Is there an
based
F1
on
race
the
going on?
eye test alone, obviously this MIBR team, even if they finish in 3rd place today, we've seen them get significantly better. They are not the same MIBR that we saw in
qualifier?
kickoff that were making it to that point, but it
Oh,
felt like
Miami.
there was
Oh,
a
yeah,
gap
that's right.
between,
Someone said that the other
you know,
day.
G2 and them. There was a gap between Sen and them. And of course, look, Sen did beat them
Pretty handily
yesterday. Sen are in
Niraj,
form at
that's
the moment,
funny, bro.
though, so I don't want to knock MIBR too much for that. I would be a little more concerned, honestly, though, if for them moving into Toronto, if today is not a close affair. If we get a similar
J&M does not know
with
ball.
MIBR against Sen, then I think you could maybe start to worry a little bit.
Of course.
But I don't want to get ahead of myself.
This G2 looking incredible this year, already showing up in an international final. This man on the screen, a big part of it. But let's hear from the man himself on what he, Jorgamo, brings to this G2 roster.
I would say people need to think of me on G2 as like that kid that came in from another team and just showed up on the core roster of the Guard and closed out a trophy. Like, you know, I think I want to be a reasoning for them to know why they actually brought me into the team. You know, we fell short, sure, but that was still not enough for me to be like, yeah, guys, we got that trophy. You know, we still talk about to this day, like, oh, we got second. Like, you know, I don't want them to ever hear second again. Either we won or we lost. There's no second, you know? So I think that's what I want people to know about what I can bring into this team and what I brought already. And yeah, I think that's what I need the world to know.
What do you think
That
this
Dogma.
last couple of weeks has actually been like for this G2 team? It must be so jarring.
One of the most entertaining players to watch
through group
in
stages,
the
and then you hit
scene.
a ball
Because he
so
a
early
crazy
in the playoffs,
motherfucker,
an
straight up,
upset
dude.
loss, and all of a sudden, the doubt
He's
starts
a
to creep in.
crazy
Will we be able to go
motherfucker.
back to a global tournament? Will we have a shot to redeem ourselves after that banger loss against T1?
We've heard from other players who have been at the absolute top of the scene that it's easier to get there and harder to maintain that spot because everyone is looking at your play style. They're taking from you. They're understanding
Mouse Man right now.
you are approaching the game because they're taking your approach.
Come on, bro.
And that's been
The
tough
fuck?
for G2, but I do really respect the fact that they've been able to maintain a level that they're winning all of their games. They have been closer, and it's just been Sen that have been able to come over the top and actually
Two?
beat them.
There's one
at
for my
this
second
point.
PC.
And I think at some point, too, we've seen teams need that. You need that extra kick of energy that, okay, they are right on our tail. We gotta take it up to that next level.
Expensive
now.
mouse to click
And if
links.
you do have a next level, that's where they're in God mode. That's where they're an untouchable team.
And in many ways, it's kind of serendipitous.
You know what's crazy? We barely got any tech pauses in the regular season.
Them entirely. Right, it comes at a stage where they're in a double elimination tournament where they get a second chance. It's honestly, you can honestly look at it as being potentially best case scenario. You get humbled the way you need to, you double down, you fix things, you now realize exactly what other teams are looking at, and you're not out of the tournament. You still get to make
Yeah,
it to a
something
global
weird
event. You've
happened,
got a month after this to prepare, whether you're top seed or second or third. Seems like if you're a team like G2...
You're definitely going to need a couple days off after getting clutched on by Ye multiple times to lose your undefeated map and then barely making it. You're going to need some time between now and Toronto when this stage ends.
All right, we had a network cable switched out there. Final checks in progress, and then we'll be underway once more on
Pro
Haven.
City again? Yeah.
Will be our third round of
I don't want to
map.
say
Both of these
anything
teams
because
honestly pretty
it's
solid
not
on this
even
map over
close.
the course of
But
the year.
yeah.
This is another map though where MIBR kind of show their tendency towards classical comps, trying to
Why
put
do I look
Aspas on the
sweaty?
Jet,
I don't know.
as opposed to, you know,
I have
maps like Lotus
moisturizer
where
on,
they
but
try
maybe
and
the
keep
lighting
on
is
the neon
bad.
more. We
Why do
saw
I look sweaty? I
Relay
kind of
on
do
that
look sweaty,
Pearl.
right?
This is
I look
the
like
way
I'm
Aspas
glowing,
gets his bread and butter.
but like, I don't know.
And
Is it bad
you can
lighting?
never really go wrong with Jet on this
Ah!
map. Much of, this is one of the cool maps on the pool right now that you do actually have a lot of options as to how you want to approach it. There are multiple comps that are all very, very relevant. MIBR kind of taking the more traditional approach.
I
and
have.
it's still
Someone said
very
you've got
valid.
that pregnancy
All right, we're
glow.
getting back into the game
That's
now.
a good thing or
G2,
no?
They are forced to save as they did their standard second round force that they are known for, but MIBR were able to convert that round in pretty clean fashion, giving them a nice early advantage in this map.
Chenom is someone to keep an eye on with that Sheriff. He also has a rifle though to work with, even more deadly. Is this a Sheriff?
You do
round for
give off
G2?
this motherly vibe. It's crazy.
Adazim with that very tight off angle, expecting a fair bit of action over towards the B side, and with that stealth drone, being aware that Jorgamo is
This is Eco?
testing
Yeah.
Garage.
They
They're
forced
in the right
flash.
place for now.
Ooh, that flash didn't actually
Take
connect
info.
onto Aspas, so there was no audio cue for G2.
Oh,
to know that someone
Cortesia.
was actually posted up in A1
Cortesia.
regardless of that, but they're going to pivot back. Cortesia, he's pushed up. He just has the Sheriff. This could be tough. He does get the first, but he can't
Oh,
connect the
it's
second.
hard.
It's a trade from Trent.
That was those
There's already
Sheriff
two-
players,
there's
the
already
weakest
three here,
buy
bro.
of the entirety of MIBR, and they're ready in the back of
Oh,
C
wow.
side. Chenom already, guns falling down. Fault line comes through, but where's the control util? They lost Fallon so early. Now it's up to Leaf, who has snuck through in fairness, but it's a heck of a lot
That's
of
so
work still to do.
satisfying, man.
He wants to try and pivot through Garage now. 2 players on site. Just with this Sheriff, have to get some
Close.
one-taps, but Artzin shuts him down.
Banger
Again,
game
those,
so far from him.
yeah, absolutely. Those
Fun
Guardians are
fact,
long
Leaf
range
does not
fighting.
play Valorant outside of team
C-Long,
practice.
as G2
His
are
game of
trying to
choice
push
is
up with the
RuneScape.
weaker weapons, they're just so cooked. I mean, this was really their best opportunity. The fact that it was just
Valen
with the Sheriff pushed up and they
believes that one of the
1-1,
reasons
but
he doesn't have
already
bad
Chenom
habits
and Artzin
is
have
because he doesn't
rotated
play
back
ranked.
C for
He only
support
plays with his team.
with such a quick pace that G2 were really put in a hopeless position. Now they are on the full buy, though, for the first time in this game. The economy for MIBR very strong at the moment.
All right, here's that fault line and a smoke. So start to see some of that Astra util now. Verno will respect it. Pull off this a little more. Aspas being moved from A long over towards this B site this round. Making use of that
Oh.
verticality, but Chenom gets plucked
Chenom
out
tried walking
from under
down.
him, and he doesn't see a damn thing.
All right, the stealth drone is going to go into the B side from Trent. Jaw has A control while he still has his dimensional drift over
Last
towards
pass is
C.
0, 0, and 0. What the fuck?
Options for G2 right now in the mid round.
Oh!
They are content just allowing MIBR to play right into their hands.
As MIBR getting impatient, pushing up
Arzine
for
has a
info.
chance.
They don't have a lot of easy ways to get that
Wow.
on this team. Beautiful shot from Arzine. Jorg
Good
calls
flash.
Util in his hand, but quickly Valen snaps back. And it's Cortesia all alone. And when you only have the stealth drone to get that sort of passive info, you do have Cypher, of course, but you might be able to take some risks to push up for info. Get one more gun away,
Nice
though, I think,
one.
from G2, and you're
Their
feeling
util
good.
is perfect, man.
Can Cortesia get at least that?
Yeah, could throw down the cage, try and obscure one of these angles, isolate a fight.
This crossfire is unbeatable.
Just on his right, left, and in front.
Off
Virtually
graffiti.
impossible to win these scenarios. Never see it happen. Cortesia trying
Dude,
to
that's
draw
so
some
fucked.
aggro, but Valen finds 3 for the round. And all things considered, G2 getting their buy in here, maintain 3 rifles.
G2 have a very cool attacking setup there when we're in the mid-round, where they have the ability to pivot back to multiple sites because of Jaw on the Yoru, and having that gate crash over towards C just didn't end up mattering because MIBR wanted to go for something proactive on this late in the game bonus round buy. And G2 were able to easily nullify that aggression, just post it up on the right angles, connecting the shots, really just that simple.
All right.
Just a perfect example.
Full buy.
Of contacting for info, getting punished by a team on a slower default.
Osboss has upgraded to the AWP here, and he's going to post deep A long, where G2 are really giving him no opportunity to play because they're always putting Nebula here.
Timing.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
Timing.
Think twice about it, but G2 have snuck in the timing. The timing is right there. Like,
Wow.
Oh my goodness, what a flick! Valen doesn't know what hit him. Like a ball out of the blue. Artspass deals with the first interloper, and there's more where that came from. First clone. Looks like that would have been shot. And there's Jorg finding Arzine.
What? You're kidding!
Such efficient use of those shells.
He gets 2?
Leaves it up to Trent and Leaf, and they are banged up
Oh
bad.
my
God,
god, brother.
on the flank right now as well, slows
Dude,
down
all
just the
3
fact
kills
that
he
the
got
lead
were
there.
actually insane.
Shenum on the swing, gets the first. Trent isolated alone.
Strong wind to blow him away.
Wow, man.
7 points of health. Salvos in hand. No plant to speak
Wow,
of.
man.
And Echoes Cortesia cleans
Wow.
things up. G2 sent packing again.
If you're an MIBR fan, that's exactly what you want to see out of Osboss today. Had a very uncharacteristic, poor performance against Sentinels. But just several rounds in, excuse me.
He's so
lighting
calm,
up
brother.
G2.
So calm.
Same. Wide field of view, pretty good.
Pre-nerf shorty looking action.
Yeah, that was quite uncanny, actually. Good to see Arzine getting, you know, in some
Timeout.
Lucio vibes there on stage. Timeout here for G2. So the one successful round, Wyatt, they punish these push-ups for info from MIBR, but those opportunities don't present themselves there in round number 5.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they just go into a
Good start.
very solid standard A execute. It's just dismantled by Osboss finding the perfect timing window to get into the smoke to get 2 with the shorty. Jaws caught with the util out in his hands. It was just a very messy situation that he was able to exploit. By messy situation, I mean
I'm
it was really
chilling.
just the tiniest transitional moments for G2 where they were trying to pop out of that dark cover.
Despite the pressure maybe not being there so much for G2, they probably still feel like this is their game to lose. I'm sure you can see
Bring
on the
back
face of Josh
replication.
Arzine, yes, he looks less nervous, but he definitely looks adamant that they
Is
should
that
be
when it was the
moving
same
into that
agent versus
grand
same
final here
agent?
of Stage 1.
Will said yesterday, man, I've never seen Josh look more uncomfortable when we're on the coach cams. He is normally so cool, so calm, but you could see the stress and
Agitated.
his body language.
Best
was
mode in Bello.
so different.
He was starting to look
from
like
his typical
Kaplan
state.
after facing like a mild
The keeper.
inconvenience, right?
For real.
Thankfully,
All
there's no G2, you know, mascot to get crushed between his hands. Okay, Teo Util here just to clear sewers, and obviously that same smoke up A long. It's Verno again respecting it.
Wants to get the information with the stealth drone because G2 have been happy to, on every single round, they place this Nebula A long, push up at least
Let's
Jaw
see
into
it.
this area of the map. It's just going to be a full-on A
Full
exec
retake?
from G2. Here come the smokes, and it seems like MIBR will be content just playing this for the retake.
They got so many ults.
Deep in the side,
Mainly
though.
the breach ult,
Playing
though.
from hell is Jorgamo right now, and he wants a bit more. Again, great position for that Stinger to have value.
You're gonna bait out Util first, right? They're gonna do one fake take. Oh no, they're doing it all at once.
Right about now. Still Garden also being active now to even the odds.
I feel like MIBR are trolled by not baiting out Util.
That got a lot of connections there.
Like they should do one fake take,
to force Jonah off
bait
this
Util, and then go,
He's gonna have to
right?
send that out and run. Still though, MIBR, look at the delay
side is hard to
utility. By the
retake.
time they get in here, they're going to have virtually no time to actually defuse this spike.
Oh my god, he's dinked him.
The salvos stop MIBR from following up on
Nah,
that.
no
from the bridge, and
way.
now they're getting cut down by
Nah.
G2.
No, but MIBR trolled, bro. Why would they just breach ult off the rip? I feel like that was so
rifles to be
bad.
recovered. Trent and Jonah P get their grubby little hands on them.
Oh my god,
Shenham is brought down with an op in hand. That's ugly.
Oh, threads the needle with that one. Jonah jumping across. I think maybe he took the leg shot actually. He's at 2 HP, but regardless, I love how G2 were able to position themselves in that post plant.
Yeah, I think you're right, maybe. They probably Vice ult only when the breach ult comes.
A retake there. You have the significant
That's
weapon
hard.
advantage.
I think Fnatic's solution was like triple flank, because retaking A is so hard.
Points, close range with the stingers, and it really also comes down to Leaf getting a steel garden off that connected onto, I think, 4 players, minimum 3. So you're just wasting time.
On 2 separate occasions, G2 have amazing util to respond. First to the Rolling Thunder, then to the Aftershock that was going to force Jonah out. Really sick stuff.
Zone is down.
Great reactive play from the attackers. A well-earned round. This time Verno wants maybe to ask for a little bit more towards A long, but it's another slower start from G2.
Cortezia punished, pushing
attack
for
op.
information. This is some
Damn.
vintage
He likes to walk
G2,
down.
Getting the attacking op in the hands of Leaf and allowing him to just pick off defenders that are overplaying their hand.
Yep. Reminds me of that Chamber Leaf action. Can still get it done here as well. Jorg, deep into the seaside, backside
Nah,
smoked,
this is
and
too
now
hard.
MIBR have to put it together.
Unless they kill
Valentine
Valen.
hears this. Disrupted the plant. Jonah P might want to try and just pave the way with a fault line here.
When he gets this plant, he's going to have the Rolling Thunder, by the way. Going to be even more difficult for MIBR to try and get back
Valen's
into
flank
this
is so
site.
good.
Jonah's thinking about it
Potentially.
too. Has it lined up. Hardazine also getting ready for some util of his own. Jonah lets it ring
Wow.
out. Rolling Thunder comes through. This
Wow.
will delay things a little bit more, and Shenham is set upon by Valen. He heard the TP
Look at
earlier
discipline, bro.
and picks his spot beautifully. Ardazine's going to try and clear this out now. Valen well aware of where he is. He
I would have got my
crosses
ass up there
back to the
immediately.
right. He's out of there.
There's only one decision to make for Aspas and Verno after the Rolling Thunder is expended, and that is to save. And hey, at least they got it out, I suppose. Artson would love to be able to take an engagement and upgrade this sheriff if he can.
I don't see him getting too much here at all. Push down mid. Solid opening there for G2, but in fairness, Wyatt, in fairness, Cortezia serves him up a bit of a freebie, pushing that C-Log again. It's MIBR contacting for info.
And immediately after that, G2 just have the easiest decision in the world to get into C. There's not going to be any trips, just accelerate.
Well, they have dimensional drift for
Right into
Jorg
the
as well.
site, Insta. It's way too easy. MIBR, awkward situation with the cash. Cortezia fully investing.
I feel myself crashing
Some
out
players
soon.
Still have a little bit in the bank.
This is a nice spot.
They've still got this op from Aspas. Still have not found him.
What the fuck? I thought he jumped on the box for a second.
Impact with it. He got the 1 pick. What was that? 4 ago, 3 ago.
round 4.
It's been a while.
In fairness, they converted off that beautifully. Now, though, it's a little bit of a different world. Aspas is not sure about whether this is going A. He thought about heading heaven. And G2 just probing, once more trying to draw
Reclear?
someone from MIBR out. Wait for them to get impatient.
Aware that MIBR are running a very different setup in this round, as Verno has typically been over towards A, sending that stealth drone down long, but gets pinged out for the G2
Close.
initiator util as they slow down in this mid round.
They probably
Back to
guessed that
A?
Aspas is playing A long as a result of that. So far, those two have just been switching places. And that was true initially, but not so much now. Deep in sewers. Artazine set up here to try and extract some value from the Stinger, and he might have an opportunity here.
MIBR were really expecting G2 to try and make some kind of foray towards B. that hasn't been the case, so now they are trying to
They're going
rotate
C,
some defenders
damn.
over towards A, where G2 are selling that presence.
MIBR have like no info.
This is
Oh my
gorgeous.
god.
The site is so free.
Big kill though.
Nice for Cortezia. Finally forges out, but that
This
wall
is
is set
5v4.
for, you know, an A hit. So MIBR definitely drift over that way. Yeah, that's value. It covers back C site. Eventually, G2 are going to try and clear into that area now.
No
Jonah
rockets.
On a big wide flank.
No
The
rockets,
time
no win.
is ticking for Verno.
Just wanted to find a time to use that stun. It's not actually going to happen. Can
Oh, his
Shenham
flank is looking good.
Maxi Long have impact?
Observer?
Timing. The timing. Professor V is on the hunt. He's on the march. He's coming from the rear guard as well. Little fault line. Verno nowhere to go right now, but Artisan's on the spike. Jonah's got to get there.
Ooh.
He just doesn't have nearly enough time. Caught
try.
inside the paranoia. And Jedam drags
Nice
him into a
try.
nightmare.
Nice
He
try.
found the exact right timing window.
I mean,
He was
G2
all
played
the way
that round
down
really
C
well,
long,
just Cortezia
finding
catching that guy in the
swings out,
rotate and then Shenham
collects 2
flanking.
kills, sitting at a cool 9-4 right now
That's big.
for the rookie controller player from Brazil. Yeah, it was just
Who's
in this
watching
moment.
flank, bro?
There's
No
two
eyes
timings.
on that.
Two timings happening simultaneously, right? Jonah on the wrap. Nice! And Shenom, great round.
Let's go,
I like
boys.
the
Let's
idea of
go.
trying to
Perfect
use that.
round. Perfect.
Cosmic Divide is misdirection, right? Imply
5 rounds on defense, huh?
You have to give credit to Cortezia as well, who found Trent on the rotate in the mid-round to set that up. But regardless, we're into the next where G2 still have a ton of cash to play with. They're going to be buying for the next couple at least. Enough so that they still want Leaf to be playing with this attack side operator even.
Haven't really seen any early sewers play from MIBR
Wow.
since round 4.
The
And
fuck?
Cortezia shows himself. Last
That's
round
the
it
second
worked.
time, huh?
He got a kill pushing out. This time, he shows a little too much leg.
And now G2 have all the time in the world to work them out.
Oh!
Trying to fix. Oh, wow, barely escapes, just ducking his head below. He wanted to try and find a moment to.
They're gonna play in. They're gonna play in this time.
4-on-4. MIBR are making a decent rotate here towards the A site. Verno
Look
is
at the
on
util.
way.
Shenom, TP's out. All is well. Artisan low. And at least they have a player in the side. A bit more of a sacrificial
Wow.
lamb, though. Verno's going to be there.
Good stun?
Trent now knows he's about to get
Nah.
busy. Special delivery comes in. He's got to take
What?
the current. Oh, my goodness. And the crosshair placed to perfection.
Yo,
But
Verno's
still
moving.
fighting.
Wait,
Eventually
what?
comes
Artisan
down
got 2?
for 10 health. This whole time, Artisan's been waiting to emerge. He has done the most. And Jonah.
Oh!
Right
He had 1
down.
HP that whole round.
Bullet left. Stone cold
Damn.
for Artzin. Tucked into the corner. Man, he is having
This
a
time they played
game
inside
right
and it
now.
worked perfectly, huh?
We haven't
But
seen
like,
this
wow,
from
the fuck?
Artzin in a minute, but we've known he's been capable of it because he will just give you the maps where he is IGLing.
Wait, oh my god, how did he get away with that?
Show with the highlights.
I'm
I think he
surprised.
just tucks next to the dark cover.
I don't think they expected 3 guys on
Getting kicked
site.
by Jonah in sewer.
Yeah, they backed up into that spawn side, and then he rotates, pivots back in after the Tejo missiles from Trent expired.
That
I
is
think-
nasty work.
Really good pathing.
You're focusing on the other guys, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
More of an aggressive smoke on the defense side here towards lobby. Jorgmo doesn't respect it, but also is the only player an insert here with a gate crash to get out, and he will.
That is much of what we've seen from the opening rounds for G2. Georgia typically hasn't actually been
1 bullet,
pressured
1
to
HP, yeah.
teleport away. This is the first time that's really been the case. And now that they have control of A, MIBR are rotating around towards CB. They know that G2 are going to be heading this way as they are making their exploration through Garage. This Armageddon is fantastic.
G2 have to split very quickly away from this, but Leaf is on the other side. He's a little more committed, but MIBR haven't capitalized just yet. Backside also an Armageddon. Both Tejo's unleashing, and it will be a
Any
C
more
retake for MIBR.
Nope.
Okay, and a great Steel Garden from
Swarm.
Leaf. Just couldn't capitalize on MIBR. They're trying to flood back in, but they're getting stuck in this nebula. They can't move. Verno caught.
Yep, still stuck there.
Oh!
Briefly would seem that
Jumped.
way. Shenham is going to trigger the shield wall here, and Trent is looking for this.
Oh.
And they know Shenham's done this before. The late timing. This round, it's a little later and too late to stop G2 on the site. Sees the gate crash come past. Jorg might take a time in a TP to that to double swing this if they know Shenham is here. Barrel shown. Trent is walking up into
I would
that
let him
one.
go.
Again, he's looking for exits
Observer,
here.
where is Jogamo's kills?
It's all but done as G2 are going to find a crucial.
I mean, that was
round
kind of
number
hard,
4.
right? They were all holding the smoke together, but yeah.
Might see Jorg anyway step up, try and get the gun away from him. It's not to be. Shenham says, I'm taking this with me.
Some pretty unbelievable impact from Leaf in this series so far has really been a standout for G2 in my eyes. I mean, aside
Sentiment
from
is
just
so good
getting
at
all
shooting,
those
yeah.
kills,
His shots have been
several
nice.
of which have been first bloods, catching out aggressive MIBR players. Both
Wow.
Steel Gardens he's had have connected onto 3 or 4
He got a double in the one
players.
burst.
When that Armageddon came in from Verno, when G2 were making their garage pivot into C,
We just get clips of Giacomo laughing,
capitalize
bro.
off of it by sending out the Steel Garden at the perfect time. He's playing so well on this Vice.
And that was an episode of Will It Blend, MIBR edition. Yes.
Aspas gonna walk down? Oh my god, Cortesia again, push down.
Deep push up for Cortesia. This time, though, being a little more patient about it. Flicking that cam.
Uh-oh.
G2 have to know he's tucked here. Given the economy being shaky as
I hate when they do that. I hate when they show the overview and try to get back to the player. Like, just show me the fucking player, dude.
G2 get in.
I hate that
Cortesia
so
has been
much.
playing such an aggressive
That is
half
so
of
annoying.
Cypher, and frankly, it's just not been working. G2 have had the read on him, and he's been getting punished.
He's the most
Oh.
aggressive by far, but he's Aspas' Blade Storm. Okay, Rolling Thunder comes out, but Lee catches
Wow.
Shenum sleeping, and there's Artazine falling as well.
Very
Aspas
nice.
is not really durable enough to go for this, but what choice do you have? Do you
Damn.
decide instead, yes, to just exit the round with some dignity and a rifle?
I mean, look, MIBR, they do already have 6 rounds on the board. You'll take that on defense side, Haven.
It's a pretty
That's
good half
totally
for MIBR.
fine. G2 were in such a dire spot, though. All those MIBR rounds came right at the beginning. I love that play towards C, getting Jogamo up into the spawn, swinging, flanking Artzin after he sends out the Rolling Thunder. They isolate those 2 front players, just effectively ignore Aspas, who was flanking all the way down C long. Like, he gets this kill here, and then look at the response. There's Jaw fighting forward. They're fighting into garage. Who cares about Aspas? They'll let him run down long and waste his time. Have fun. We're
I don't
going to
know.
kill everybody else first.
And this is the consequence
What is it?
of MIBR's solo Cypher on C pushing up in the early rounds. So he's got a stinger in that one, so you can maybe forgive it, but we have seen a bit of a pattern from Cortesia. He's taking some big risks against a team who's really hard to punish.
Look at the board. Your Cypher has the most deaths on your team by 3. He's died 9 times already. Regardless, Verno, he's pushed up way further than typical into this A lobby, and he's caught in the salvos. That is dangerous. Jaw
He
is
didn't even get hit.
sprinting around, getting info with this Cosmic Divide up as well.
Wait, I remember this TP versus Sun.
This divide
Oh my
implies a
god.
potential B hit. That's why MIBR haven't flooded onto A yet, but here's Jorg from the top rope.
And that's the beauty of the Cosmic Divide. You can get out of the teleport on either side, and the defenders
Wow.
won't hear it. Double swing through is perfect.
Valen jumping through the fog. Once again, G2 with a very
Show me
clean entry. This
Jaw!
attack side round
Show
to
me
look
Jaw!
slick. Now they have that hammer control here. Aspas
Oh
dealt with Leech.
shit, we
Now
missed the other kill.
you're on a time.
Now you missed both! Nah,
Threat is
fuck it. I'm taking a
pretty
Red
low.
Bull.
Shenom and Aspas on opposite sides of the map. And, well, G2 are going hunting. Jorg with yet another 3-piece, and that is clean, baby.
Look at the way they set up that double swing. Jaw just patiently walking forward, and then
Nah,
just sprints
Observer
around
is
the corner
hungover for
instantly.
sure.
Both of them are on
Or
Shen.
drinking
The
currently.
fundamentals of G2 have always just been picture perfect.
Bro, we don't give a fuck about the spike being
There's still
planted.
3 players
That
at
should be the last
MIBR
person
and
I'm
BD
on,
not
bro.
sure where G2 are heading until it's a bit late.
Aside from
I don't know, maybe I'm just
Jaw
being a
taking
dick right
that
now.
First fight, getting out of the dimensional
I'm being a
trip,
dick, but I'm
every
right.
engagement
Fuck
there
it.
from G2 is just textbook fundamental teamwork. The double push through the wall, the double swing onto Shenum. It's all just so well regimented.
So far, folks, we're getting what we wished for. These 2 Titans of Americas are trading blows. It's an even game heading into the half. We'll be back right after this.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my.
Holy fucking shit. I didn't go to the gym today, so I'm on edge. And keep it a straight stock, bro. Do. At gym after stream? I don't think so. Do some push-ups? We could. Do we do push-ups or nah? The streets are saying you're washed. Is that true? Fuck, why did I read that, bro? Shut your bitch ass up, bro. How about that? But I said that unironically. I wasn't even trying to say the Saibao thing. Unironically, shut your bitch ass up. Gainab, you're a part of the problem, bro. It's you, man.
Game at the half after MIBR got off to a roaring start. They win their first 3 rounds. It's a solid look in the bonus, and then looks like G2 started cotton on. They do love a long game.
What about Texas? Texas is reformed, bro.
It's a joy to be able to watch Valen call an attack half of Valorant on some of these 3-site maps, especially Haven. Just the 2 where they worked the cosmic divides and in tandem with Jaws dimensional drift were so cool.
All right, here we go.
See if MIBR can replicate that great early start they had on the first half here on the second, or if G2
No one's
can
gonna
win
keep
their
you
first
humble.
round in this
Bro, I'm the
series.
most humble streamer on Twitch. That's not true. The most humble streamer on Twitch would not say that.
He has to back off this A side. The hit is too fast, so quickly G2 get forced into
Wait, why are you guys
a
seeing
retake.
cap?
There is a trap wire to clear on
Okay,
the
I feel
right,
like I'm
so
fairly
MIBR know
humble,
this is
though.
coming.
There's no trip behind right now. Perfect son onto Cortesia. He is in trouble. Just gets around the corner barely. 3 flanking G2 players on his tail.
They're coming quickly. They're coming fast. Let loose the hounds of hell. Shenum trying to break out of what could be a bit of a pincer, but it's going badly.
Observer!
Is able to deal with 3. Another flawless pistol.
I'm not even mad, bro. Fuck it.
We talk about how they've got great pistol rounds, right?
I'm just
Normally
kidding, by the
there's
way.
some strategy, some tactics.
Yeah, I'm gonna need a replay.
This is a you get shot, you die kind of round.
That was very much them getting shot. Very much them waiting for the next round to play more Valorant. Oh
damn.
my god! Clinical aim trainer type stuff. Fraud is like.
Just like we do.
Even Fraud didn't see it.
Exactly the plan.
I get to coach this guy. This is crazy. I got this guy on my team.
You're in a bad mood today, bro. You seem kind of snarky. I already said it, bro. Yes.
And there is another pistol round win for
I'm on edge, man. Leave me alone.
Gods.
I'm close to a crash out, but I'm trying to avoid it from happening. Well, I think I can avoid it.
Pressure from the wave of
But I just feel like if I crash out, I'll feel better. So maybe you guys should crash bait me. Nah, I'm kidding. Don't.
Now Leaf says, understood, have a nice
It's
day.
fine.
I'm going to go find my friends. G2, full pistols here. Little frenzy picked up for Leaf. And once again, there is
Might need a
backside
goon
trap
sesh. I
wire
already
like
told
it
you
was
guys
the
about that,
previous round,
bro.
So this will be telegraphed. Random damage on Verno. He'll be able to regen much of that shield, though, and here comes Trent round the corner. No, not again, G2. Aftershock here is going to keep the classic crew at
You're
bay
good?
for now.
Yamo Sevens in the chat.
They're all swinging out. This is a little bit dangerous, but no, at the long range, they're going to begin to get cleaned up.
Nah.
Good pivot from MIBR.
Low
They retained
key.
the 3 rifles. Of course, they did come into this with just 2 pistols. You know, watching Cortesia there for a moment, I just want to point out how
just gonna ban. I have to start banning some people, bro.
How curious I am to see how he's
Congratulations,
going to
dog.
opt to play
You
now
caught
on
one.
attack.
I need some more.
He's a
Keep
very
typing your dumbass shit. I'm gonna
uncharacteristic-
fucking
I
ban
mean,
you.
Listen, I don't want to say it's too uncharacteristic. He is a very aggressive Sentinel player typically, but for him,
You probably don't
that
care,
was,
but guess what? I don't
think,
care either,
over the
bitch.
line of what you would normally see.
So it's a
And
win-win,
gameplay
dude.
style.
We got
So,
millions
I wonder if he's
watching.
gonna continue that on attack.
We don't
He's gonna
fucking need
slow
you here,
things down.
bro.
We'll have to see.
And maybe over the line of what you normally want. Definitely left the C side of the map a little weaker after getting picked up early in many of those rounds.
All right, MIBR, because of that previous buy decision on the bonus, they've got 5 rifles into their actual bonus. Ospas dashing into the B site, waiting for that fault line to go. Leave perfect timing on the swing. He's backside. Can he get anyone to help him?
Okay, Jen, I'm able to find
Now,
Joe.
this observer is actually impressive how little kills he's catching.
G2's actually filtering into B.
I'm not gonna lie, dude.
Called by MIBR. They want to get out. Jorgamo might have a chance to get ahead of this. Release back into spawn.
Wait, I'm taking out my fucking rage on the poor observer,
Already
dude.
G2 are in hot pursuit. Oh,
Nice,
man.
caught it.
Surely. They don't look back behind them.
Nah, he.
Arsene deals with Lee,
He actually
but they
set up
don't
his
expect the
teammate.
second. What about the third, guys?
Damn,
That's
Valen?
That is
You
precise.
nasty bitch.
I love that from Leaf. He's playing so well right now. This is a Vice on Haven masterclass. Like, if you want to play this Asian here, study the VOD. I mean, I love the way he's able to get back into the site here, punish Ospas, and then he stays
Guys, that's slang.
alive.
It's a
He's able to
compliment.
wait out his teammates. Then he wraps around.
Europeans
gets
are like,
this
why would you call him
timing onto
nasty?
Cortesia. I just love it. And there's a little
That's
delay
slang, bro.
in Valen peeking and swinging off Leaf so they don't expect
Perfect
a
spacing.
second to be there. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that decision for Leaf to wrap around was instinctive. There was no dithering. There was no considering whether or not he should push out. A B just goes for it. Aspas bounds like Bambi into lobby. Past those salvos.
Jonah waiting with the fault line off any contact. Going to...
Yo, Tarik, you good. You look kind of down. Take some rest, little bro. Yeah, man.
Sua's presence here for Jaw, but with the
For
ability
sure,
to fall back with a gate crash.
No, fuck. I mean, I can't tell if he's being sarcastic.
A little bit
Either
lower.
way, that comment pissed me off. I hope you know that.
Wall bang?
Either way, that comment made me mad.
Player, but, well, Aspas has 44 health more than he needs. Now 4 more.
Oh, that's a sick entry. I mean, he outpaces the stun actually being able to be used, and there's no one to trade off Jaw. He's the one supposed to get the kill there. G2 feel like they need to double up and re-clear towards Sue, and in the meantime, Cortezia, much like the last round, is just trying to...
How is Cortezia 6 and 12?
Garage,
That's my goat right
off
there.
that sheer wall.
Getting a lot of value, teasing all that Sentinel util out. But here's an activation from G2. They're going to move.
Everyone's scoreline is bad. Who's playing well this game?
Not quick about this. We get wrapped on, but the action.
Everyone's like 3 and 10, 4 and 10.
And Valen, Mastermind IGL is downed. Little to MIBR. No, it is completely open.
Oh! I'm not gonna lie. I think I whiffed those. I think I whiffed and don't get any there. I'll just be honest about it. I feel like, because no joke,
claims his second.
I probably fall asleep on that angle. Stop saying we know, bro.
Hate to see a round of working duelist validation for the masses. hate that for my ranked games. Aspas can do it.
Guys,
not you.
I'm literally...
Try not to get too many ideas, folks. Man,
I don't think you guys understand how good my aim is.
So
I don't think you guys understand, bro.
Aspas quickly getting into the game in a big way. 12.
But it's not even an aim thing, bro. It's just I fall asleep sometimes holding the angle. Do you guys fall asleep holding angles? Sometimes I'll be looking at the angle, but like, am I really?
Situation right now, MIBR.
Like, I'm holding the angle, but am I?
Fight for some early control of a lobby. Missiles to keep anyone peeking from sewer at bay. That person being Jaw in this
Start thinking about lunch.
But he's only there with the classic.
The angle is holding you. It's crazy.
Still need to be cleared. Trent there just...
Angle of your hairline going way back. Good one, giraffe kick, 415, you little fucking bitch boy.
A pretty rough buy, so might just be a couple pistols to anchor. We've seen G2 win these kinds of rounds.
Here comes that standard execute utility. Aspas popping out of that cloudburst backside. The multiple flashes used. The breach. Paranoia as well. Cortezia in trouble. Okay, he does get his. Going to need some help though. Valen could collect a kill here, and he does.
It's that spacing, that delayed swing from Valen. Again, it gets a kill, but Verno is going to be there. MIBR have every reason to respect G2 on these kind of rounds, but they have the protocols in place to shut down these wacky buys.
I'm in a toxic relationship with Chai. You only read the mean stuff and laugh at it. I know.
Very good right now on this.
I don't know. I don't know what to do, bro.
It's just a matter of getting to the finish line, trying to close this game
I'm trying to disengage from the hate, but I only engage with the hate. Makes no sense. How can I foster a positive community if everything I read is hate?
I mean, cool, calm, collected. It's a long series. We're hoping to be here for a good time and a long time, so...
All right, focus up.
MIBR, trying to keep a lid on it. Aspas always like that, though, let's be fair.
Wants to take some kind of early fight towards B.
God damn it, there's too many messages. Everyone show up. Focus on the game, bro.
So confident.
You guys are typing way too fast right now.
He's just got a stinger and the blade storm. I respect it. Dashing into the seaside. Pressure on the IGL Valen.
He's missed Valen, though, going over towards the left, tucked into the back corner.
Fuck, he just like me.
Don't connect, but Cortezia does.
We not much different.
Reliable as ever, the newcomer. Leaf now has no choice but to sit inside this, what would be deployed cyber cage. King's in front of him.
What?
Spray through from
How's he alive?
Jonathan as well, just triangulating the position. The professor is on the mark.
Big paranoia timing. Big paranoia timing.
Massive confidence from Leaf, not giving up position in that dark cover. 4-on-4 retake. There's the stun.
There's the paranoia.
Shenham in a lot of trouble, going to take some damage. Has to teleport away.
Yep, MIBR now rattled in this
Wow.
but they're still trying to hold these anchor spots. Aspas will get first contact here. He sees them cover. Jonah finds another one. The operator of Jaw goes to work, but Artisan's already found himself two. Shut down. And now it's up to Verno. Often the last alive
Mr.
in these
Rockets?
scenarios because he's got that tail.
He's got to stick it. He's got to stick it.
Those salvos are speculative.
Go wide.
They don't
Poppin'.
Stop the defuse.
Poppin'.
But Verno might have shut this down. No
No
time
time.
for Trent. Beautifully done. Cool as a cucumber. Like I said, last time these two played, it was the first game for Verno. Surely there were nerves. This
I
time,
think
though,
I want to
he's a
see
cog in the
Trent
machine.
turn to garage.
That wide swing was perfect to get Trent's
I want to see
crosshair
Trent turn to garage
misplaced.
because he
Get the
thought he
free
was
kill on Jonah trying
repositioning.
to stick. You could see as well, actually, Verno had the idea of trying to go close enough to garage, so his missiles would go through garage.
Like his
and
missiles
make it
came
seem
from
like he
so
was
far
actually
away.
playing there. But that didn't happen, so they knew he was actually at C-Long, and then he played around his own mistake by wide swinging and breaking Trent's crosshair placement to get that free kill. That was so sick. Great adjustment.
So far this half, G2 have gotten one singular round.
Did the Rockets go through garage? I thought both went through long still. It just took a long time to travel.
They've struggled. They've struggled early, and even in these post plants, they've not been able to break back into the map.
They went long. He wanted them to go
Close one
garage.
there.
I see.
Very winnable. Those are the kind of rounds that, honestly, you
But he
have
didn't
to
have enough
secure
time.
more often than not if you want to take a game away from this MIBR squad. Valorant's
What
look
happened
good,
to G2, Sag?
but time to time,
And they're
just
done
like
for,
the
bro.
previous round, completely
Actually,
overwhelmed
not
by the
really.
pace
It
of
seems like
MIBR.
G2, like, I don't know. They start trying when they're down. I don't know.
That was around, should be around.
They're like
one. This
11-7.
should
Oh
be getting
shit, we're about to
MIBR
lose.
To match point off that Inferno.
We gotta
clutch.
start shooting
G2
back.
Don't have the money to buy here.
Let's
But
see
then
if
when
they
get
can
to
do a
the
comeback.
actual full buy, MIBR
It will be very
not
hard
having
now
to
on
use their
defense.
ultimates. They've been
Not
stocking
gonna
them
lie.
up. Verno's about to have his army
Also
get
a
him
half
just
buy.
one more kill or a death or picks up an orb or anything. So they're going to have both.
Is
initiated
BO5 though?
ultimates to
It is
potentially
BO5, yeah.
close out the game when G2 are actually even on their full buy.
It's actually crazy how G2
It's going to
made
be a crazy
it.
round because G2
Their matches
are
are
also very
sickening
close
to
to those
think
key
about.
abilities, but they'd have to ration them, unlike MIBR.
Oh, he popped dash
who can
early.
leverage them to try and get themselves a guaranteed win.
Uh-oh.
Cam cleared. Cage dissipates.
Cortesia.
Leaf ducks away. Big stack for MIBR here. There is a
Oh,
foray
it
from
took a
G2.
lot of
They see a
damage.
lot.
Wow.
And they get some damage on Verno, but that's it.
Oh man, you could see Verno really wanted to chase, but
Did I see T1 not qualify for Toronto? I saw the scores of the match, yeah.
The inner canine just
What a weird series,
telling you to
right?
go for it.
But yeah, PRX are back, I guess.
Cortesia just watching for anyone looking down mid, trying to get into window, and there's someone at window. That's Valen tucked close, hoping to find a moment where he can backstab, pick off.
Chill, bro. They play Boom tomorrow. It's over. Is that qualification game tomorrow?
Weak Verno as well.
This gets him ahead of the trap wire. There's no early warning that Fallon is wrapped around. Oh, but he turns around.
Wow, he
Verno.
gets that.
He Spidey senses clearly.
Wait, they have
tickled.
breach hold. They might invest ults here and Vice
Fallon
ult.
hits him with a 1-2 punch.
They have to
That is going
push.
give G2
MIBR
a
has to
rifle
push.
To work with. Shouldn't pop that from the shadows. to
Will
get
G2
deep
be
side
aware?
control. I mean, he's pushing even forward, but
No,
he's
they're
gonna be in
not.
some serious trouble.
No,
This
they're
is
not.
what Jorgamo was doing on the attack side as well. Shannon getting into G2's face. Gumming up the works. Steel guard
This
announced
him?
in theory put
They
them on
saw him.
even footing. So a 3v3. Secondaries out. Cortesia deals with Valen comfortably enough though. Jorg.
They know
his
one
rifle
spawn. They
sings.
know one spawn.
Cortesia now has control of his Vandal
Wait, he's
once
on
more,
it.
but
He's
they're
on
the
it.
other side of the boxes. We're at half. They get off of it.
Wow,
There's
they win
Cortesia.
that?
Not enough. but
What a
unlucky round to
steal.
win. G2 on an awkward buy.
Dude.
Crucial thrifty.
That is a plot armor G2 round if I've ever seen one. Valen wins that 1 versus 1 against Verno. Great timing that he found. I like the decision for that aggressive play. I'm surprised they weren't even able to trade under Shannon faster.
That
than
CT
Odyssey.
Molly from
Just
Leaf was
whiffed
so
a couple
good.
Initial shots for the Sheriff.
What a
tap
shot.
from Jaw.
What a shot.
They pick these rifles back up, and again,
Let's go.
another steel garden from Leaf
Wow,
that
man.
just gets massive value. And then he throws the thorns at Osfaw's feet so he can't come help anyone on site. His util has
Their
just
low
been
buys are so
perfect.
good, man.
Watch out. We've got 4 initiator ultimates on deck. This is a round that is
Walk
going to
down?
be potentially messy. But if Jorg finds a first pick from this contact push, it might get a little
Ooh,
simpler.
that was dirty,
All
bro.
of a sudden,
That was dirty, bro.
the calculus
Damn.
gets unraveled.
It was a headshot too, man. Uh-oh.
So close on this corner.
I like this a lot. Push ups here from Jorgamo though. Flash out. Buying a bit of space for Valen now. Kind of resets the
TB
situation.
spawn, get a kill?
Forces MIBR
Nah.
to pull back. Gentleman's probing. And Trent refuses to give him anything for free.
Oh!
He gets on out. Definitely a bit of a jump scare from Shannon, and he does get out of cubby though.
Now there's a minute left on the clock.
Dude,
A lot
Euro's
of
such
time
a
wasted.
crazy
Yeah,
agent,
MIBR, they feel
dude.
like they have
It's
to
actually
reset,
just
so they're gonna
fucking
send
wild the
stealth
shit you can do on this
drone
agent.
towards A to get information, but it's not going to ease up G2's positioning because Leaf has actually got vision on lobby. Here comes the execute. Here comes a rolling thunder just to get into the site.
G2 are playing full
Wait, he
retake.
pushed
That's
him into the
plan,
tail
boys,
walls
and they share
almost.
ultimates. So Ardazin's the one left out there as it all starts to come down. Taken immediately
Oh,
by
it's
Valon.
over. This round's over.
Spike left out in the open.
They have Spike.
No plant just yet. MIBR have got to fight back in to see for control, but Leaf is on a timing. And
Oh,
Genom,
fuck.
sharp as he is, keeps the round alive. But God,
Why are
the
they
checklist
peeking?
is long in order to come
I
out
guess
with a
fuck
dub, and Valon says, just tear it up. Forget about it.
Oh my god.
Forced into the double face. Shannon has been really
Hold on,
on
wait.
fire these past 2 days. Even in the loss against Sen, he was the standout player.
This is Valorant? Yeah, that was a lot of
Takes that
util.
into today. Top fragging in the server right now for both teams, period, sitting at 18.
Nice, boys. Got to be a timeout here for MIBR.
Oh, fuck.
This is probably where you take it. Now, Leaf obviously very vocal there. Now, yesterday, we didn't talk about this much on air, but Ender gets in their comms.
11-7, 11-9.
Players are talking about it for
Just like that.
Have a conversation with him.
One
He says,
thrifty,
"You
bro.
won't believe how loud
Have I seen the
and
CS land
almost
in
aggressive
Argentina and
Leaf is
a
becoming
subway
in the comms.
station?
Everyone at G2
Nah,
looks
let's check it
nervous.
out.
Leaf is
That sounds
constantly saying, "Push
insane.
up, take
They're playing a
fights,
LAN in
let's
a
get
train
ahead, stop
station?
giving
Why?
up ground for free." Really trying to rally them. A big part of what keeps them alive in a series where many of those guys, experienced as they are, were feeling the pressure. God, look at their coach. The coach was pulling his hair out.
Yeah, that's really the first time we've seen G2.
What the fuck is this? What? They're playing CS. Why? Why are they doing this? What the fuck?
What another crack at international glory. Losing in a best of 5 is not good enough.
You're going up against a very
That's
hungry
crazy.
MIBR.
What the fuck?
Improved with the addition of Verno.
They're
Finishing
playing Nuke
third
on
at
train.
America's kickoff. They don't want to finish in the same spot
Wait,
again
what the
today.
fuck?
Hope
That
of
is
Brazil,
so
man.
ridiculous, bro.
Showing
Oh
there's
my
so much going
god.
on under the surface in that region. See this young talent now shine on the Americas stage. Here's round 21 for you. MIBR still looking for the last couple. And
Wow.
Ospas runs headlong into Jonah P's board. He headbutts it.
It's so simple and it's executed to such perfection. Again, it's just the timing on these double swings out of the smoke off that fault line, and now a triple reclear. This could be dangerous for Valon. Double swing, but it's absolutely
G2 are heating
dismantled
up,
by
bro.
G2.
Never doubt the G2 crossfire. Trent behind him, ready to work with him, and he's about to find that there might still be remnants of MIBR.
G2 are
I know
really
what you're
just
thinking.
never out of it, man.
G2 would never expect there to be the last 2 players going in the same site.
Nah, team play is so good,
Well,
dude.
you might be right. They've got plenty of individuals to distribute again across the map.
Taking their time, our MIBR and G2 obviously have no reason to play into this. They are going to wait for the spike to get tapped. If G2 pull off this win, kind of feels like they're unbeatable.
It's actually so fucked. They just let you get to 11. Oh my god, Derek.
Upper bracket. Like, how
Oh
do
my
you
god,
stop
too
these
soon,
guys?
too soon. Don't say that. Too soon.
They just make these comebacks.
Everyone send your love to Derek Overwatch. He's in the chat.
This is excruciating for MIBR. Trying to tap, trying to plant, and all that util. Leverage that.
They let you get to 11.
Aftershock here will keep them off the site for now. They give Artazine enough room to plant. Clone comes down, Artazine takes him down. Firing squad, they're waiting for him. Take him low. Artazine still has the stones to swing into that somehow, but the op brings out. Jaw cuts him down to 1.
Oh my god, wait.
Close
That was
with no
insane
cigar.
shots from both of them.
And G2
What the fuck? The fadeaways are insane, bro.
Love that little jiggle peek from Trent, but it's
Damn.
all of the early round team play from G2 that puts them at such a significant advantage. Kevin, when
This
we
is
see it
lower
back
finals,
on the
yeah.
replay, it's just that stun
Yeah, he had a
into
chance there
long,
for real.
double swing through the dark cover, or Nebula rather, to get this first kill. Yeah, right here. 2 players through. Ospas isolated. Triple reclear. MIBR go for the double swing. Crosshairs are already on those angles.
Wow.
Actually pulled apart limb from limb.
It was.
What was it like?
We'll never know.
Damn.
Sadly,
The
we'll never know
cutout.
what it was like. MIBR are fully invested. No heavy armors. All regen. Guardian for Shenum. G2 were about to tie this game up. They were down 11-7, and on the round that they first won, they were on a full eco, and they are rallying back into a close game again.
What?
That was sharp. Valon went to that left side. So Aspas gets deep. And Valen's been in an awkward position of having to be the solo anchor against a lot of these MIBR fast hits. But hey, plenty where that came from for G2. They will test this. To win Heaven, Leave has time to correct. There you go, Gabagool. What are you looking at? Aspas? Bam!
It's so hard to retake, bro.
Artisan at half health here, and it's just
It's so hard to retake this site, man.
Here for MIBR. Gets them one round away from taking Haven.
They keep it very simple on that one. Just hit the A site, set up some effective crossfires. Scary for a moment when Aspas can't convert on to Leaf.
That's how he killed him?
Okay, it helps when you can open up the site like that. That's pretty useful.
That's magnetic.
In my opinion.
Yes.
Oh, those shots were nice too. Wow.
Shots from Verno there are crazy into Heaven. Well, they keep it simple and it absolutely works out. Now G2, they're forced onto a few stingers. One hero op for Jaw to try and drag this game into OT, or MIBR are going to start this series up 1-0, taking their own map pick.
3 stingers. It's going to take a lot of work here for G2. Suffice to say, Shannon just got some information about where Leaf is. Trent trying to get ahead of this
That's
now.
fun.
Big fault line.
Wow.
The spam, though, doesn't really account to much. Aspas dashing deep here. I mean, geez, MIBR adamant about maintaining this A control, and they'll have it, even if they got to fight further. That's a trade. Trent playing his life as he often does. This has slowed MIBR up now as a Nebula blooms in front
Wow,
of
good
him.
skin.
Ooh, 2 suppressed there. Has a feeling there might be a third in that corner as well.
Cypher has ult if he walks
slow
up.
things down. Cortezia, I was waiting for that. He has the neural theft. Finally found a moment to jump and activate that.
They need spike though.
Got every reason to go elsewhere now, but he's still gonna get the spike. And they've left Aspas here again to lurk.
Oh my god, he almost got caught.
Or will they decide to stay? It's a pump fake! Cortezia emerges. Valo now realizes exactly what is afoot. But either these things go to work, it's up to
1v2 Jaw.
And he's virtually
Match
in a different
point.
postcode.
Does he use his ult here at all?
He has got to go wild.
Both of his enemies are pretty weak. If he can
TP'd
actually
Heaven.
recover a rifle,
Wait,
should
this
heal that
TP's
TP,
annoying.
Should know it's possible that someone is in Heaven, and with that dimensional drift, will know it as a guarantee. Shenum spotted out.
Fast and Furious 12, Brokio drift for Jorgamo.
Fake teleport.
Emerges now to see very little. Shenum is on the site. He's made sound. Shenum trying to keep himself scarce here, stay out of line of sight. Jorg has to check his left. He tries.
Imagine though! Ooh.
Looking for a bit of magic, but MIBR.
Why is he pinging for himself? It's probably just like
Great
autopilot.
start in this series.
Or
Hard for, but
instincts to
G2
ping.
kind of go off the ball in that second
Nice try.
half.
It felt like G2 were going to make one of their patented comebacks. And
Why would they
have the
fake a comeback?
resilience
They
to
did fake
steal
comeback.
away MIBR's map pick, or at least bring that to OT when they won that eco round when
GG.
they were down
1-0
11-7
MIBR.
out of thin air. But MIBR at the very end, they were able to play a pretty straightforward couple rounds, executing into that A site. Verno connecting some seriously impressive shots to bring them over the finish line in that second last round. And they've been able to take their own map pick, Haven.
Almost.
Map starts with Artazine kind of popping off, and it remains a theme throughout. Some great timings from Shenum in these post plants, but I've got to say, the IGL really having a great performance from MIBR. Some snappy stuff, walking up onto the A side, just randomly headshotting. Valen through smoke definitely goes a long way, and Shenum's looking excellent. I'd say during this playoff, he's been one of, if not the standout player for MIBR.
Absolutely. His performance yesterday against Sen, he was the one keeping them in the game, and now getting them over the finish line against one of the best teams in the world on map 1.
Coming up next, Lotus looms large. We're going to head to the desk and then come back with more action after map number 1.
We're playing for seeding and champion points. But both teams are going to Toronto, yeah. I played a ranked game yesterday and someone called Pearl B site CT tunnel. Tunnel. Nah. This is insane though. What are these guys doing over here? Let's watch it one more time. What, the train passes? You can't see the game? Oh my god, bro. Wait, isn't that the team Fallen? Is that Fallen right there? No. I think Fallen was on that team a while ago. Damn. They can't see when the train passes? That's so troll. Look at JNM's tweet. A CS2 LAN being played in an active subway station with a live crowd. Dude, imagine the train came a couple seconds earlier and you don't get to see the clutch. The train actually came right after. Perfectly. Is the train not insanely loud? Dude, I don't know, yeah. Yeah. Wow. So bright. Patio. What? Patty. What? Patsy? Type shit. That's a random word. Damn, honestly, not bad. Should we do I haven't done it in a while. I do it off stream sometimes, but mini crossword, my favorite, man. Sometimes. Wines that Napa Valley is renowned for informally. I have no fucking clue. Right away. School students. Many a new driver. Nah, we're fucked. Can I give up? Oh, bro. Nah, we can't do this right now. I'm not gonna lie. I'm taking a piss. One sec, chat.
Oh, nicely in that first pistol was Artson hitting right click a couple of times and getting himself a couple of kills. But also, Mimi, playing really well on top of that, making some damn good calls. A lot of pressure for him.
Yeah, this is only the second BO5 he's had as an IGL. Remember, they started the year with Nosworth taking the role on this roster. Then midway through kickoff, Fraud sits down, talks to Artson, who he's been working with on this team for quite a while, and kind of recognizes that they're really aligned in strategy, the way they see the game, and kind of encouraged Artson to take the risk and take on the primary IGL role for this team, which he never filled before. And by all metrics, it has been great. Top 3 in that first kickoff, now here again, performing and one map up in this lower final, and well leading, also going out there and being the guy putting up numbers.
Yeah, he had a great individual performance, but I think Haven is always the map we look at as like the test of the IGLs and how they're going up against each other. And the fact that he didn't get outclassed by Valen's calling, the fact that he was able to hold his own, find good moments for the team, figure out what was going on during the tech timeouts, the TAC timeouts and the adjustments being made. He's done a really good job today, Artzine, already.
He's so key for this team as well, because he's really good at at English. He sounds fluent when you listen to him speak, and also Portuguese. So he's kind of the go-between sometimes for this roster where they have one American player coming in. He's calling pre-rounds in English. He's also talking to his teammates in Portuguese. He's doing a lot behind the scenes while also, you know, performing and being great with the calls as well.
Talk about the right man for the job. Honestly, that's what it sounds like to me.
Any clips
like
to watch, Shot?
Who's got great rapport with his coach, can speak both of the languages necessary, and is an effective communicator. Well, that gives you an awesome map win there on Haven. So MIBR feels pretty good about that. But interesting thing, though, here, Brent, was what we were seeing from G2. There was still...
Wait, is Blooney here by chance? We need his email.
Hey, Chad, I know we got a lot of people here.
Come back if you like boys.
Hey, man, I just got back to no.
What the fuck?
So yeah, it was a long day, and not only that, I got diarrhea that night.
Okay. What are you guys clipping?
How are you doing?
Wait, what?
Good. I took a rest day yesterday because the day before I did 12 hours of filming with Cutie.
What the fuck?
So yeah, it was a long day. And not only that, I got diarrhea that night.
What the fuck?
So yeah, I hope she cuts that out of her video, but she filmed like a day in the life and we all went to dinner that night and then I ended the video having diarrhea. We were at Myung's place and I was like, Myung, can I use your bathroom? I don't feel so good. And then she said, no, go use Tarik's. And Tarik was
Are you
there.
kidding me?
Oh God.
Nah. This is crazy work that she didn't. Nah, there's no way she did. Nah, there's no way she didn't just go to her bathroom. There's no way. Nah, this is crazy.
I don't even think he knows.
No, I don't fucking know.
I was like,
Oh my
Myung, don't
God.
tell him. And then she was like, it's fine as long as you didn't leave anything. I was like, no, there's.
Damn it, honestly, I would have not known. But like,
No, there's nothing. There's nothing. It's clean. It's clean. No! Why am I telling you guys this? Why
wait,
am
I can't believe she shared this story. It's actually hilarious, but like, that's funny.
Oh my God, I'm so embarrassed. This is.
Bro, you just gonna take that shit? Well, I already fucking did at this point. Like, fuck.
Nah. Hey, Tarik, if you see this clip, I thank you for letting me use your restroom.
What? Thank you for letting me. I didn't even. What?
Even though I didn't ask. Myung said I could, and technically, you know, it was her apartment first, and then.
What? Nah.
You know, you moved in after.
Nah.
Like technically.
Nah.
Like I'm her actual real roommate, so.
Nah.
Technically.
Nah.
My bathroom, if you really think about it.
No.
I extra cleaned it up. You couldn't even tell, I bet. Anyways, that was 2 days ago.
That's
I feel
funny.
better now. Everything's
That's
fine now.
funny as fuck.
Anyways.
Flashes and an aftershock and 5.
Wow, how the Tides.
I saw this.
Look
I saw
at them.
this
Watch what they
round.
do. Watch what they do. Watch what they do.
They're
They're all about to rush them. Look, this is fuck. This is fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck?
I saw this round. It's funny. No, we're not watching those anymore, bro. Come on.
Hello? That's me.
Wait, that's actually funny as fuck.
What the fuck was that?
Bro, I thought they were running from
Fast was
it.
stopped in these tracks time and time again.
That's actually funny as
The
fuck.
difference between that game against Sen and this one, though, is that MIBR get to start on attack side with this Neon. Again, they're going up against a Sentinel.
Damn!
That That's a great way to
Talk
start
about some
Aspas.
pace.
Shuts down Valen instantly as he's caught in an awkward situation trying to escape. And now MIBR have the opportunity to get the spike down.
Play
and maybe try
repo-
to
play
fight forward
repo?
and get some additional space.
I don't get scared though, but that's not the purpose of the game, right? I don't get scared. I
Getting
can't.
overrun very quickly and reinforcements just not being there.
Because then I feel like I have to
G2
get
trying
fake
to get
scared,
active,
but I
of course.
can't
It's gonna
fake
be a bit
it.
of a heavy mound fight coming. Arzine
No, I'm
now knows it.
serious. I won't get
The
scared
arrival's been
doing that kind of
heralded
shit.
by the flash,
I don't
by
think
the
at
drone.
least. I don't know.
Arzine has nowhere to go. He's going to stand and fight.
What?
I hope he gets out alive. Not to be. Headshots for
Observer
everybody,
capture kill
apparently.
challenge impossible.
Cortezia
Like fuck.
joins the long list of players down by cranial impacts.
It seemed like we were barreling towards a 3-0 for pistol rounds in this series for MIBR, and G2 were able to absolutely trounce them in that mound fight. Just swinging together as a unit, overwhelm the two players that were stationed there from the MIBR team. Let's just see this on the replay. This was Aspas, of course, getting that initial kill, and we're looking at him to be doing a hell of a lot of that, playing Neon against Snow Sentinel. Oh. Ultimately, did not matter. Leaf connecting some sick taps.
Yo, I'm insane.
And you're going to want to be in a map like this after a tough grind on Haven. But that's just what G2 are looking for. MIBR down now to 66.6% pistol win rate in this series, folks. A little lower than the average as of late, and there's G2.
Sorry.
Already start with Leaf right
Hey,
where he's going to
sorry,
be.
bro,
He
what?
hits somewhere, it hurts.
Bro,
Ball goes back to
when
the
you're
top
at your
end,
job,
at
you don't
least
fucking
that
take out your
extracts
phone every
a
now and
frag.
then?
And that spike's on the wrong side of this dark cover.
I don't know how Leaf was able to get a second one. That is kind of crazy that he was stunned up and still able to get arts in. Jaw cleans up the last few.
Wait, what the fuck is that?
Take a look at the status of his ult. He is just one away from a dimensional drift on the bonus.
Seeing them happen pretty darn fast. So important on this kind of map for that crazy mobility that you have access to.
How did he get away with the kill on Arts? I mean, if he doesn't get that, there is a chance for MIBR to then scale into the site and maybe get the spike down. They're probably not going to win, but they could have gotten some more cash. So time to jump. Honestly, does have some decent level
You
of
want to talk to my
impact.
manager? Who would my
Get that
manager
second
be? Like
ball
the
stunned
subs?
It might be we saw this yesterday. They love to fight. They want to fight Rubble or hard hit B fast with the Neon. Already up towards Tree. Chalk has a peek, doesn't like what he sees and decides to wait for a chance to get value out of the Stinger.
Matter of fact, he's just going to teleport away. That is not the kind of location you want to be in. Fighting players back Rubble with an SMG.
Look at all this stall. A lot of time being brought here. And this isn't to say that MIBR are committed to A, but they don't actually have any inserts anywhere else on the map. So G2 now can move up. MIBR's information
Back it up,
is now
bro.
no longer current.
Back it up. It's like they know. Is he gonna hype in the box? Is this a good spot or no? Is this a good spot or no?
Want to push.
It's Ratty.
Timing. Jiggle. Bro, jiggle for me, man. That timing sucks though. I'm not gonna lie. That timing actually sucks, dude.
He was holding the line as if that was the plan, though. Maybe just undecided about where to put himself.
Because if he gets caught jiggling, they might not expect that.
Crossfired, you know, in that same position that Trent was, I guess.
And now
Anyone have the
MIBR
second
does some
crosshair
good
from
work.
yesterday? What
Dragon takes
crosshair?
away from this A side. They got util out of Jonah earlier. His fall line is back up, sure, but he is
Stinger gang.
positioned close and he's alone.
SFP.
What
it's
the
tough.
fuck?
Neon runs past and Aldazine dispatches him handily. Valen will head to pit.
1720 red no outlet. Oh, the big one. You're right. Yeah, I
Actually
remember.
gets to play the game. Isn't quite.
Wait, why do you guys
armed
call
as
that a
well as
Minecraft
he's
crosshair?
otherwise
Is that?
like.
Oh, is that the default
Snake
crosshair in
Bite will force him out of the
Minecraft?
pit. Aldazine
I see.
studiously looking skyward. Sees
Oh,
everybody
wow.
drop down in front of him. Which is the clone? He guesses correctly.
Not gonna lie, I shoot all three of them.
Some fair damage from
I
Leaf.
shoot all three.
To the 1 versus 3. We're not gonna think better of trying to take that. Duel doesn't want to throw his gun away. They matter a lot more for MIBR than they
I don't
do for
wish there. I know,
G2
that's
at
easy.
the moment. Able to convert. I like the way that they were able to
That
double
was easy.
back
With the Guardian,
on
it's
that
easy
round.
there, I think.
Clear out those players, specifically Trent, who had pushed up towards B in this moment.
Yeah, that
What's the
sucks.
plan there for Valen and Trent?
And then once he's removed, G2 feel like they need to rotate
I shoot the
back,
phone. I
cover
shoot
their
the clone,
bases
get
over
flashed,
towards
and
B
die.
C side, and it's at that moment that MIBR just
Damn.
heads towards A. Man, this guy's...
Is he mad at the
Josh
timing?
really
Did he say
becoming
fucking
more
timing?
emotive.
Again, there is pressure in this game. This is, again, these teams are very hungry to win. That top seed means so much.
Holy Chad.
Gets a tickle there from those salvos that come in. But Jonah P now has got the big iron.
Wait, now! Now!
Okay.
Oh, my
Could have
bad.
been deadly, that.
I fucked timing up.
MIBR, again,
He
similar
even
to
hit
the
him.
last round, are opting to put all of their emphasis on A early and allow anyone from
What's
G2
better,
to push
clout
up
while
behind
streaming
them.
or winning a trophy? No troll, honest question.
Sentinel
I don't know. I
having
feel
a
like the
bit
question doesn't make
active
sense. What do you mean,
info
what's better?
they could gain from having tripwires. They are going to be relying on just fully hard re-clearing everything together as a team. And again, a minute on the clock. They're going to do just that. Last round they caught Trent playing close, but on the full wide, G2 are not going to be getting that aggressive.
Yep.
Poison's off.
So Jaw saw something that makes him want to pull off that A line as well, alongside with Professor P. Is Leaf at Mound, though. And it's just him. He is, oh, nice one to take. However, okay, plot armor, gets across the gap, no worries. Again, Valen struggles in this B position.
Could have gotten the pit out from Leap. I love this from G2. They've stacked up 3 players on B. Enjoy. You can either go into the pit or you're going to come into the stack right now.
How do you get a kill?
Yeah, either one. It's going to be brutal. Jonah
Oh
wants to try and
no,
spray him down.
Jonah.
It's a little awkward though. Verno punches him. Jorgamo has to try and gate crash out. He gives up that space, but Trentio's in baby door. He needs to wait though for his opportunity. Wait for Jorg to get back on the line. He dimensional drifts into the side. And there's Trent with the timing. Off the flash, it's perfect.
Good job.
Just like they drew it up. Funneling MIBR
He
over
spammed
to
through his
B
ult.
with that Viper's Pit on 6.
That is some beautiful defensive play.
I'm
It's
new and bad at
critical as
Valorant.
well
What agent
that
should I
Leaf
run?
already
That's
has
actually a
9
valid
kills, by the
question,
way, who
bro.
put up
If you're new to the game, where should you
30
start?
Something on Viper the other day. Getting this kill against Art Zin and then being able to back off, put in the cloud, and then sends this pit as well. I mean,
Something
look,
like Sage.
kidding on the
Chat is saying. I feel like I was gonna say Brim, but you need to know where to smoke.
Both maps. Stand
Insane.
out.
It knows that they're being funneled into B, knows they have to go through the door. All right, get on top of the box.
I think
Get
KJ is
another
good
angle
for.
to get killed.
It's not that hard, crazy, but yeah, I guess.
So
I don't know.
cerebral.
Valen wants to be more proactive on this C hold. And he'll have Jorg early doors to help him out here. Okay, there's Leaf striking again. It's just a solo player. The lurk is down now over an A. This narrows things down drastically for G2.
He's up to 10 on the board now. The entirety of
Gecko
the map
is so
feels
easy.
like it's
Everyone's
under
saying
control of
Gecko.
G2. They're
I
pressed
see a
up
lot of
on Mount.
KJ, Gecko.
Leaf controlling towards A. Double facing with Trent Ospas
And
trying to
Sage.
get forward.
But
Does get over the rubber.
I think
over the
Sage
mount.
for sure is a
So
little
now
bit
there's some control of this
straightforward.
part of the map. Okay, just like the previous round, Jorg sort of swings that and then pulls off entirely. The weaker point for G2, just in these like mid-round pushes up for info has been B. This time though, playing a bit more passive, converging on that A side while MIBR are going to hit C hard and fast.
He's going to rip it straight away onto the C site. It's dodged by Valen. This is still a 4 versus 5, by the way.
30 seconds.
But G2 will be happy to play retake.
Triple flank
Battle
again.
Until Under the Sun gets employed there. And yeah, looks like MIBR are going to end here. Valen happy to pull off the side entirely. Now, no big util ultimates from G2, but they've got plenty of initiator to work with.
What are they going to do now, MIBR? Do they try to fight for some space? Try and catch off G2? There are 3 players coming from Mount. Yes, they want to fight into Waterfall.
It's closing though. This is getting
Good
dangerous.
fun.
Jonah can't push into Waterfall.
Verno,
quite
what a
yet.
kill.
There's Verno dealing with Leak. Jorg has to break through here. Numbers are even. MIBR's
Both
last 2
in
stacked up here at Waterfall, and it's a dangerous
water.
proposition
Not
for
plenty
G2
for them,
to
really.
defuse. Valen steps up, and Cortezia sits down. It's on Aspas now. Fast lane in. Jorg gets it to half, then gets off. Another tap. This is going to keep Aspas honest.
What can he
Keep
do?
him wondering.
What?
What the heck was that? Pops up. Fortunately, Valen's played whack-a-mole before,
Oh, he had
apparently,
TP.
and hasn't had time for the
Bro.
defuse.
No
But I tell you
fucking
what,
way, man.
Seeing Aspas, you had to believe it was possible.
That should not have been doable.
That is
by
like
any means of how the game is supposed to operate. That was.
It's like watching Arsenal on a zipline. Try and shoot. The same
It
thing.
really is. Oh my god.
Again, players like Aspas make their own
Wow.
moves. That was sickening.
Did he just bark? Was he barking?
My thoughts there for a moment. Leaf is just out of control right now when you're looking at the scoreboard. He's got G2 in a solid early position.
These are costly rounds though for G2. Fortunately, MIBR is in
That
a bit of
or
an
he's
economic
speaking?
trough
What the
while
fuck?
theirs is teetering. So it shouldn't hurt them too much.
Still going to be sent out by Trent towards the B side. finds out that at least no one is playing close.
This is kind of a good bait right now.
Weary. A G2 player could be on the tight angle here, but
that is Jonah P spraying past Jaw's head there. Okay, he's
Oh,
spotted out. So
risky.
cuts out the bag. Bucky's back in the pocket. Off we trot.
Verno hoping to catch him with his stun, but it just goes a little short. While all this noise is being made, though, and the Teo is showing presence towards A, it's an MIBR intending on hitting
He's
the
playing the
C
funny
side,
spot.
hoping that that initiator pressure
Oh.
rotates, but it hasn't.
Okay, the fast lane gets Aspas in
Wow.
straight. Wayward, he finds one.
Wow,
Leaf is
Leaf,
punched up.
of course.
Proud as a peacock on these boxes.
Oh my god, and he's alive.
FedExing them out of the map. And Alberto and Artazine with 2 stingers under extreme duress, under covering fire from this Odin.
They're getting pummeled.
Have got to extricate themselves.
What the fuck? The CZ on the flank?
Cleans them up. This defensive side is just a Lotus masterclass. At no point are MIBR getting into a site where they are at an advantage.
Pocket AK?
Running into multiple players with great setups here. Leaf tucked in the corner on the box. It doesn't even matter that Valen goes down early because he's in that position. Trent rotates in, sets up the crossfire from Waterfall. They have delay utility from main. They're being swarmed from behind. It's so excellent.
And they've conditioned.
Pause.
That Valen is often the solo player on that side. It's a fast lane thrown up by Aspas that makes it impossible for MIBR to see that box, let alone check it properly. The perfect storm works against MIBR and they're swept away. And yeah, a justified timeout now. Of course, they've been able to get the guns back in hand.
They are early on definitely making you believe that their loss on this map the other day certainly was just a one and done, and that will never be happening again because this gameplay on defense so far is really stellar. That being said, though, we still need to get them on attack because yesterday, that is where the real struggles came in. But honestly, at this rate, what are they going to need on attack? 2 rounds? The way that they're playing, they might not need many to get over the finish line.
Again, it's the same question marks, the same questions levied at the same individual. It's Aspas on the Neon. Can they really get this guy going? He's fast. He hits these sides very quickly. But G2 are never rattled by this. They've always got a contingency, a protocol to deal with that bat out of hell that flies at them every round.
This is going to be a force up from MIBR.
Is this finals? Is lower finals?
Ultimates could maybe even see out of the
What are you guys doing?
Cortezia use that from the shadows to get behind the defensive team on C. G2 are intent on fighting forward.
Oh man.
Shaw wants to get that dimensional drift. He's going to be suppressed. Can't teleport away.
Bot line comes in, but do they know there's another play here? I'm not sure.
No way.
Runs past.
Oh my god, that was about to be a movie.
Doing the most. And it's an unreasonable impact to have at C after being stunned up.
Stunned and suppressed. He can't gate crash away. He's stuck
He
there.
can shoot, brother. That's all he needs to do. Just squeeze the trigger finger. And MIBR now are cut adrift, lost at sea.
God, that is MIBR getting nightmare flashbacks to what Zekin did to them on Yoru in positions like that yesterday. Succumb to so many multi-kills from their opposition on this map.
And again, it's Aspas who tries to get running literally early and then gets cut down. Late re-explore there for G2. Verno is not ready for it. Better be saving these boys.
60 HP for Arts and Shenham is pushed up very far towards
Aspas
A.
clear something challenge impossible?
Only
How
chance
dare
to
you?
get his first on the board right now onto Trent, but it's not looking likely. Sprayed down to 58.
Hit by the special delivery and they didn't hold the spice. He's feeling it.
How fucking dare you say some shit like that?
22 seconds remaining. Do MIBR even try to get into the site at this point, or do they hope that they can just save the guns and move on to the next round with
Look at them being
That is the
corralled.
choice.
They are being encircled.
10 seconds left.
You know, G2 don't have the greatest economy at the moment, despite being in a large lead. The rounds have come down to 1 or 2 players surviving.
Derek, no troll. How much time do you think you would need to go pro in Valorant? I need 3 months in the lab.
Spam and Shenham goes down.
Okay.
Guys, my time is done, bro. Okay?
Now again,
like obviously I can do it, but I don't got that hunger in me, dude. I've done it. I've did my time, bro. I've served my fucking time in the cell.
Locked in on Valen, running away back towards
7
the
years of
site.
heart and soul, dude.
That
7
they pay
was it 7
no
years?
mind to the potential of Jaw to be staying there.
Got your get back.
He's just having so much fun. I don't have fun when I play.
this
It's
is
the
G2
truth.
conditioning. Like now,
Well, usually.
there's a second player playing off that Omen.
Okay, they're doing it again. 2 players pushing.
3.
Oh, Jaw, but he's shut down. It's the trade by Valen.
Big investment here for G2. It's going to have to pay off. Arzine stuck in that corner. Doesn't have a way to get out except smoking himself off or getting smoked off.
I mean, to be fair, this is G2's like insane map that only EG beat them on.
Shenum through the wall. Trent set to stand up.
So like this is probably just a 13-3 go next.
Up in 2s and 3s.
Verno and Arzine, the last 2 remaining, swung on by Jonah, but he is denied of a kill, and it's down to the 2 versus 2, 2v1.
Crispy with it is Valen, but he's cut down. It's Leaf.
Wait, how does this round close? I thought it was over.
You do not want to have to clutch against his up-and-comer, cerebral IGL in Arzine.
Look at the amount of angles that Arzine has to be concerned
Oh
about.
my god, timing. He walked in.
From anywhere.
What?
What a shot! What a clutch! MIBR getting a much-needed second round on the board.
Damn.
G2 committing a lot to that C fight. This was the round. I thought it would be the one out of the timeout, but the one after, where Cortezia went for the from the shadows teleport behind the enemy team, he immediately goes down off that play. It was read by G2. They win the fight over towards Mound.
He's like,
and
nah.
Arzine brings them a
There's no way
desperately
he's that to
needed
me.
clutch. He goes off on map 1 Haven, and he's going off for them on map 2 Lotus. This is the depth of talent on MIBR on display. They have
Look at the damage.
a roster full of players who have the potential to be the star on any given day.
But I think they'd like them all to be firing at the same time. That's
Not ready for that.
Okay, Lee takes his chances there. Aspas able to bring him down, and any chance of reprisal cut off. G2 throwing Armageddon in the way. Verno has his build up in this round, and Valen takes a timing.
Wow.
Okay, it's messy,
Good paranoia.
very messy.
Shenum?
Jonah P is the last one standing with the Odin. No
Wow.
armor to speak of.
Damn.
No lifeblood in his veins.
Can't
The
be mad at
back-to-back?
G2 for trying to force the issue there when MIBR were
The
just
usual is
congested
insane, bro.
in
I'm not gonna lie. The
Baby
usual
Door,
from both teams.
And they were certainly not the favorites.
just
to
the
trade
usual
that out
meta,
in their
man.
favor, but they did. Aspas tucked in that corner. He gets his first kill on Leaf. Trent wanted to trade it, couldn't do it. G2 just want so desperately to get the kills while they're encircled.
And this is like a fastball B hit that MIBR were mixing in every now and then against Sentinels. It's one of their more successful attack side plays.
Out of that timeout call, MIBR have rallied back 2 rounds, put G2 on an eco. They were looking
Bro
all
said
out of sorts.
13-3. They got
are
to 3 instantly.
Straight back into this half.
The sheriff
You're
from.
not loving getting 3
Wow.
on Lotus on attack.
Already broke.
You're hoping for a lot more. It's an attack favorite map typically, but so they are taking what they can get as G2 are pushing through their own spawn. Shenum on watch.
Not bad from Shenum. And he's
Satisfying.
done enough there. There was a wrap from G2 pushing out a B. There's always something happening on that
Almost.
part of the map. And MIB also were aware. Fred's got a rifle to hand now. Cortezia drops down. Paranoia out, stays safe behind rubble.
Wow.
Okay, cheeky little timing. Gets that extra
If Leaf
frag.
gets 1 kill here.
Now there's a chance for G2 to
Timing.
go for this. The
Wow.
offense collects onto Verno here.
Damn, he cleared it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hand straight to head there. Bit of a
That was
scratch.
good patience, good clear.
Verno had to flick awfully fast. Trent here playing with house money, essentially. The round is all but lost for G2. He'd like to try and do some damage.
Might as well didn't even come into the
Ooh.
round with the rifle. Does collect a third, but is shut down. MIBR
Ooh. Ooh.
finding a lot of
Ooh.
success after the timeout called. Fraud putting them in position to end this half with a respectable minimum 4 at this point.
Oh man, that could have gone ugly.
That could have been disastrous. If Leaf gets that kill,
And he has upper control.
recovers the rifle.
Not even close, baby.
A totally different situation.
I'm out of here.
Look at the amount of ults that
They're bringing it
G2
back,
have
bro.
right now. Leaf going to
You
try
guys
to
said it
use
was
this pick
over. It's
straight
never
away,
over
just
till it's
control
over.
C, and the rest of the team stack up towards A. It's possible.
He's actually getting info first, so he doesn't want to use it.
Oh my god, the
unnecessarily.
TP. He double
Big
TP.
fight though for Rubble. We like to see these. Here comes a rolling thunder though. Catches Cortezia around.
The stun.
Holds his own. Jonah isn't able to capitalize
Trent.
at all. Trent comes
Trent.
down, takes a fight to that boss on the move.
Shoot!
He
Shoot,
goes
damn it!
careening into the door.
Wait, what?
Armageddon up here for Trent now. Jorgamo.
Might even be able to combo that Armageddon with some of this information from the dimensional drift if they really want to risk it.
Yep, he's yapping, relaying it. Leaf might even have been looking at this flank opportunity now. He can double up. Verno dropped down.
Wow,
here,
nice shots,
played on perfectly
dude.
by G2.
Yo,
Well
nah,
worth
Leaf is
using the
too
ultimates in this
fucking
kind of
good,
rounds.
brother.
And it gets them the result they were
Holy
looking for.
smokes.
That was a beautiful combo. And Jaw gets out on
Leaf
the
and Trent,
backside.
nice
Ronald
round.
doubles up with Leaf. They fight together. Could have been dangerous for a second because Leaf was on that flank and they were totally unaware, but it all works out according to plan.
Look at the second shot,
But
bro.
You have to give credit to Trent. Bam! That's a sickening shot onto Ospas.
Aspas getting a little bit more active here, but
Wow.
no more involved. Dropping in these early rounds, and again, you want that Neon sometimes to make that space, so you at least trade them, but with the walls up everywhere, it can be messy.
The rounds are fast.
MIBR, all 5 players fighting towards A early.
Last round of the half, they're just going to go for it. Cortez here from the shadows, gets him in position now. Relay bolts there.
Wow, dude, this util is so annoying, man.
And they might want to keep pushing on this.
I would be
They
so
check
annoyed.
the corner. Trent's spot from last round has been vacated. He's playing a bit further
Jonah's
back.
dead.
His Artazine deals to Jonah.
Trent?
There's a wrap here from Leaf, but it might be a little bit too slow, and the Viper's Pit won't get value this round. Here's Trent though again.
Stun for stun!
Lines him up. Special delivery catches on the Vernon, but he too is stunned. Down
Oh
to 7.
my god, the
Finish the
stun
job. That
kill.
finds enough time though for Leaf to get in position at least. But there's an
Classic.
attack side. Viper's Pit on A, impinging into tree.
Leaf could try to counter pit to get into tree if he
Shorty.
wants, or just fight close. Art's in with the shorty right there, but he's caught.
He ran through
Even
the
now in numbers,
mug.
Leaf ready for it. Shorty to hand himself. He dives into the pinch. It's a hit, but not
Nice
enough
try.
damage. And Aspas with his own Shorty. We'll get MIBR
Wow, that
out
was
of
kind of a
attack
crazy
side
ending to the
with
half.
5
The rounds were just
rounds.
like
Maybe
20
not as much
second
as they're looking
brawls.
for. G2 choke him out a little bit at the start of that half.
MIBR were looking buried halfway into this so far. And out of a timeout call from their coach Fraud, they were able to string several rounds back. And now they can have a go at this. I'm looking forward to seeing what G2 can bring us on attack today. That is where they
It was
struggled against
6-1 to
EG
7-5.
yesterday. That is where they faltered and lost.
It was
this Lotus
6-1 and
map
I
for the
said,
first
oh,
time in 2025. It
G2
has
only
been
lost to this
their
map on
undefeated
EG. It'll probably be
home ground.
13-3. Then it was
MIBR
7-5.
to grind in that second
What's up, Rain?
first half. Excuse
How
me,
we
they get
living?
themselves to 5. That's good enough for now.
I don't know if 5 is
Quick
enough,
break.
though.
We'll be back with the
Yeah,
second
let's
half and
see.
conclusion
Not bad, though.
of our second map, Lotus.
That is true. Attack side. It's gonna be problems. It's gonna be problems, really. You're on my TV speakers. Be a good boy. True. True, man. VCT China Stage 1 trophy revealed. Damn. Honestly, that shit is gas, bro. Where's the Americas one? What the fuck? Did I run ads? I did. Oh my god, I just ran them again, I think. Or I didn't run them at all. I don't know. Well, I just did them again. Or once. I don't know. Yeah, maybe I didn't. I don't have, but I lay back. What does coworker music mean? Is Blooney in the chat? I need his email to send them to send them a jersey. He's not here right now. Okay, here we go.
Hot start, both halves, and they close that map out. So far on Lotus, it's G2.
You get it?
who are
Okay.
up
Thank you.
1-0
Thank you so much.
As far as pistols go, so let's see if MIBR can even that up here with a trap play set up on B.
Okay, they do have a bit of a crossfire here, and there it is before the fault lines come through.
shot.
They come from everywhere, by the way.
Double
It's
rocket
just so
kills.
good. Oh, buddy.
You have rockets? Well, guess what? So do
Beautifully
we.
executed MIBR pistol rounds. And not even Trent can ruin their day. Stunning stuff. Breach and Teho util, and of course Aspas there to follow up.
That is exactly how they drew it up. It's just that simple. Walking right into the trap. Fault line, salvos, Osbos, immediate first tap on the jaw as well is just...
Dude, that is so fucked,
And
man.
the G2 fault line is not great. It's actually very easily sidestepped by Aspas.
That's a big pistol, though.
I mean, if you can guarantee 3 out of 4 times you're winning those pistol rounds, it puts you in such a good spot in the series, and it puts MIBR 1 round from evening up the game.
That might be the fastest round we get in this entire series. If we're being
The rounds have
honest.
been running
G2,
so
even
fast.
Though they don't get the spike down on attack, they
The last
still
7
want
rounds
to
of this
force.
game
They
have been like 30
stingers,
seconds.
Light armors, they're ready to go.
And one thing we saw from MIBR when they were on defense,
This one looks to
against
be the
them,
same.
They did want to fight Rubble.
Well, it's
for
a force,
one. They've
actually.
got this neon. They want to get value from Aspas, obviously being able to come from odd positions.
They're going to stun Molly.
No, this is a position that Osbos wants to be in. He's the guy with a Vandal, taking a longer range look at this main door when G2 come out. Wants to be able to spray at range.
Oh, they're lurking through.
Paranoia in the hands of Cortesia. We forced off here,
Wow.
TPing away from those
Wait,
servers.
he
It
gets
takes
a
small
kill?
amount of damage.
I like what they did, though.
Right behind Jorgamo,
They
tap on the
sneak
shoulder,
up,
and a
then
headshot
use
to
the
stinger.
util
Keeps
and
it
try to
even in
catch
this
him
round.
as he's running away if he's there.
There's a chance
But
maybe Osbos can
he's
throw
still
that
got to kill
Vandal over
somehow.
to Shenum trade for the Stinger, so a guy with full armor can get the best weapon available in the server right now.
Oh my god.
Stealth drone going to get some information towards B for Trent and allow G2 an opportunity to slowly creep towards this A site.
All things considered, you're holding a bunch of stingers in your G2. You're pretty happy to get so much space taken there on A Rubble already. Now you're within striking distance of a site. You use one more wave of that initiator util, and Bob's your uncle.
Uh-oh, they're getting close.
Going to rip that fault line. Verno could be in trouble. They're closing.
Getting
the distance
flashbacks
right
to
now. He wants to
EG.
back up. He's going to have to try and stun himself. Shenum on the
You
swing
give
to
G2
protect
too
him,
much
however.
space, bro.
Right weapon for it too. Snakebite doesn't really.
They run
hit.
with it.
And
But
G2 trying to
it
save
looks
their
okay.
util to stop MIBR's presumed flood. So they get in the side for free, almost.
After this flash, that'll be the last piece of util they have left. Salvos as well. Now it's just going to come down to the gunplay. Can MIBR trade out for each other effectively?
Cold steel, white knuckle grip on these guns for G2. These thingers have got
Wow.
to sing. Aspas for 1.
Good timing.
Trent those having to get
Verno's
into the
low.
game
They're
now.
both
1
low.
versus 2, but look how low they are. They've been
Wait,
away
how's
with
it not a
Spray,
kill?
haven't. Classic out.
Dude.
Aspas catches him through the corner
Damn,
of the
Trent had
masonry.
that. They were
And
so
we have
low. How's that
ourselves
first
an
one not a
even
kill?
Barely
Wow.
getting away with that, scraping by. G2 had such an explosive entry into Rubble when we saw Cortesia put in that high-pressure situation
That's
early
about to
on.
save them.
He goes 1 for 1. That's the absolute best you can ask from this guy. Look at what's happening.
Yeah.
It's such a difficult position to play yourself out of. Shenum does great work protecting Verno there. And then legit, it actually comes down to them having better weapons and getting like better spray penetration through the wall.
Now, something that's fun to look for from MIBR is they'll take that Rubble fight on A. They'll do it on C as well. They'll fight for Mound. They'll do it round after round, but they're going to be set up for it again this time. And
Oh.
Aspas meets Valen head to head. Still a bit of an awkward one for G2 weaponry.
What?
Why Sheriff's for them. Singing out well enough as Aspas got caught by an aftershock in the end.
This next kill's big.
Despite having these bad weapons, the
Leaf's
fact
being
that
a
they pick up
rat.
2
Come
players
see, come
from
see.
MIBR
Go
is a
see.
testament to how
Now the question
explosive
is,
this
does
G2
Jonah
entry is
P
into Rubble.
get
It
caught
is
by
fantastic stuff. Leaf has
Shenum?
inserted
There's
himself
no
into
way Leaf is going to be able to clear him
location
out.
of the map
Oh, he
where
heard him. Shenum heard him.
defenders spawn.
Shenum heard him.
So we'll see if
Yeah,
he
this
can
is
find
no
the
way.
timing to just
There's
backstab
no way
someone,
Leaf is going
get
to
a
flank
rifle.
mounts,
Hey,
right?
maybe there's a
Jonah
chance
P is
for
going to peek
G2,
before
yeah.
then.
G2 have been spending more than teams tend to do after
If he
losing
waits
that
for him, that's
pistol,
insane
which is why they've
patience.
yet to get rifles in their
Oh, he
hands.
found him!
Sheriff does just as
my
well.
God, he sees
Shem
him
there
from
plucked out of
sight.
that position,
You're
and that
kidding
opens the
me,
door now for
dude.
Jonah to come right on through.
Oh
Get that
my
spike in.
God.
And instead of
Bro.
going for the gun, Leaf is going to opt to try and get into another unexpected position to just get a free back.
They're going back to no.
Or at that, I mean, hell, Jonah could leave this site if he really wants to.
And he might.
Yeah,
They're
that's going to be
leaving.
the decision.
And again, he's happy. He says, I've drawn out a lot of this initiator util. Of course, it's only Teho and Breach that are left, so I've got to be wary
Back
of
to
that.
C?
He got a bit for free.
Yo, what the fuck? They're playing, they're toying with them.
Today. Verno with a special delivery.
He's worried about the
He's just
second
so scared
guy.
that Jonah is going to swing off of Leaf's contact.
And Jonah's gone elsewhere, bro. He's gone to A. Verno now
Oh
has
my
to extricate
God.
himself.
Does he clear this corner? Oh my God, there's
the
no
hand
way
for
he's
Jonah.
playing here. This
Armor,
is so
he's
risky.
in a decent spot.
Oh,
He knows where Verno's coming from.
oh my God, does
He's in
he
the perfect
clear
spot
the
too.
corner? Do pros
Biding his
clear
time.
corner? He
Patient
does.
killer with the barrel will be... No!
What? I thought he would clear for sure.
Crumbles to dust right before MIBR's eyes.
Oh
It's
my
another
God.
Sheriff round for G2. A ridiculous one to win, but hey,
Wow,
that's just what they do.
man.
And Leaf was everywhere on the map. They could not locate him.
What a wild
on his
round,
flank
dude.
efforts, and he just gets away with 2 free kills in that 2 versus 3.
Leaf is too fucking
He played that
smart.
situation so well.
He's too
at
smart.
22 and 11 right now on the Viper.
These kids are getting cooked.
These kids are getting cooked.
Willing
Dude, he's
them
too smart, man.
into this grand final. I mean, hell, he willed them into this lower final yesterday. He's gotten them over the finish line. He's gotten them into Toronto, and now he wants to get them another trophy.
Oh my God.
Hudson says, nah, never
Famous
mind,
last
I'm
words.
gonna
These
spend
kids
me
are
down
getting
that shot.
cooked. He gets fucking one tap through an
Just
orb.
Had almost forgotten what Artisan's been able to produce this series. He delivers a quick reminder.
He overheated, bro.
Teo Util's gonna
That's
clear the
karma?
upper
Is that
spot.
karma, chat?
Shit on now knows he's about to get a good
Is
look.
that
Trent
instant karma?
will be able to reveal him. And he'll have to move away from this aftershock. Slow and steady. G2 expending that Util now on the way in.
Oh my-
what a relay bolt though. Not able to capitalize on it. Shenum down. Verno here with the Sheriff on the corner. A lot of shots coming in through the boxes as G2 want to overwhelm, and they
Wow.
do. They are hungry to get this lead extended.
Just so many little things that G2 do right. Jaw waiting for Jonah to be the one who actually swings out. A guy with more HP so he doesn't go down, lose his rifle. Now they're into the 4-on-3, and what a timing to catch it to Artsin.
And he had the Rolling Thunder. He was lining up some of that Util.
That's poetic justice.
Smacked back down, and now MIBR have got
Trying
to
to get his
consider
Yoru
how
ult.
much they want to commit.
Okay, that's a nice little peek from Cortesia. Go to teleport into the dark cover.
Cortesia's going for it quiet
Nice
so
try.
far today, and he will remain muted. Aspas is
try.
going to do something crazy there, and Jonah P established order in the sacred timeline at C2 now, building that lead up once more. MIBR at least have a chance to buy in here.
Jonah comes up with a great three-piece. Jaw finds the entry, but then he's so weak, and look at this. He lets Jonah be the first one to round the corner against that Sheriff, so he doesn't go down to one single body shot. And from there, he's just on cleanup duty.
I mean, at that point, you're improvising. As MIBR, you're TPing onto a side as Cortesia when there's a fast lane up. Now, though, more to work with, and still that breach ultimate.
All right, full
kept by
buy.
Artisan.
Oh, posture check, hydration check.
Aspas going to play off of the standard one-way dark cover that's thrown over towards Mound. Hazard's in to throw a fault line for him if contact is taken.
Door toggled by Aspas. Enough to see the drone. Verno also checking with his own over towards the A side to see if there's more than just the token lurk. Aspas down to 5. Magic
got
number
out.
for him though. Off we run.
And in the meantime, Leaf had been slowly trying to get his way up towards A, but was caught by Verno's stealth nerf.
Nah,
Nah.
Nah, Leaf jinxed himself. I'm not gonna lie. He jinxed himself.
The hubris there.
The most casual of walks I've ever seen.
That spells his team into a 3 versus 5, where now it's
They're
trying
taking
to
ones now.
explore, trying to find an opening, but everything is
Aspas
being
and
covered
Tarik
by
always
MIBR.
play so controlled and calm.
No
Retweet.
way of gaining it. Play disadvantage. The upshot is that he can still keep putting pressure next round with some of these weapons. But now Verno and Artisan both develop those ultimates. Jonah P has a look. Valorant 2100 might fancy trying to keep a lid on this money.
Polar
MIBR.
bear in
Going against
Arlington.
Artisan, he will be big.
Some damage would not hurt. Right call here from Artsin, though. Backing off, going to play very passively.
Valen tracking that corner.
10 seconds left.
Fundamentals looking good for Artisan.
Nice try.
Jonah smacks him. Next up's Verno. Spacing I wouldn't say is sublime, but Verno's got the moves. Nice slide outward.
Money, money, money. They have
Now,
money.
keeping it competitive. MIBR on this defense side are getting
3
a lot more
ults.
done than they could against Sen.
Pause.
They've done a nice job on that round there of just applying that early C-mount pressure. It was this fight with Aspas able to isolate onto Jaw, slide away, and then Leaf feels like it's time for him to go. Because he had already gotten spotted out by that drone, there was a high awareness to his presence if he does try to push forward. So
just fucking lean back here a bit.
What?
Actual
All right.
big bro.
I'm giving Verno like it. I'm giving Verno like an 8 out of 10. Aspas, of course, perfect marks.
He's the
always.
OG. He's
Yeah,
still
yeah.
he's still learning.
There's
from
like a
his
little
big bro.
hitch. There's like a little hitch halfway down. You know, can't
Right,
allow
it wasn't
that.
smooth the entire. Yeah, there was a
Exactly.
little stutter. Look at there though. Keep working. Still his rookie year.
I mean, again, those two are...
He's learning from the best.
They're very cute. Little Vernozine.
They are two cute little guys.
Yeah.
With their, with him changing his
Instagram tag. Yeah.
Aspas is not leading anymore because Verno's copying
It's
him.
cool, man. It's just, it's cool to see something that rarely works out. And what I mean is like a foreign player coming into a team that previously been speaking probably Portuguese, but I mean, we know everyone on MIBR, we talk to them all the time. Like, their English is awesome. They've welcomed Verno with open arms, and it seems like it's a match made in heaven. Is it enough to get him over the line on Lotus?
Juicy game?
Luckily for them, they were able to save 4 of those
yeah, it's been a sweaty match for sure.
Their economy was on the line, so they'll be able to buy here and buy the next at least.
It's ramping up.
Buy in the next because G2 have hell
it was 6-1 G2. They brought it back 7-5, and here we are.
Fair, this should be an explosive round. Again, this dark cover is being thrown down immediately, but it's Jaw with a dimensional drift going to run through B, send the great
12 hours is crazy, bro.
Towards the door, getting a lot of info towards Waterfall. What does the C setup look like for MIBR?
Okay,
they get into the site.
No way! Oh, the
dude!
Aspas not ready for that at all.
Dude!
Down. Jorgamo now needs to respect this.
Dude, he had a freebie.
And Jay crashes on out to a relatively safe place. Here's
Oh,
now
he's so
rolling
dead.
thunder. It's wave upon wave of
Oh my
G2
god, the
from
guy's
G2, of course,
stunned.
at least
Bro,
would leave.
9 out of 10 times, the guy stunned gets a kill.
G2 are out of there.
Nice shot.
1 for 1, and now Jaw is caught by Shen.
Wow, they actually brought it back.
Jaw had put them in such an excellent position, saw the Cortezia, he had made that teleport forward. That's why the Rolling Thunder was sent out, and he still goes 1 for 1 while stunned, and then Artzin instantaneous
ult? He did, right?
follow-up. Beautiful trade from him. He is so on point today. This might be the best game we've seen from Artzin since the first game, actually, of this stage, where he dropped some unreal numbers on the breach.
And he's doing it without a judge. It's been real nice. But that Cortezia kill might have been the pivotal one.
Jonah P.
Again, the money's just teetering
Right.
here, but G2, it's not in a good place at all. Trent's out of util entirely. Drones
Wow,
once
he's so
and there's
aware.
Jonah. It had to be a solo mission.
1v3?
Trent will try and drag
For the
himself out of
books?
these salvos he can. 1 versus 3. It's
One?
dicey. Already Artezine's
There's
down.
ult.
He'll fall back. Trent, can he?
Oh,
So
if he gets that
catch
kill?
Roberto. Will
Let's
sink
try.
his teeth in. Once more, we're tied up.
Dude, it's
G2
tie
had all of the
game.
information. They made the right plays
Ah,
there, but
shit.
the gunfight
No
for
rockets, no
MIBR,
win.
They are just shooters, top to bottom, this entire roster. Late into stage 1, when you were looking at the stats comparison of their players to the entire field of VCT, they had the tightest distribution of stats. All of their players were putting on star performances on any given day. And right now, in a round like that, you have Shenum picking up a huge kill over towards the A side. Artzin with that rapid trade. Cortezia somehow finding his in the stun.
Haywatch ain't
There's just
strong
no one on the
yesterday.
squad you can go
It's
up
hard to
against and
Haywatch
not
here
feel
because
you're in
like
danger.
both
This
teams are
map is building
qualified.
now to a pretty explosive climax.
There's
Round
not as
19
much on
coming
the
up, and our
line,
teams
even
are
though there
9
is
apiece.
with the finals, like the
Like we
seeding.
mentioned that previous round. Money troubles for G2.
Doesn't hit as hard.
Just a Guardian at best for them. Wow.
So it's kind of just a good game, you know? Like both teams are
Match over towards that
playing
A side.
well.
Again, fast trade, Ospas hungry for more.
And he knows
This
he's
is
got the
sweaty.
advantage. He knows he's got the better weapon.
Oh.
One of the
Oh.
sharpest individuals we have here in Americas. But he still respects
Leaf is getting shut
the
down
numbers from G2
ever
and
since
backs
he made
away.
that comment, bro.
But implies with that fast lane that he might have gone in the waterfall direction. So we'll see if they check this. Weird angle. Pulls the trigger a little too early. Still gets away. Plot
Neo,
out
is that
release for
you?
Aspas as well, it seems.
They heard him.
One enemy remaining.
Trent?
Sheriff, just the
Dude,
Sheriff
imagine.
out there on
That's
mound.
right. They're bringing it back,
Tornado will
bro.
sweep him away. We're not in Kansas anymore, Trent.
Eventually just surrounded by MIBR, closing in on them. I just want to draw attention to the first kill. This is Shenum again, over towards this A side. It's been him a couple times. Bruno on a prior round where Leaf has stopped getting value. They
Wow.
are disrespecting
The running
his
gun with the
efforts
Phantom, dude.
to get space on A alone as the Viper. They are having none of it. And what is the response from G2? Well, they're going to send their entire team over towards A and fight for this hard.
Everyone's
They
A.
are so good at this explosive entry. But actually, they're
They're
going
walking
to take it
out.
slow this time. Juxtaposed to the way earlier in this half they were trying to get into rubble.
But they're preserving that util maybe for this second wave.
The jump spot, dude. Here we go. Soon.
Cortezia.
Let's see how patient they are.
Paranoia in position. It's only him and Tree right now, though.
Oh.
Sidestep there. Here comes an Armageddon from the defenders.
Might have been
Eventually
early,
gonna
huh?
Get moving, but Jorg knows he has some time. There's
It's all his
Valon
elbow.
dealt with now heading into tree. G2 brimming
Wait,
with
Valon
confidence. Tony Artesian, he wants to get forward. He wants to get ahead of this.
This could be
They
good.
made that trap play look like a joke. Valen just walks forward with Jaw and
Nope,
they
they're going back.
dismantle the defenders. They're trying to find kills off the Armageddon. That looked like it required less than no effort to deal with.
And where's the trade opportunity? There just is none. G2 just walk up to MIBR, take 2 kills, walk away scot-free.
Shannon, how many does it get here?
Shannon
Call it
again
now.
in a really important position. Last round was the opener. Now it's a second wave.
Ah.
Fence go rolling.
He would have been a good guess.
But eventually Trent can shut him down and still puts G2 at a player advantage. And now MIBR have to come together. Once more, though, it's
Will they
both their
expect Vernal
initiators
to be so
flushed with
close?
util.
Yes. They
This
Viper
round
roll.
is of the utmost importance for G2 to win, and despite having the man advantage, you know they're going to want to use ultimates to get this over the finish line. So there's that Viper's Pit, and just in case, Trent is still sitting on the Armageddon.
Artezian's been a bit slow on this, maybe
Oh, he's
checking
dead.
his back line. Armageddon comes on through. Verno knows he's got to step
He got
forward. He
one.
finds himself the one, eventually falling to Trent's ultimate, though.
Leaf is low, but
And Artesian with 1 flashpoint, 70 points of health, and 2 players to bowl over now.
fuck.
Has to step up to the plate. Nothing
Nah,
to
it's
see.
impossible,
Decay
bro.
down to
Not
1.
gonna lie.
Time working against him. He'll spray. He'll speculate. He'll
Nice
hope.
try.
But hope won't get you there. G2 even it up again.
You know, at the very least for MIBR,
Did I watch
they can walk
Kayak's
away
share
feeling
face? Nah, we gotta see that. I didn't see
content
it.
with getting the ultimates out at the end of that round, forcing G2 to have to expend both of them to get the win.
Damn.
But they're going to be frustrated that
Oh,
this
shots.
trap play they set up was all for naught.
Man.
It was the right idea. They were playing back rubble. They did walk out.
Thank you.
But they could not capitalize off of the G2 positioning being thrown into disarray by all of their utility. They
And they
just
weren't
straight
pressed.
up lost duels.
They weren't pressed, G2, by that Armageddon coming in or any of the salvos. They just stepped out of the way and stuck to the plan.
They looked so disinterested and unimpressed with everything that had been thrown at them.
Is this safe?
It's kind of
Where
funny.
you going?
All right, MIBR, they are in a pretty tricky economic spot. They've got a few rifles into this, and the 2 players with absolutely nothing.
Okay, they got
There's
A
a pit
control.
funnel potentially to B.
They leave
So that's an
Valen.
option.
Push back C.
After he sees the drone come in now, obviously wants to avoid suppression. He does.
Bit of a late
And
recall.
defense is just waiting
Making
to
sure it's
crunch
bring him the
somewhere.
Classic as well. Just no, I don't have the rifle over here.
So now they push B.
Leaf unfortunately can't hide the fact. Aspas steps out, just takes a raw fight.
Labored.
Eventually help comes, but the
Holy
timing was
fuck.
bizarre.
Wait,
Leaf
what?
is cooling off. Trent at least
Trent's
comes in for
got
the
2?
trade and a little bit more shuts down Verno as well and allows the team to pivot here towards this A side.
Mr.
This box
Consistent
never
is
gets
Trent.
cleared, but they're gonna go tree anyway. Oh, they're going C actually.
Man on a mission.
What is
Like
oh,
Solid
Shannon has
Snake
a
with only
rifle, but he's
paper
low.
clipping.
He's walking
Maybe a
through.
rubber band to work with, just the
30
classic.
seconds left.
Or can he cobble the get
Oh.
Stunning for Shannon though. All of a sudden,
Orb,
things look a bit
orb.
more dapple for G2. This is an important round. It's so pivotal.
Him going back,
Shannon,
trying
though,
to dodge
is
the
just a
stun,
stunned
fucked
up
him,
right
bro.
special delivery.
Wait,
He
Breach is
stuck
close
in a
though.
one and done position that G2 are
Wait, the
able to
flank
take
and
advantage
this
of.
guy is
Trent,
close?
life on the
No,
line there.
he had a free
Unfortunately,
kill,
Big Cat
bro.
looked like he was going to.
He had a
Perfect
free
shoot,
kill.
the
He didn't
timing works
know.
against him. Cortesia.
Oh my god.
GPs. It's a fake one, and he's standing right on top of these salvos. It's looking dire. It's looking grim. The upshot is that he can buy in the next round, so let's see what he can rustle up out here. Some vittles, some grub, no. An
Oh
early
my
grave.
god. Okay.
Another
I mean,
three-piece
that
for
was
Jonah
like
P
a
and G2.
like a half investment round.
Giant step forward for this team.
You said it. If there's ever a player that's going to step up that they can rely on, it's going to be Trent. Especially in 2025. He has just always been there for G2 when they need him. Finds the trade for Leaf and then gets the advantage on top of it by winning a second duel towards B main. And from there, G2 have their choice of where they want to finish, which side they want to hit. MIBR forced into
Starting to
the
tilt.
timeout. Earlier on this map, back in the first half, when their first time out was
G2
used
can
by
only
Coach
win on
Frog, he
timings
put
and
them
luck.
on a
Holy.
run. They got 3 rounds in a row to make their attack half decent enough to stay in this game, to hang around. And that's where they're at. Let's see if he can do it again and get them over the finish line. Steal away G2's home map, which they've only lost 1 time on this year.
But it was recent. Proper recent.
There, it was yesterday, matter of fact. It actually just happened. It's the last time they played it is yesterday. and they're still having nightmares about Ye clutching on them with a Sheriff, winning 1v3s.
MIBR, and they springboard into this second half after a bit of a slow start to Lotus with a big pistol round win. And since then, they've managed to gather some crucial rounds together. 7-5 half, recoverable for them. They still are behind the 8 ball to a degree, and their opponents in G2 are armed to the teeth. They've got a dimensional drift for Jorgamo here as well.
Ospas just the stinger, but of course that's because he has the overdrive, going to try and get some serious value with that ult, and it looks like aggression is the idea from MIBR. All 5 players.
It's
right
always
at
the C crunch,
drop
or like the
VNC.
T-spawn crunch.
Aspas wants to be full.
Damn.
G2 say, we're ready for it.
Poor
They played
bro.
the slow default, expecting the push up, and there's more where that came from, apparently.
Here.
Jorgamo gets behind. He sees that last player at Mound and Artesine.
Wow.
Oh, buddy. Into the waiting arms of Jorg as he tried to escape. This is
Did it
bad
kinda
news.
feel like
Bad
G2
news,
already?
MIBR. The money's in shambles. They take a huge
I mean, we've
risk.
seen not
A
only
gamble
MIBR,
off
but a lot of
Aspas
teams do that shit.
doesn't pay off.
Completely falls flat in the face of G2's awareness that a play like that could be coming.
Why risk on buy round? They were doing okay,
Pretty
arguably.
standard play in the playbook for everyone on Lotus defense, especially when you have the Neon.
Yeah.
Running that
Kind of a
early
set
BC
standard play a little
pinch,
bit.
Straight running at the attacking
Felt like
side.
G2 waited for it a little bit
They
as
were
well.
stacked up, ready for it, and it looked like Jorgamo hit a stunner shot onto Ospas to really just shut that effort down in its entirety. Verno relegated to a slow, sad save.
Thank you for the
G2
resub.
can afford to hunt a little bit.
We saw the stats coming into the game. Verno with a higher KD than Aspas, even though he has a lower ACS, is because we have a lot of rounds like this. Verno is the Teo player, needs to be hanging around late in the round, so often survives, has less deaths than his contemporaries. That's a nice little pick on Leaf, but doesn't really furrow
Their
the
money
brow
is
of
shit,
G2,
bro.
who now stand on map points.
This series might
Doing
go the
pretty
distance.
well weapon-wise, and it's up to MIBR to cobble something together.
Dude.
God, that is
He barely dodged the util.
jaw.
He had a crazy ass shot.
Spamming through the dark cover.
Damn.
Which I also just love that that's being placed again, just displaying how aware G2 are of the situation that's headed their way. One away from tying up this series 1-1. RG2 on their home map of Lotus, intentions of getting out into rubble early. Going to be slowed down.
Whoa,
by that initial
spam.
fault line, and Valent taking
Big
a
spam.
ton of damage. That
Leaf
Guardian
is
high
0 and
bullet
7
pen
after
through
the
wall.
karma
Yeah,
words.
Artesine
Is he
good spray
actually 0-7
early
since
in
he
the
said
round,
that shit?
There was a Viper's
That's
pit already set up
hilarious.
on C. We do sometimes see teams pivot into this pit, and you can clear it, of course, with, I don't know, a Rolling Thunder. Jonapi has one of those. Drone comes out on the B side. He sees the gate crush comes in, so Shenum not sure that G2 have been put off this idea of going C.
MIBR have rotated over
Breach
towards
ult.
B right now, as they have some fair information close A with Cortez.
They gonna breach ult the Viper ults?
playing up close while
Damn.
they are just
They're doing it.
Rolling Thunder Shenum right out of this.
He's likely to be caught by this unless he can tuck in that bottom corner. Unlikely he gets there in time. Trent opens with a drone. Here's a lot of util to flush the pit out. They know where the Viper is, and here comes the Rolling Thunder
He
now.
missed.
Shenum gonna be forced back. Now, can't do much there. Jaws able to run him over. That pit will
Still
dissipate
got him,
now as the
though.
defenders try and get set up here in Waterfall.
Look where
The
Leaf
He's
is.
already so far forward. Jaw on the site
Wow,
itself.
what a dodge.
Just lazily steps out of the way of the incoming util.
Trent is about to have the Armageddon when he gets the swipe down too.
Oh my
Players
god,
out there for
the
G2.
flood.
Straight for Cortesia. Finally gets
What?
in the game.
That was looking so good for G2. I think that first call on
Just
Leaf
as it
was
looked like it
a
was
big
all
one.
done.
Oh my god.
Cortesia steps up and keeps
I don't know how they
MIBR
did
in the
that.
game.
I don't know where he came from. It looked like
I don't
they
know how
had
they did
no
that.
hope whatsoever. Down a man
Oh my
after
God.
Shenum is just routed out of that pit, has no hopes in that situation.
What?
Just the spam through.
What?
Oh my god, he didn't even get back out with the classic.
Nice work, this.
You gotta win those. G2 have a timeout left over coming into this round 24.
Oh my.
What better time to make use of it? God forbid, in their opinion, that things go far enough that we get into OT. That's when we enter the Bizarro world. where everything's made up and the points don't matter, and MIBR could steal the map away.
We all want G2 to lose,
You mentioned the
right?
Armageddon being
Nah, at
developed by
this
Trey in
point,
that
bro.
fight. Never had an opportunity to use it in that round.
I mean, yeah, I guess
were
why
just
not?
So they hit the gas. They were in there way too quickly for Trent to even have an opportunity to let it go off, which is a testament to a good decision from MIBR to not ease up while the spike was being planted. They did not give G2 an opportunity to position themselves. You just have to give credit to Cortezia for manifesting that round win out of thin air. He's been slow to start in this series, but maybe this is the turning point for him individually to really wake up. He has been one of the easy Rookie of the Year candidates.
Either an even series or overtime here on Lotus, where G2 would be
All
at
right,
risk of
guys,
dropping a
down to the
consecutive
wire.
map.
Should I stand up? Maybe I need to get my energy up by
Bated breath
standing.
here, and they can feel the tension in the room. Armageddon available for Trent and Rolling Thunder for Artazine
Feel
just
like
around the corner.
I'm
Looks like
too
we're set for a
stationary,
good
but I
old
didn't
rubble
jump
fight.
today.
Off we go.
Instant fault line going to come through from Artsin, and now G2 trying to scale out.
Joel gets deep, but there's no one there to meet him.
Oh, hell
apparently
no.
found him. That's dirty. He was
This
pushing
A control
forward.
does not work, dude.
G2 sent Joel so deep, and we're already there to back him up.
And now you can see Trent having to run back towards spawn. They're worried that someone from MIBR could be pushed up out of C, pushing up out of B.
Oh, they look nervous. They look extremely nervous.
I think overtime is in the cards. Jinx.
Just used by Cortezia to maintain
Just like that,
control of this A side of the map. G2, they have to re-clear everything. They have no control of Mountain. The dark cover just expired. They're just going to have to pure contact that on the opposite side of the map.
Okay, here comes that aforementioned clear.
Damn!
Too clean!
Damn!
And in the perfect round to get going, he gets it done.
1v5.
Fallon disoriented, surrounded
1v5.
inside the point
1v5. Oh.
And Jenna will put him to bed. This one's headed to extra innings.
Me and Aspas cannot be guarded.
Both sides
I'll
of the
say
map
it.
divided 50-50, and either side completely crushed by the MIBR defensive setup. We demanded that Aspas show up today after such an uncharacteristic underperformance against Sentinels yesterday that's gotten them into this lower bracket spot, and he is making good on that promise. He is stepping up 24 for 17, sick 2K on that final round.
Haphazard rubble fight though for G2. They send the vanguard of Jorg
25.
forward first, and he
Focus
doesn't check
up,
his
buddy.
6. Just gives them the kill for free, and they can't recover from there.
And I gotta mention, at one point, Leaf had 10 more kills than the next highest player on
Leaf has
G2
not
and
got a
was at
kill since he
22
said
and
I'm
11.
cooking these bums.
He has cooled off. MIBR have his number.
He's been a double-O agent so far. After that, here's Trent Doshenham getting taken down. He looks to probe on B, but G2 are very proactive this round. And quickly, Leaf starts to move into a backstab position. This is going to draw Verno away from Mound, but seems very lightly held for G2. They want the retake.
On the flank, just going to keep him in his place with that. Doesn't want to take a fight
Get
to
out
him.
of there.
In some serious danger from
You
that
actually
spam, and he does go
stay
down
and
to Trent.
spam
Spike
back
down, though.
is
MIBR down to 3.
crazy.
But if Aspas is live, anything is possible. Here's Leaf on the other side of the door. Verno, oh, Buddy on the move as well. Cortezio finds one, and here we go
2v3,
once more.
2v3.
MIBR disadvantaged, but in a position to punish a defuse attempt.
Damn.
Oh, there it is, the slide is in. And Aspas has arrived once more. Jonah goes low from that one, walks into a crossfire.
He got away! How did he get away?
Fallon now has to salvage
Oh
the round.
my god, Aspas is too
Daddy's
good.
home.
Oh, did he say Daddy's home?
And that is why
Did he say Daddy's home?
Aspas is the GOAT of Valorant.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable 4K. Uses everything he's got in his arsenal. Rifle, shorty, enough kills to get the overdrive.
Away with elbow, a sharp word, flick of the wrist, and it's job done.
Wow.
Oh man, that gives me chills.
Wow.
Trent looks stunned at what just happened. That was a 5 versus 3 advantage for G2.
Wow.
Oh, buddy.
Wow.
Gotta be a tense timeout for G2. Even around 24, they looked a little bit shaken, especially after the Jorgamo foray didn't work. How are they feeling right now? You think some of the narrative coming into this game was that the stress was off them a little bit. They've made Toronto, but it means so much to them to get such a big leg up. Clearly, this game is one they are so hungry to win, but they have let, bit by bit, brick by brick, MIBR build back into this game. And now, they're one round away from taking it and going 2-0.
Oh my
G2
God.
Taking a moment to just
G2 might choke.
Let the
They just might go ahead and
frustrations ease out of
choke.
their minds from that last round, knowing you were in position to have that
50
13-12
push-ups,
lead,
50.
to be one round away from getting to that third map, tying up the series 1-1. But now they are on the precipice
Own Jinx.
of being one map away from knocked out in third place. MIBR could get this series up to a 2-0 lead if they can convert this one defensive
Lotus is
round.
Aspas's map, huh?
Aspas forward on mound, but he's got two other players to back him up, other crossfires to hold. Relay ball thrown out, and man, the correction is stunning.
Oh my God, just wait.
Completely unhinged, but Artazine, the safe pair of hands, they're willing
Imagine
to
he got a
trade.
second.
He made a correction. I don't think he could see a thing. He just knows.
This
he
1v1 is the
locked
round.
in. Verno is controlling.
Verno
all of-
pushing?
Hey, Leaf in these situations have been so aggressive, but he's been getting shut down this time. Is Verno the one getting too aggro?
my
Yes, he
God.
is. Leaf bides his time, finds the kill. And now 2 rounds in OT in a row. It's G2 with a man advantage heading into the post plant. They have to get this done. They have to.
Aspas was full blind on his first kill, was he?
MIBR are without their star player. Aspas fell after that kerfuffle on mound. So Shannon and Artazine have got to bring the heat.
Those guys are looking like number 2 and 3 right now on the team, though, if we're being real. That is still a potent duo to go up against.
Guys, I think it's B.
No matter what your advantages are.
Crucially, Fault Line obviously off cooldown, and Artazine has both those flashes because he wasn't involved heavily in that first fight. Not in a position to really use that util anyway.
Hudson just has to use his Fault Line to try to get back into B main safely.
Viper.
He needs to go through the door.
They're playing
Again, so there's creeping
triple
up on this line. Ooh,
broken,
G2 grouped here in Baby
triple
Door.
baby
And no one's
door.
looking to wrap around. Snakebite here could be pretty rough as well. Artazine doesn't know if there's anyone upper. Paranoia comes. Oh, bite of his two on the line. That's tough. And it's Shenham. 1 versus 3. Leaf to step up first. The spacing's got to be perfect here for G2, but they've got the numbers, and Shenham doesn't feel
Leaf
confident
said,
for a DQ.
Leaf said, back up, I'll
Now,
handle
but there's
him.
more where that came from.
Oh, fuck.
That's 2. And still
That's
no
fine.
time to work with. Valen knows
Damn,
it. It
son
will
of-
fall.
Damn,
G2
son.
somehow survived the round.
That just ends up being a 3K for the stat sheet only.
He be hitting those
G2
shots, though.
playing to their advantage of time and numbers to close that
Yeah,
out
G2
in
played it well. G2
textbook
played it well.
fashion.
They played it well. They did play it well.
OT continues that unbelievable round from
I didn't see
Aspas going
Aspas's
up
kill,
in
fuck.
smoke.
Yeah, just a memory now. Just one for the highlight
Nice shot
reel.
from Jonah.
We have reset things. Now, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but Aspas in overtimes on Lotus, well, we had a record-breaking performance from him last year. 47 kills, the current America's kill record. And speak of the man.
So fast. Oh my God, he's still going.
Oh my goodness! Jonah
Dude!
There's only so far the
Wait,
insanity
is
can
that
go.
Aspas?
Apparently
I
there's
thought I was
still a
watching
player as
Jogamo.
well. I say that.
I don't know why I thought I was watching
Player
Jogamo.
advantage
That was
dissipates
Aspas.
very quickly.
Jogamo's on Yoru, but still, it felt like I was
Verno
watching Jogamo play.
Always finds himself in
That
this
felt
position.
like that's how Jogamo would move.
That's just the clone running forward. Has to clear out heaven, face towards Baby Door. Needs to get the spike
Why
down
is MIBR
against
throwing? Why not?
enemy Tejo. Currently, Trent doesn't
Retweet.
have those missiles, but they will be cycling back up soon.
Still a minute to figure this out.
I got a point,
All
though.
the util that Verno was going to have this round is back on deck. Really, what are you supposed to do? The economic side of saving.
Yeah, everyone who says
not a
Aspas
factor
base is
here
in
in
shambles
overtime,
right
and it's
now.
something Verno
Because he's
normally
literally
opts
running
for.
it down.
In these situations, he just holds the weapon.
Is there any universe Verno can 1v3 them? Any universe, 35 seconds, one guy's on flank.
Verno's-
Spike down B, two guys baby door.
He's allowed for a lot of time.
Verno, prove to
30
us
seconds left.
30 to play. The spike's been known
why
and
you're
noted
him.
by G2, so no risk of them just
Let me
drifting
see
off
what
to
you
other parts
got.
of the map.
20 seconds, bro.
He's
Any day now.
really hoping that someone on G2 would overplay this situation. And
Go
show
see, bro.
themselves
If you hear
it's
me,
not
go
going
see.
to happen, and it's resulted in time just dwindling
All right, bro.
so
10
low
seconds,
for
bro.
him.
No time here at all, really. Got to push into this
All
fight,
right.
and it's taken down.
Nice try? Question mark? Nice try,
Foregone
smile.
conclusion. Takes us another minute to realize it, though. And now G2 get themselves
Switching
ahead.
sides.
Win that defense side round
Match point.
to convert now for the map.
Go, go, go.
Was going crazy on this entry. That first kill onto Joni was so sick. But then catches in the blink of an eye. You're talking about them having man advantage, and suddenly G2 just peek from 3 different angles and get 3 different kills, and all of a sudden it's over. I mean, even Fraud, you see his face there. That's the exact moment where he realized everybody died in an instant. It's like, what just happened? And that was my reaction too. All right, G2 1 away from tying up the series.
And a characteristic 3-player mound fight setup. This time G2 don't want to test. The stakes, perhaps a little too high. They'll counter smoke out the one way. And head for Pastures Green. That's the A side, which looks like Stardew Valley by comparison. It's just Verno.
Grenade is live. Gets the stun onto Trent, but ultimately very irrelevant. He is going to be under a lot of pressure and knows he just needs to get out of here.
He's playing off. It's good.
Sneon up and sees those salvos come in. Leap will surely follow them up. And Verno on the move. Still buddy!
Down A.
Rips them apart. Cortesia does drop Spike. Out there on the A side, though, loose as Verno gets it dropped. And now Artisan's here to back him up. Fallon is tucked. Now the waiting game is MIBR want to flood back in. It hurts them. It works against them. It's up to Verno.
What just happened?
The Spike's headed away. It's been recovered. And again, Verno has to clutch this time to save the map.
The whole team showed up to support Verno, but then they just did too much. They already had the advantage. Forced G2 to make the move. They wanted to end that round right in that moment, but it's left Verno, who was the hero at the beginning of this, finding that 2K.
It's so hard.
In a nearly impossible situation against Trent, who has missiles and the Armageddon at his disposal.
GG.
Surely that is too much to ask for. Surely that is too much. Verno here.
The plant spot is crazy too.
Gives it a tap and the Armageddon is expected. Verno lingers, hoping someone plays off of it. It's G2 after all. There's no way that's happening. Time getting shorter. Salvos here at the foregone conclusion. A deterministic round. And WAP.
It's not
map
cringe.
win
It's
here
G2,
for G2.
bro.
Verno can only await his fate. It's signed and sealed. G2 take their map.
Trent coming up so huge in that last round to get them 3 kills, bring them over the finish line. MIBR were in prime position to keep that OT going, but they overplayed the situation, and the Tejo from G2 punished them for it. He ends up with 28 kills on the map out of nowhere. Trent tops the board for their team. Osboss with a sick performance, even for his standards, but it just wasn't enough. G2, they took 1 loss on Lotus. They got knocked down, but they got right back up. This still looks like it is just their go-to home map. The way they play defense is phenomenal.
And it all starts with that slick pistol. This jump shot from Aspas was pretty absurd. But by and large, it was a first half where G2 were able to punish, were able to exploit. Jorgamo with stopping power like this made it really hard for Aspas to be successful as an attacker. Drawn out that first half. It was really difficult. But of course, MIBR, they break back. That second half comes in and they win the pistol. And we've seen this before. They start to run away with these rounds. Ridiculous clutch moments now. A really competitive map. This is going to be a great series from here on out.
Yeah, it looks like we're on for a 5-map banger, if I'm being honest. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but these first 2 maps have been incredible. And you still just have to respect MIBR for even pushing G2 to their absolute limit on Lotus.
Stay locked to this channel, folks. If you bonkers go anywhere else, we're headed over to the desk to break down this map number 2 and then map 3 in a best of 5 for that spot in the finals will be coming up.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What's good, Ludwig? You trying to go to the spa? When you sneeze, does your taint hurt? What the fuck are you talking about, bro? Did he get hacked? There's no way Ludwig would ask some weird shit like that, right? That's even out of his reach. Define taint. Nah, I should fucking go away forever. I mean, retweet. Retweet in the chat. I guess I'm stupid. You're not stupid, bro. You're just different. And that's okay, man. It's okay, dude. It's okay. I just know that it's not you coming up with these questions, bro. It's got to be Slime, bro. It's not something you would say. He's got to have someone cooking this shit. Let's just chat about it at the spa. If you guys haven't heard, Ludwig keeps trying to take me to this nude spa because he's trying to see my dick. But like, I won't give in easily. But I will give in eventually. I'm playing hard to get, yeah. I am. I do be playing hard to get. Why not, dude? I need clips to watch. Wait, Ludwig, are we doing that thing tomorrow or nah? Are you still here? We should skip, no? Bro, how can he leave already? It's been 5 seconds. This guy, he does not do anything all day. I'm telling you guys. He actually doesn't do anything. He must still be here. I remember a long time ago, I was asking about Ludwig about his schedule. I think he said he sends like an hour, hour and a half a day of just watching other people's streams so he can find content to steal and do it himself. But there's not much here, bro. I'm not going to lie, because you ain't going to be able to watch the Valorant games. I'll be honest, bro. Videos!
Dude, I have not feel like being like, is anyone else like this?
What the fuck is this, man? No more videos. That's it. It's ruined. No more. That's it. That's enough, bro. You try and do something nice for once, bro. Where's the kayak ace?
That thought for the time being, kayak. Now Fnatic will hold that thought for the time being, kayak. What? What? No! No way! Is this Give it to him! Give it to him! Give it to him!
I can do that.
You could pull map 2 into your favor.
I think we were missing some proactivity on defense. I think our attack, we were just kind of reading them really well. Like we knew how they were playing, but on defense, like we just didn't know enough. Before you know it, we're down in a hole, and it comes down to these like tight rounds where obviously every team can win like a C post plan or whatever, right? So I just want it back into our control, and that was my message going to map 2. It still was a little shaky. I wanted more decisiveness from my players, but they're stepping up. It's good.
Are you ready for more rounds, more overtimes, more maps?
At this point, it's expected. I'm so exhausted, man. I'm so exhausted.
Well, all right, best of luck in next map. Thanks as always.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I've been hate watching G2 for weeks now. This shit doesn't end, dude. How are they playing every single day, bro? Every day. I feel like I'm just I'm just becoming a hater. Being a hater is not a good thing, I don't think. Maybe we should stop hate watching. Should we start love watching? I mean, I guess we do love watch the team they're playing. All right, last 25 push-ups. Did anyone do push-ups with me? I'm at 75. I'm going for 100. Anyone? No? I'll go fuck myself. Cool. Actually, Rin? W. Ooh. What the fuck did this guy just say? Bro just ducks from the camera, then pretends to be out of breath. Now, that'll be some W acting, though. Fat Batty 109 said, the year I turned 30, I did 115,000 push-ups, average 300 a day. Yeah, we believe you, Fat Daddy. We believe you, bro. Keep it up, bro. You're him. You're him, bro. You're him, bro. Shut your hating ass up. A pointless amount of push-ups. Oh, you're talking about me or him? Shit. I don't even know who he's talking shit to, and I started swinging at him. Damn. Ah, fuck. Nah, I'm weird. You're right. My bad. Bro is perma defensive. Would you guys say I'm a defensive person? Answer honestly.
Performance from the last match and close
He doesn't
matches
say
in
yes,
this
though. I know
series.
you- I know
What
how
was
you
the
guys
focus
operate, bro.
for
I know how you guys
MIBR
operate.
coming in to make sure you
I know
can
how you guys
really
operate,
bring
bro.
the match to
You guys are
G2?
rage baiters. You guys try to get me mad.
Getting strong starts. I mean, we didn't get a strong start on Lotus there. We were down 6-1. We were able to bring it back, but I think on Haven that really helped us out, like starting our halves really good. So that was a big focus of ours to really start out like guns a-blazing. And also we spent like 2-3 hours last night going over a lot of different stuff. Talking about our game plan, some of the mistakes that we were making. So, you know, it's helping us a lot, but we still got to tidy up some stuff and hopefully we take this series.
Anything you gave them imparting that wisdom at the beginning of the day, you let them know before they headed up against G2 in the lower finals here?
Just to put faith in the practice and the game plans and stuff like that. If they're not working or we have to make adaptations, I'll pause and I'll make some changes. But overall, just really put full faith in what we talked about in our setups, our new game plans, our new stuff, and just, you know, go at it.
All right, best of luck in the series. Thank you.
Shut the fuck up, D-Cab. No.
Looking ahead over towards Split as well. Valen, that player.
The fuck is this comment? All right, everyone post one thing they're grateful for in the chat right now. Apart from me and you. I like it. 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 My girlfriend, my mom, my family, my dog. Your girlfriend. Who said your girlfriend? You talking to my girl? Nah. Chill, bro. There's a line to this shit. There's a limit to this shit, bro. You better fucking watch yourself, dude. Because I know I said I'm not defensive, but I'll get defensive real fucking quick, dude. You are not talking to my imaginary girlfriend, okay? That I guarantee. I'm a nurse and I'm thankful to be a part of their health journey. Holy fucking W. I'll start crying right now. Say I won't cry. Say I won't fucking cry. Say I won't cry right now for 5 Prime subs. W nurse. W nurse. W nurse. Shout out to all the nurses in the chat. Go Valorant. And who? What the fuck? Go Valorant sign. Nah, that is cringe. That is. Who the fuck would say go Valorant? Nah, that is. Nah. I will not be caught dead. Bowling Kid, thank you for the 5 gifted. Love.
Well, look, like Aspas on the Jet. It's another of the more
Here we go.
classic the types of comps here. And we
Who the
got
fuck said let's go G2?
It's MIBR.
That guy's gonna get fucking laid out.
Of having Aspas on Jet where he thrives with still integrating the necessary meta components.
Yo, Aspas is so aggressive on these pistols. Wait, Leaf? Nate, what are you doing? Nate, you still there? You went up?
Has to linger, caught inside some of that util. Now the
Wait,
activity comes from
that's where Aspas plays.
Jorg wanted the long range fight, but Aspas on the
Wait,
go.
Aspas is playing like Jogamo, and Jogamo's playing like Aspas. Does anyone see what I'm seeing? No joke.
Goes for the jump peek, so Verna could follow it up, get an easy kill. Jonah pressured by the drone, forced back as the spike is going down. Verna with the trade again.
Thank you for the 5 gifted,
I
Tab.
think there for the attackers.
I'm sorry for yelling at you.
They'll
Only because
eventually
you
be able to
gifted
get the
5
spike
though.
down properly, and Jonah will play off a flash and a recharged fault line to come in for a retake clutch.
All right, yo, Shannon posted up in hell. Verna would love to draw the attention to him, and he does just that.
Let's go, MIBR.
No awareness of Shannon's close-up position in hell. All too easy for him to pick up that kill and get MIBR another pistol round.
Derek, can you please remind Rob to check his DMs about my international giveaway?
Is that 4-1 on pistols?
If you remind me when he's in the call for the Qbert match, I got you. But otherwise,
Here's that play.
try to DM him again or just remind me during the Qbert match.
The numbers really favoring MIBR towards the end. Shannon flying in wait.
I'm sure he checks his DMs.
Perfect beginning on this
I think
attack
his DMs
side
are open. It's
already.
crazy.
Pandas for Aspas and Verno, they are going for it. G2, don't fancy a stinger by here.
What does getting you first in America get you for Toronto? First place seed skips the Swiss stage, which means you go straight to playoffs, right, chat?
You may just get his wish. Valen has pressed up into that corner. Surely MIBR re-clear that.
Leaf is spotting through. So now
is playoffs double a limb? I would guess it is. It always is. Playoffs are double a limb, so first seed from each region skip Swiss stage, and you get extra champ points. And that's about it.
Had to. All right, pivot into B main now from this MIBR team. Should
Tarik, shush, I'm trying to watch. I'm fucking trying to watch too. People keep asking dumbass questions in the chat. I'm just kidding.
But the thinkable would be that he goes 1 for 1. That's his hope.
Extremely thinkable that. Okay, there it is, 1 for 1. You called it.
Down, B.
Dr. Valorant has spoken. And that's it really for G2 on this site. Come back in now as Sheriff Shorty and a classic.
Skipping Swiss stage is gonna make you rusty? Nah, it's worth it, bro. We can work through the rust for skipping Swiss stage.
One stray weapon, as those are the 2 guys with the pistol. MIBR want to be able to buy as many rifles as possible for that round 3.
Radage? 3v3?
Not out of the woods just yet.
Yeah, can definitely go for this as G2. You've got a bit of time. Fault line there, they're definitely committing. G2 now will try and unravel the hold. MIBR have on this B side. There's a fight happening in B main. Jorg though just doesn't get any step to it whatsoever.
Pretty good
Classy
eco.
stuff from Trent, but now the odds really feel like they're working against him. Tezzy low. Don't do it to him. Okay, buddy.
What the fuck? Just eye him down.
Sometimes it's good just to, you know, sit and think and not react straight away.
Oh, Cortezia was just a moment away from being able to carry that rifle over, but he can't.
They lost the Phantom for that,
G2 will be more than happy.
Kind of get away with murder there.
Nice.
Absolutely. They'll be happy with all that economic damage that they were able to.
Oh, that was close.
The deal.
We did get that from Jorgamo yesterday. Ridiculous knife kill.
Hands up!
Caught. Oh my god. That's too funny. All right. MIBR, what are they cobbling together here? They've got a couple rifles on account of the players who bought nothing. They literally have just recreated last round's buy into this one. Oh my god, Chaw. That spam was perfectly placed.
Yep. Not hard to see those Sheriff players, so not something you're probably writing home about if you're in MIBR. I think still proceeding apace. You just haven't had any good progress through the middle part of the map. Smoked up by both sides. Aspas might still look to operate around that dark cover as he peeks into the corner. Jaw, of course, has to respect this Teo util. He'll have some to play off himself. Still a clear mid as far as he's concerned. All right, fair enough.
He is happy to just keep taking these fights, play around the smokes that are being cycled top mid.
That rifle gets cycled over to Artazine now as well. But if you notice, MIBR haven't made any big lunges across the map. They're still trying to work on mid. Trying to construct this G2 hole, but Jaw is everywhere. And he's credited with both kills in the round.
G2 have allowed MIBR
Off angle.
space in B Heaven. League playing
Ooh,
on that
nice timing.
off angle. It's just such a strong one, however. And
Dropped.
Bruno
Didn't
is
hear him.
Shot down.
Nate?
Now without being traded by Cortezia.
Oh, yeah, TP just a little too far forward. It was on the corner. That little mechanical misstep is easily punished by Valen. And there's G2 walking out with 4 rifles from their first buy.
Now we'll get to MIBR's full buy. Rifles for all 5, not just 3. Jaw was ruthless with his willingness to fight in mid there. Just spraying through the smoke constantly. Holds that little gapped angle on the left. You can kind of leave open with the dark cover if you want.
Yeah, he sort of
have someone post up.
He reposted back into that room after the salvos came through, and Aspas did
Why
that
does chat only get mad at G2's playstyle and not MIBR's? Because we hate G2 and we love MIBR.
You can see that. Artzin
I don't make the rules, I just follow them.
Fault line here into heaven for Aspas to play off of. Doesn't connect onto anyone, but they've gotten this space.
Okay, Aspas should be able to get to Rafter here. Should he choose? No, it's going to be backside instead. Followed up by some of those more common defender sides cleared out by the salvos.
We're into a full 5-on-5 retake situation now. No ultimates on the board just yet. Cortezia has opted to play
One last
very
question,
far
you don't want the
forward in this
S2
dark cover.
Texas.
He's about
I'm
to be
kidding, I
revealed,
don't
and
know.
Aspas wants to help from the other side, but he's flashed up, exposed.
Knives out, but this is getting a little awkward even for Aspas' liking. Yeah, he's got to concede the position. Verno knows now they're getting chased.
Oh, timing.
G2 starting to get aggressive here on ramp, and it's getting ugly for the attackers. Verno gets his.
Help!
Well, he's got an off angle.
Help me!
Now Cow is
I'm sorry.
alone. Takes one, but that's all she wrote.
I'm cultivating a toxic chat with all this hate watching.
Things get a little more uncomfortable.
Chat thoughts?
The Brazilian side, they were just unable to fight for any space of significance. It was really only Cortezia up in
retweet
heaven
that,
there.
bro.
And then
What the
you could
fuck?
see, yeah, Aspas is trying to fight up ramp at the same time, but it just doesn't work out. G2 overwhelmed them with numbers. The flash onto Cortezia was
The
perfect.
thing is, like, I'm toxic by nature, but like, it's not like real
It feels a little
toxicity.
uninspired for MIBR. Like,
It's like
as
fun
soon as rifles have been a
toxicity.
factor, they milled
You
around
know?
mid a bunch that previous round. Aspas
Like,
down
poke.
early. They mill around A main, and G2 just take a pretty
Poke
aggressive
and laugh,
timing
poke and
to
poke and
overload
laugh.
ramp
That's
with
what
2
I'm looking
players.
for. You know,
So
a
the
little
message
poke there, a little
might
poke
be
here.
MIBR needs to be more
But-
proactive, at least play at a higher pace.
Doesn't come
Aspas
off the same
tried,
over
but
text, maybe.
There's nothing to find.
All gathered up outside of A again.
Look at what I named this
MIBR.
emote.
Frankly, you saw.
Wait, what the fuck?
straight
It's called
up
G2 Hate
5-man
Watch, and it's the MIBR flag.
Again, send from them yesterday.
Poke and probe, is that the term?
Does Jonah get spotted on that shoulder peak? It's likely.
Sit down, why am I standing? I'm not
Gang
gonna lie.
crash set up by
I feel like I
George.
have to
Pretty
stand
heavy
because
mid-focus for G2.
I might fall over to the side if I sit
Just
right
Jonah
now.
and A. Just one
I need to,
token
like, I need
defender
to
in
stay
heaven,
moving.
which means the push through A main is technically open.
G2 was so convinced of something happening in mid, to the extent that Jonah was also ready for a fault line there. But now off that jump spot, sees Artzin. That is going to give the game away. The breach is over on A ramp. G2 are pushing behind them already.
Jonah has board about 7 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at the position of the G2 players in sewer. They're getting close. And there's a teleport into sight. Okay, Valen denied.
Valen will still get there on a
Blank!
decent timing, though. MIBR, I think they're trying to set up in Raptors, but here comes Jaw. Shen on the loose end, now
You're
down.
all
All of
big.
MIBR trying to group up here in heaven in the site, respectively.
Oh,
in lead.
wow.
He's off the boil. Passpot's gets
Wait,
the
this
better.
Armageddon is so good. It's forcing all of G2 out, but Jaw's collecting the kills backside.
Jaw, I mean, G2 will fight in the sun or inside. Doesn't seem to bother them. Aspas and Cortezia here now have to go for it. Aspas just away with
Oh!
would take the man down. Now it's up to Trent. All of a sudden, this has fallen apart.
Oh,
Aspas knows
imagine.
approximately Trent is heaven side. 7 bullets left. 7 kills for Aspas in the game. What opponent to take
Oh!
Extra.
Wait, how does he
step
do
taken
that?
To the right.
He saw Trent
Converts
and
for the
ran,
Red Bull
then
clutch.
shot him. How did that
A
work?
pretty important one at that.
You guys
Now
see what he just
MIBR
did?
can start to build that bank a little bit more.
How?
Look how this played out.
Aspas is on fire today. Getting that first kill, and then from heaven, eventually just needed one bullet to connect on Jaw while he was sticking it.
What was it, like a crouch into step? Sick movement. Knocking up.
Oh, no, 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 no.
G2 still have enough cash to buy, though everything is going to be on the line for them here.
And now that sort of mid-play they were conditioned to expect that last round is actually happening here. Aspas gets that high ground. Boing, boing.
Boing, 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 boing.
I like this though, getting active on the A side, G2. Shenum gives it up. No insert left here for G2, but they're happy enough.
Because all of that pressure came there, MIBR, they are ready to take space elsewhere on the map. And they've worked up mid, they've worked into male. Leaf has been a nuisance on this exact off angle on a prior round. He's hoping to get that one, fall down, reposition.
Standard aftershock there, Trent already off that line. Armageddon coming through, MIBR gotta be quick about it, and Lee just picks him off, says,
damn.
Have you learned to eat your greens?
Live munition.
Trent forced back by the sun temporarily, but only 40 seconds on the clock. The rest of G2 all running over to it as this B side just denying anyone even being able to pick the spike up.
The crossmap fault
just
line is
beautiful.
Set up by Jonah.
Just beautiful team play.
Verno, again, well, we've seen this one many times before.
W Archer.
Trent had such an excellent usage of the Armageddon into the salvos there, having forced the MIBR players forward, and Leaf had already repositioned into hell. He just had
my room right now,
the perfect setup
10 seconds left
to get those kills as they were forced out into the open.
I mean, both Armageddons were nasty. Previous round it was Verno forcing the two G2 players out of screens. This time it forces MIBR to get running.
And you know, there might have been a timing window there for MIBR to just accelerate through Vale, get into B, but there were maybe 5-6 seconds of wait time after Shenum had absorbed that aggression on A that allowed for Trent to get close.
I'm in a dorm room. I know I need to get a new bed stand and shit, but
by the time they actually
I need
went
to add
in,
stuff into
they were
this room,
forced in, and then G2 were
I'm moving at my own pace, and that's what matters, man.
Reasonable time to take a timeout here. MIBR probably with enough money to force Guardians.
What am I supposed to have in here? What the fuck? You gonna have a race car in here?
A lot of the time. The Rolling Thunder here from Unseen is on deck. Ian Shenum not quite able to get into the game as they would have liked ever since the round 1 and 2 after another classic standard MIBR pistol win. It's been a little quiet on the attackers front.
This is going to be MIBR now.
It's not a twin, it's bigger than a twin. But I don't actually fit on that bed. I'm too tall for my bed, but it's too much work to return it, so I just make it rock. Or make it work.
It was back on Lotus. Actually, at the beginning of their attack half. And he called his first time out for them, that they were able to win a string of rounds after that. See if he can have a similar effect here early days on Split. Though MIBR not nearly in as dire as a situation as it was early on Lotus.
And it might be time to
don't
start
be weird, bro.
Mid-round and come to the fore.
You know who you are, bro.
A hell of a matchup. He's played what?
I know it's hard to contain.
1v05 is.
But you have to contain it, bro, because it's going to be better for you.
Of course, more recently was a global final in a 5-mapper, calling that one against T1.
Yeah, that compression tank, you're definitely not built like that.
Many of G2's games go the distance. That's been a theme for them last year as well.
It was
focus up. It's 3-3.
Dominance it felt like to start off with, and now they have been getting tested by every single team, every series. And aside from that loss to Sen in the upper bracket, they have met those challenges, beaten them. That's why they're making it to Toronto. That's why they're still in this tournament.
Let's see
no one has
how
made it
they
easy on them,
counterplay the Viper ults on mid.
This time,
now, MIBR see the Viper ults on mid.
It's going to be a little
how do they
with the
react?
pit set up.
Uh-oh.
Jog is on the walk. He's got backup too.
Looks like they're going A.
The operator
before
out of this timeout.
Cortezia, though, much more well-behaved than he was on that.
Damn, what?
Still, it's not enough. Wow. The discipline was there, but Valen steps up and forces him to fight.
We saw Sentinels yesterday exploit Cortezia being on his lonesome in B main frequently. He needs to not succumb to that same fate against G2.
He's the one to try and get active a lot in these early rounds. Might need some more variation.
What a kill.
Just hammered with so much util. This is definitely shades of yesterday's game for MIBR. Losing that loose player on B, their fastest getting stuffed by util. It's like a nightmare that repeats itself.
I love this from G2 out of the timeout. Cool. We're going to buy the off. We're going to push up into B main, take control, do something different.
I don't know.
And whatever plans MIBR had heading into that, we don't even get to find out what they looked like to any percentage of an extent. I mean, they were just immediately dismantled.
So that first push. Cortezia, they're just losing out to Piggy's advantage.
I think it was. Maybe?
Osboss looks like he was stunned up there by Trent. Valen just gets the spam. It's just, it was as good as done when Osboss is isolated in the site and picked off.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Sometimes you just got to give a bit of a yeah. So we have to wait
Hey,
a couple of rounds until we see
Ramp
what
control.
Frog was really calling for. If they try and run it again.
Wow.
Aspas goes for a fight. Those stingers are plenty now for MIBR. Really, like a kicked anthill on this A side of the map.
Jonah's caught close right now. Yes, he has this wall to tuck into, but it's going to go down. They're surely going to clear this.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Out of nowhere. Verno just pole vaulted on Jonah.
Wait, how's Aspas there?
And here's Aspas getting deep, getting amongst it.
He's gotten into the back lines, and Artzin cleans up the last leaf on the flank shutdown.
Very cool. Thrifty there for MIBR. Say that without a hint of sarcasm, it was 4 stingers brought in to start the round. End up picking the right side there.
Yeah, they picked the right side, and finally someone from G2.
What a clear from
MIBR's liking has actually moved up on ramp early. They were in the range of that fault line to get caught. Osboss finds the initial kill and then just sprints into the back line.
It's like you come home at 3 a.m. and Aspas just turns the light on and is sitting in the armchair. I've been waiting for you. Set up in their spawn.
Oh my god, instant fight now from G2 in
Damn.
main. All of the players stacked up with that util.
Again, it's been so nice. The combo of Trent's util is there. However, perhaps the defenders have overstayed their welcome. Verner's able to cut them down to size and even up the odds. Jorg can't post up on that rafters angle. Artazine slaps him down instantly.
You just didn't expect him to be in the site that rapidly. Valen weak, Verno hungry for more, knows he got the take and wishes he bought a Vandal. It's down into the 2 versus 2.
Spike, though, is down. MIBR trying to play off this together. 2 flashes as well. In hand for Artazine. And Leaf has finally arrived on the scene. The cavalry's here. He's very healthy. But he's got to put it together with Valen, who's still snaking his way into screens. But not so healthy anymore, is Leaf. Wants to try and take this fight without backup, by the way. Valen is not there until now.
So much damage done to Leaf. Both G2 players weak.
Time is ticking.
Wow.
Valen slammed.
Wait,
Now G2
time?
have only Leaf to account for.
Oh, and he just barely gets into the range of the stun.
No time at all. Leaf at 11. Artazine artfully dodging the corner.
Just staring at him.
Just trolling the guy.
Oh no.
Shorty puts it to bed, and that's 2 in a row for MIBR.
Oh no.
These hits on A are starting to look real nice, but I love the response early from G2. You said it, they overstayed their welcome. They find 2, and they've committed here close. And as soon as that wall drops, wide swing from Verno. The players that got G2 the advantage fall themselves. Just little things over and over cascading to their defeat in that round, because then you had Jaw trying to post up on main, but didn't realize he was too late, that Artzin already beat him to the punch, was in the site, was on the angle. He goes down. Then we're suddenly into a 3v2. And it just keeps crumbling from there. MIBR have taken the lead now on attack split.
Something we heard from Josh RT in between maps is that he would have liked to have seen his boys be a bit more, proactive, a little bit more adamant about getting forward, or a little bit more confident. And that's something that Leaf was trying to call for during the games yesterday, as Ender had the cams on, was listening to their comps. They definitely feel like their mortality has been kind of exposed to them over the last few weeks. Just how
Okay, what are you guys typing, bro?
Now maybe that same level of confidence isn't there, or maybe it's too much in that kind of round. They've got to find a balance.
This was the map as well. Yesterday, that Leaf dropped 28 and 12 on playing the Viper. An obscene stat line.
He started so well in this series, but the second half of Lotus, he started to fade back in the periphery, Wyatt.
So far, solid here. Nothing, unbelievable, nothing bad. He's playing just a solid game at the moment.
Full buys?
When someone is playing at a level that astronomically high, you have to keep your eye on them and just tally where their performance is going.
Yeah, is that more obvious if he goes off the boil, right?
Yeah, 100%. This is a full buy for G2 Osboss. Fast into
wait, what?
And oh my god, the stray bullet. Leaf
How?
killed by the missile as well.
Literally,
it wasn't even on him, was it?
And Leaf ended up getting picked up there, lingering. I think the rafters side got taken down by a salvo.
They might have to save here, right?
All over the B side.
No, they're going for
This round is just as good as done, unless G2 are able to catch someone from MIBR unaware.
No.
Will Trent check this as well?
There you go.
Or is he confident enough that Jordan
One more.
Crossing? Yep. We've given him all he needs to know. In comes Verno. Knife in the back and 2
right?
Brutus.
Damn.
Don Jonah. And already it was looking like it'd be unlikely they'd try with 3 guns. Even less so with 1. I think Jonah's seen enough.
They went forward just hoping that someone on MIBR would overextend, that they could maybe find a kill, find a way back into the round, but the odds were always going to be stacked against them.
Verno baited ass
Like he was
pass.
going through the motions, but Jonas crispy with it.
No one baits ass pass.
Okay. Put that away.
That timing is so crazy, and he's shot down by Cortezia.
Pretty important kill. MIB are obviously happy to chase into that. Look at the money on G2. This is now starting to snowball out of control for them.
Wow.
On Valen is
Dude.
it's so ridiculous. And then there were follow-up missiles that came through from Verno. Find the kill onto Leaf.
And that's what it's like to coach Aspas, I guess. Some of those random moments just tend to fall in your favor.
Yeah, they don't feel so random.
Yeah, not with the amount
After
we've
you've seen them hundreds of times over the years, do they? But they should be random. Okay, that's not how the game should be played.
Half buy for G2.
G2 have got a half buy into this, just making sure they have enough to afford. Maxed out on the last round of this half.
Oh.
Aspas spotted egg, gets ahead of it. Jork here just gate crashing out, doesn't quite feel confident.
Dash?
Handling what he feels is probably a large number of MIBR players. This is going to force Jonah out into the open, but he's ready for it.
What
Apparently,
the?
Cosmetic stun, anybody? Artisan on the line, it's going to be traded with an overload
I
of players.
respect him committing to the sheriff.
The ghost has
Yo!
away from the police.
I mean, everybody is just blinded up by the paranoia.
Okay, let's just
Wait.
settle down. Leaf here gives his position up, and Verno is able to convert. Not too shabby for MIBR, despite G2.
Oh my god. That was like so
frightening
scrappy.
for a moment.
Yeah.
I think
There's
that
so many
paranoia
chances.
connected onto 4 players, one of which being...
They need a Jeff ult in Valorant? Oh my god.
Some collaterals acceptable. So Shenham, of course, who was able to just, cool things down a bit. Things got a bit hectic.
Is Marvel Rival still going crazy?
There from your boy Verno. Here's the last round of the half. Ultimates have
Go ahead, dive down a little bit, yeah?
Full arsenal for G2 to try and get a 5th round on
Not
the
as
board.
much.
Doesn't feel like it needs to be said, but Split, you need more
Not
than
as
4
crazy, but
on
it's still
defense
solid.
if you're going to attack. It is miserable to start.
Why did they
down
lose so much
an
of their
deficit
player
like
base?
that.
Someone said they lost 80%. Why?
As has been the case in many of these rounds. Aspas, there it is. Leaf returning.
Why did
to
people
that
start
heaven
playing?
position
Stop
after giving
playing?
it up because of the util. Aspas not ready for it this time. Where is this TP headed? Maybe just for info, into screens, cancelled. Cortezia sees enough, and this has got 2 players from G2 drifting over.
Yeah, that's making it seem like there's going to be a hit towards A, but it's all of MIBR gathered up running through B main. Not an area of the
Not
map that
80.
they've been heavy-handed with. Prior to this final round, Valen repositioning in mail. Looks like he's going to be able to catch Shenham. The spray is wild, but it pays off.
Still 3 up now for MIBR. Have to find a big turnaround here. As that Armageddon comes in, Jorgamo dances amongst the napalm. Verno got picked up by it in the end, though. And here's Trent doubling down. It's on Artisan. And he can't see a darn thing. 4 players involved in that kill. Jorgamo with the credit.
4 ultimates used, and the round is also won for G2. They'll be happy to leave the half with that final one, but they won't be thrilled about it just getting them to 5.
Marvel announced a $3 million tournament. Damn.
MIBR on their map pick. Looking much better than they did yesterday earlier on against Sentinels.
Such a brazen post up there by Leaf as he heads back up the zip line to take the fight.
I'm just jumping up and down while he's full stunned.
That is correct. Yeah, Aspas definitely gets affected by like a fault line as he gets on in there. Well capitalized on it, I've got to say, and in keeping with the previous 2 maps, it's been a competitive first half. But like Wyatt said, G2 would have liked a little more than 5. A pistol, though, in the second half would fix that right and good. So stick around, let's see if that's the case for the second half of Split.
I don't really
Shit. Honestly, it's been a very sweaty
scared.
series.
But when
It's been a sweaty series, bro. Wait, I might get my food. I'll be back in 1 sec. Bob, I have sushi. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know how I'm eating again, but we are. Actually, it's been 3 hours. What split do you follow and what do you think about upper lower split? To be honest, dude, you should just do, I mean, everything works differently for everyone. I found PPL being the best for me.
MIBR, G2, and Sentinels, of course,
you
are
should
headed
just
to
do whatever's the most
Masters Toronto, and
sustainable.
tickets are on
I can't really say too much. I'm not gonna lie. I just know what works for me.
Scan to secure your spot at the second global event of the year. It's on the North American continent. The best, surely, being set here from Americas. And honestly, it's interesting because a lot of those top teams from other regions, EDG, for example, not gonna be there. It's gonna be a wild time.
We do have the lone Canadian, Jonah P, on stage right now. Feels at home on the rink with the Zamboni smoothing out the ice. The one single Canadian player that will be at Masters Toronto.
What is that, a Zamboni?
Yeah, hopefully he gets a bit of a hero's reception as G2 have had to fight pretty tight. Does that look a bit labored at some points? Get there, bro. Okay. Maybe there's some
Oh, it's
and
for
mounds on the
hockey.
ice,
I
no worries.
see.
That QR code,
Oh,
folks,
yeah.
next to those tickets are on
Okay.
sale now, or AXS.com for those. Hopefully we see you there. It's going to be a
Wait,
great
there's
time.
still-
I mean, great games. It's
There's
about
still
the
more
pinnacle of
tickets
Valorant.
left?
That is a stacked tournament. Stacked. I mean, look at the game we're watching right now. We could get this as a nice little repeat there at some point.
Jeez, that would be wild. And again,
Wait,
remember,
what happened?
We'll get MIBR against the best teams in the world from all the other regions, though. We haven't been able to see that happen yet. I'm so excited to see all of those potential matchups come to fruition.
Yeah, getting Aspas back in an international feels like a breath of fresh air. Okay, so G2 on the attack side.
Time to jump.
No early smoke here, A main, but the Viper walls, of course, will come up. Gate crash cleared as it's faked by Jaw.
Bear in mind, right
Let's
now,
see.
MIBR, they are up 4-1 when it comes to pistol rounds in this series.
What type of sushi?
Dominating at that aspect of the game, getting those early advantages.
Like, you mean where I got it from, or
like he wants to get
there's a
top
bunch of
here.
stuff in here. It's a
And
box.
maybe just stay. He is the insert player on ramp side. But this has kind of been read by
I was
Shadow.
trying to see if I should say the name, but it was
MIBR have been
Sugarfish.
so good with
Sugarfish?
pistols, but Jonah P doubles back. Catches the
Sugarfish
player that was
box?
hoping
It's good as fuck.
to be the
If
thorn
you
in the
haven't
side
had
of
it.
G2.
There are still 50 seconds to play with for this G2 team. They are spread across the map. You have Leaf inserted over an A ramp. Osbos keeping his eye on mid right now. G2 could quite literally be anywhere. They've decided to pivot back to Leaf, who has been uncontested in this
Not
area
gatekeeping
of the map. There's
Sugarfish.
going to be so much pressure on Artzin.
How's the trigger discipline looking? He's about to get a lot of
Oh.
options. Jorgamo's able to switch around, very quickly dispatch him. And Leaf's got a good spot to play off of now. Pick the boxes left, go down to 30 and back away. He's done his job. This will confer heaven over to MIBR to make use of it. I think Verno wants to try and clear ramp. Lest there comes a late re-hit from Leaf.
Oh, does he clear this?
There's no
Is
way.
Osbos
There's no way he's clearing this.
It
No,
looks
no,
like
no,
he
no, no.
wants to,
No, no,
man.
no,
It
no,
looks
no,
like
no.
he does.
Wow.
With the right click,
You're
close range.
kidding.
God, he just knows.
That should end the round.
You're kidding.
Out. Nothing to work with
What was
now.
Verno looking at?
Cortesi is basically sat and spawn still with no real options and no definitive way into the round. G2, crucial, absolutely crucial pistol round after a little bit of an anemic first half.
Wow.
Making a one-round game with a flawless on the pistol.
Beautifully done. Very simple. I like that in the mid-round they just have a lot of options to play with. It leaves MIBR seeking information. Shannon pushing down mid, caught, and then from
That
there.
timing.
Okay, well, no one's actually bothered to re-clear ramp. We have Leaf sitting there. Let's just go all the way back. Get a free A-site execute going.
Again, look for more of that mid-rounding from Valen. Something that really has put G2 on the
I
map.
see W key.
Literally.
The entirety of them are gathered up. B-main early outside of Leaf, who's just playing to contain and get information on that A side. Specifically, if the MIBR defense just hurls all their util
Equal
fast A
round.
and start running at Leaf, then he could just tell the rest of the team, okay, they're legitimately every single player is here, just go into B. Yep. That isn't the case, but that's one of the ideas with that kind of setup.
He trends back over towards mid. There was a gate crash set on the A side of the map for Jaw in case there was a good reason to trend in that direction. Pretty fundamental now. Take that mid control. Verno's pushed up the inside that smoke with Artazine, excuse me, with a shorty. Drone comes past. Yeah, it's just too
Holy
much to look
shit, he
at.
got jumped.
And you have Leaf just taking point as the entry Viper because he's got to go. So just down to go hunt for kills.
That is Spike?
Yeah, I mean, he's deployed all of his util over on the A side of the map anyway, so...
If anyone should go hunting, though, for real, it is Jaw. He's got the Stinger. He's the player on G2 that's closest to their ultimate. And I don't think I need to inform the viewing audience as to the importance of the Dimensional Drift and how much that ult has shaped the meta in 2025. So,
and look, on this map, it's wild. Being able to get into a site, and sometimes
Clippers
like,
or Nuggets?
No, we even see like Omen Ultimate expended
Nuggets
to
in
that effect
7.
to join them.
Wait, it's 3-3,
So
right?
A couple times from Sen. Here, just to play off the util.
Yep, and here it is, Jaw. Go run at them. Well, it doesn't look like it's going to work out too well, but hey, he gets one orb. You know?
I got Nuggets.
Sure, that is one way to get an orb.
I got Nuggets.
So, G2, as expected, convert this round fairly comfortably. And MIBR will make sure they get cleared off the map. And buy up now and get serious as we head into the attack side bonus.
Looking to see what G2 are going to opt to invest here. Pretty fair buy. They've got a couple legitimate rifles going against an MIBR team that is, of course...
The Nuggets fired their coach and GM 10 days before playoffs started. What the fuck?
Looks like they may want to put some emphasis on A main.
I feel like I heard that.
You can see
but yeah, that's crazy.
that fault line lineup being set up right now from Artzin. Ospas
All right,
intending on fighting
bonus.
forward. Furno stealth drone.
Bonus for G2.
Valen gets across, but does get pinged out by the stealth drone. Just the timing of the activation, managed to clip him. And that setup looked similar to the pistol round, right? Fault line ramp. Maybe you get a player up there inserted. They've been kept pretty far back onto their side of the map still. Now mid is the next question they'd like to levy.
That drone
Shenum
is
is in
so
serious
annoying.
trouble. Yeah, needs to get out of the way after being scanned. But because they have routed him from male, G2 are happy to just contact, slow walk, and take the space on the map. Set up for a B split.
The pace difference is so massive between these two in terms of how they hit B through heaven. Aspas would have been there 10 seconds ago already, diving in on that jet. G2
What?
patiently scaling in, and then Trent.
Yeah, and then Trent decided the time for patience was done.
Oh, he's got a stinger. Put it to work. Why not?
Dude, look at this take.
And it's gun round for MIBR.
I can't believe
has
Trent
fallen flat
charged
so far.
them.
Furno's in no position to have any impact, and Aspas, there's
Wow.
no way he could be asked.
This is a straight up save situation.
They got
Not even
owned
a
so
let's
hard.
walk forward and see if someone can find a kill, and then hey, maybe we try to. No, we're just saving. No other options. I do like how G2 played that round. They absorb all that aggression on A, and then they just pivot so quickly into that male take. The second they realize that Shenum ran away, that they hear his footsteps going back towards stairs, they just get into that space to the extent that Trent realizes, I'm going to close the entire distance just running with the Stinger right now. And in the meantime, they're coming out B main. The other two players divided in that split. It's so well done.
Yeah, they're playing off the stealth drone in the
Dude!
Oh my god.
What is that?
A little bit of food action there from your boy Jaw.
Wow.
Valen cut down, but Venom is low. No one else
Wow.
really there to go for him, but that's Aspas's gun ripped
He
away
gunned
from
him
him.
down.
What's up, Ivy?
Oh my god.
Okay, that is
That's
a
such a good round for them. Dude.
Importantly, the rifles that MIBR were hoping to hold on to, they just could not carry out of the round. Beautiful play off the fault line. G2 do eventually explode into heaven. It's just the tempo is very different to what we saw from the Jet comp on the MIBR side, but it's just as effective.
All of G2 are gathered up for an A hit, it seems.
How's your wall?
Let's have some fun.
That was
Go ahead
bonus
and get
too.
Jonah onto the line to stun a ramp. MIBR on the full eco round.
It's a reasonable
At this
take,
point,
Texas.
Damage doesn't even feel particularly relevant. Look at the G2 cash.
Little TP on out there, sheepish from Valen, but he lands.
Damn.
On the spot he
That happens
never
so
had
often.
Targeted.
Where the guy TP's
with
onto
the
the
salvo.
rockets.
Oh, that's an ugly one still. It's
Go
pretty
roll.
lowly armed and arm in MIBR squad. Dimensional drift
Oh.
should, right, in theory, get you into the side scot-free, but Verno still finds Leaf.
He's the only one in the side fighting. Everyone else was caught off by that snakebite. They were just relegated to standing in main,
gotta
watching
push
their
spawn.
teammate
They
lose
gotta
a
push spawn.
1v1.
Okay, but hear me out. Jaw
listening.
has been able to get into screen to lease off that dimensional drift. There are a
He's
plethora
gonna jump.
of defenders set up.
No
that are trying
jump?
to fight for this, and oh, it's going horribly wrong.
1v5, Jonah
And I
P.
shouldn't
Oh,
have.
He's
It
due
is
for a
fallen
1v5.
to pieces.
Don't let
Never mind.
reality get in the way of the narrative.
Flawless
Just don't worry about
thrifty.
it. Forget about it.
Not only do they win the eco, they recover 5 rifles from it.
That's a big one.
They call that a swing round.
Yeah, I would call that the biggest stimulus package we've ever seen.
Damn.
Flawless thrifty, and all the rifles recovered.
What happened here at the beginning? I mean, yeah, Valen is just forced to team. He goes right into the salvo. Leaf is running in because Jaw is in there in the dimensional drift, which was used to lose an eco round. But then the rest of the team can't even swing in to help Leaf. They're all cut off by a molly.
Nice. Let's go. As G2 take a fight where they're pretty unfavored against like a Stinger posted up on that corner. Maybe with better spacing, they come out with something there, but big risk to take, and it blows up in their face in the worst way possible.
Goes first map, Haven. MIBR 1, Haven 13-10.
Their economy was out of control. If it had been in a tighter situation, MIBR would be in crazy control of this game all of a sudden. But it just resulted in a situation where both teams have multiple full buys ahead of them. Valen is just the first death again. We're minute 30 into the round. These guys have to execute with no smokes.
I mean, that's Jaw. He'll always take that fight. He just runs in you. Cortez here. No chance to see a barrel shown there. Artazine deals with Jaw. And that B presence now essentially
He's out A, he's out A, he's out A.
Pretty tentative about stepping out onto the site.
That is a situation where you're in B site.
Does Verno know about timing?
Well, they could be facing me for spawn. They could be facing me
Does
for
Verno know about this timing? I don't think
close
so.
Any of these views off.
It's a big gap, bro.
That was a window for them to.
Oh my God, Verno got away.
Second opportunity.
Verno got away.
He's worked his way into the MIBR backline.
Now they're going to be aware of it because Verno gave it up.
An opportunity to get
Since Verno walked away, they're more aware of the A-lurk. It's actually fucked.
As in the cookie jar as is humanly possible. MIBR just really respect that A side of the map. Their information over there is
I like
no
your theory, bro.
So they'll split.
30 seconds left.
30 in the round. Eventually, they're going to happen on the right guess. But G2 don't quite know the status of the A side itself, if there's an anchoring presence or not.
Oh, what a jiggle.
About to find out. Here comes that Heaven.
Now Verno's flanking. What the fuck?
On its way.
He pushed mid.
Verno also has a bit
He
of
has
a
ult.
rewrap of his own, but may not have the time to
Trent
wait.
has ult too.
That man is on the run.
He's gonna ult screens, right? The classic one? Yep. He got back though. Wow, he got through it.
Back in the G2, they are investing into winning this 3 versus 4.
Cortez here at full speed, gets out of the worst of the Armageddon, still alive to be a factor in this retake now.
He pushed him out.
Down. Leaf has the time
What?
angle, but Artazine's able to trade
Is it planted for him? It must be.
Jonah P, the professor, sticking
Wow.
Cerebro on his noggin, is able to see through the wall and know Artazine is waiting. Now it's a 1v2. Time is short, but his shot's out.
Damn! He couldn't get it. He couldn't find it. Nice try. Wow.
Back in the lead.
That's tough. That's tough.
Economy is looking
He couldn't find it, bro. He couldn't find it.
Out of G2 on the last 2 rounds. Things are starting to look oh so good for them on their map pick. Valen frustrated that back-to-back rounds, he was this early first death for his team.
Great shots on Jonah there. He is unfortunately not able to connect the one shot he needs. He kills the diffuser.
Damn.
That's it.
I mentioned this yesterday, but we've really seen Cortez become such a driver of the excitement, the hype for this MIBR team.
Half by?
Now Ospas is
Yeah, it's a I don't know. It's
bringing
4
something
rifles.
into the full defense.
Coming to players, Cortez was the top rated player at MIBR for a while, even above Aspas.
Cutting through.
This has been a bit rockier for him. The pressure's definitely been felt. And the start of the series wasn't the beginning he was looking for, but now...
All right, they got ropes.
Starting to purr along.
All right, G2 have...
They're gonna push Leaf?
Some mid-control.
No.
They're letting Leaf.
That wall
continue to just contain over towards A. They're making all of this
Taking
sound pressure
B.
towards B heaven. Well, the intention is to work into this A split.
Cross-map smoke, they're over towards Heaven side.
Yeah, they threw a smoke, a paranoia, a clone up there to try and sell it. MIBR, both players, they're being forced
40
into the back
seconds.
site. They have to double up.
Smoke here might be
The
tricky
rotate's
though
here.
for the defenders to come
There's
back
4
and fight
here.
Heaven through. Shenem experiencing that right now.
Damn, that util is nice.
Vulnerable from the snake bite and taken down by
Wow,
the
good
Salvos.
hold from
Cortez
Leaf.
is
Good
slammed.
hold.
Instant dink. Leaf finishes him off through the screen.
3v5.
And Aspas is too far away to do anything about this right now. Having to retake with an op.
The only hope for MIBR here is if one of those G2 players offers themselves up to a fight, but it's just not going
Pretty
to
impossible,
happen.
man.
You rarely ever see that from G2. They're just too disciplined.
Damn.
Crisp. Far too crisp.
That's a
Verno's
shot,
been issued
bro.
the challenge.
That's a shot, bro.
We'll take it. Win it out.
Player
But
standing.
really, at this point, you're trying to salvage some currency out of the round. Aspas says, I'm keeping this shiny boomstick.
That's pas saving. I
I'm,
mean, they should have
I'm gonna
saved
go this
3v5 probably, but
Just a nice mid-round pivot from G2. The
They
plan
tried.
of getting up mid, taking all of that control.
Jame
and then
time.
they send the clone, smoke towards B, paranoia into B heaven, make all of that noise. Leaf is controlling A main, work into the A split. It's a nice round top to bottom from G2.
Do you guys know
Tied
Jame
things
or
up
nah?
9-9.
Yeah, really.
Is James
just
still
being walked
competing?
up. They kind of knew they'd forced those two defenders to anchor into the site. And they made it hard to retake heaven. Pretty standard smoke there. Just kept MIBR out of it.
he's in tier 2?
Alright.
Bro,
Now
Jame
we're
was
starting to get into the
insane
back and
for a
forth
while
part of
there,
this
no?
half, apparently.
He was
18
insane.
rounds in, we are tied.
He would have like 30 kills every
Aspas
game,
kept
no
them
joke.
operated from the previous round.
Lo tenemos, hermanos.
This time it looks like he wants to post up towards the middle of the map.
Grenade is live.
G2 opt for some early B main control.
You want a major? I know. Gambit, right?
Op in mid. Might see some movement now as Aspas, I think, is positioned ahead of that mailroom smoke and posts back up on it.
Outsiders.
Inside of it.
Oh, the
God, he's
outsiders?
going to get flattened by all this util, brother.
Slash VP?
Gets out.
Oh.
Flash, though, saw the gate crash into ropes, and this forces Aspas to back up now as well. He's in a really uncomfortable spot with his op.
Time to jump.
Just trying to jiggle the corner. He just doesn't have an angle. Rolling Thunder coming into the site. Connects up
Got
to
out.
Cortez, who's
He
forced
got
to
out.
teleport away to safety.
He teleported into it just to get back in towards CT, but he's safe for now, at least. Jaw will be the doorman.
He's trying
the
to get
bouncer.
into this smoke.
Little 1-2 action. He's about to see Cortez here on his left.
Oh my God, Jaw.
He circled back around through mid to heaven.
Traded.
Patience
Big
almost
trade.
paid off. It ends up being a trade at best. And
The lurk.
are all grouped in heaven. Trend.
The lurk.
The timing. He has an opportunity now.
What?
Oh, the flicking no scope is there for Aspas. And now it's
1v1.
just him.
Enemy remaining.
Saw him or
The Human
no?
Tornado versus the Professor. Time not on Aspas' side, but there's a moment, an opportunity to open this
This
up.
movement is insane
He
right
just thinks
now.
that he's wrapping around, but Jonah has been patient at pillar the entire time.
Unmoving, stoic, and now he's heard it all. Jonah knows exactly how to play for time right here. Here's another time.
Oh my
Still falls,
God, how is
'cause
he
he's
so
going up
fast?
against a raid boss, but he's
How is
played
he
the
so
time to
fast?
perfection. It's a Pyrrhic victory
Stat
around
pass?
for G2.
I mean, valid.
All about
But like
the
he tried,
smarts in
he
that
he
situation
was
to
moving
clutch
scary,
up
bro.
For Jonah.
He was moving scary.
Get G2 back into the lead.
Wait, how is he so
Well,
fast,
the
chat?
third just close banger map. What the hell is this? He's just gliding down. No scopes, Trent, close range.
It's casual. Very, very casual.
What do you mean
Nice
genetics,
enough for
Kek
Balmace.
W?
Very tight.
That was sick.
Jeez. Yeah, I know. That's what I
He said,
would
"What
have
the
said
fuck?
if I
Oh my
was
God."
getting paid to not say that.
What did he say?
Oh, just, you know.
He said WTF, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
MIBR taking the timeout.
One round in it. G2 able to string 2 attack side rounds
Low key,
consecutively.
the Jet always drops a
Dimensional Drift
smoke
one
on the
orb
spike
away.
and then fakes it.
MIBR, it's a bit more of a
Because the smoke
complicated
can't cover you for
problem
half. New
because
tech,
it's kind of out of money.
Jet smoke spike,
Probably
half it.
distribute enough weapons. No huge
Thoughts?
ultimates on the horizon either.
It doesn't work in rank because they peek you no matter
G2 been
what.
mixing it up a lot.
That one round win from MIBR on the eco where they recover the rifles has given them the infinite money glitch.
Side
They
bow?
are
All right, my
still
bad.
able to buy. And these have not been, they've been round losses. There was a win that was not particularly clean, and they are still good to go on this defense, making it as tough as possible for G2 to try and
Good
close
way
out
to
this
die on
game.
spike.
Jaw is one away from the dimensional drift. So you
How
have
to
go
not
to
care
the
about
point,
what
try to
people
play
think,
to keep
Tarik.
him that order.
Chat, you got good advice from my boy in the
Posted up right
chat.
now.
He's going through it.
Better than having that on a full gun round. Gives you such a distinct edge. Information is currency here. On split, for sure.
All right, fault line was being set up there from Arzin, but it's Jonah who lets his rattle off so that control can be taken. Valen eats a lot of damage. I'm going to assume that was just some initial spam, maybe coming through the corner of the wall that clipped onto him from Cortezio, who's now backed off into default site.
Again, much slower here from G2 than you would expect from the jet comp we saw out of MIBR. No explosion, no burst onto B. Enough to drag a third player onto the site proper. So little do they know, it definitely opens up this like mid to heaven push now, makes that way more viable.
All right, and now later in the round, the fault line is being used by Artzin, so MIBR can regain control of main.
You gonna drone clear or
Might
not?
take Spike and potentially TP over if A gets opened up. No, we're just going to go the old-fashioned way.
They have B main, but they're playing 3 towards B still.
On A ramp the entirety of this round. Now actually trying to push forward. There's that teleport that you mentioned. It's going back B. The dimensional drift is going to spot out Osboss, who now needs to get the hell out of dodge.
He's got the mobility to avoid any Switch reprisal. Chogamo just drives by.
Cortezio's also ultimate is the TP backside on A side.
G2 are committed though. This is not a fake. They've got to end here at this rate.
Wow, he got 2.
Cortezio
He got 2.
Stunning little brace, but there's more to be done. Jorg playing on the side in an elbow.
Oh, Valen.
And that's it, really. It's just Artzin.
Trent and Valen down to no HP, able to survive. The G2 IGL has hit some stunning shots in these last couple rounds.
Sneakily topping the scoreboard. And that's an easy one, a big 4K for Valen.
Damn.
And G2 finally opened up a bit of breathing room. The money for MIBR is looking a little dodgy.
They finally got, I mean, I say
Valeen.
that they're still probably going to force
Valeen.
into this. Valen gets that initial kill. How on earth did Cortezio find 2? I do not know.
Wow.
That kill onto Shenum.
Lovely off angle. 18 and 13 for Valen. Top in the server. Another game here where MIBR have Aspas. He's in it.
Aspas has
He's
knives.
Performing. But there's a lot on his hands right now.
He's through.
Interestingly enough, in the playoffs, it's like the least impact Ospas has had is when he's got the AWP.
What? The second kill is
Seems to find it every
insane.
time.
Speak of the devil.
Dude.
And he shall appear. D-Man control taken here with the Blade Storm.
Nah, man.
What a great start to keep MIBR with like a really, like I said, teetering econ.
Oh, I dinked
Half armor for a
him.
lot of them. Up we walk. Artzin says, you know what, I'm good actually. I got more friends than you. I'm going to play it safe.
He's in. Leave.
Look at the space that Leaf has gone. He has walked all the way through site. Here's Vernal drop down.
Vernal falling made him turn and he got 2
Just like he drew
freebies.
it up,
That's
the Viper's been
insane.
deployed to make the retake that
Oh
much more
my
awkward.
god. I mean, Leaf has found this timing on A multiple times now. I'm not going to lie.
It's everywhere.
He just
That
walks into the
initiator was
site.
so unaware that they had missed a timing that Leaf caught. And now Trent positioned in main alone, playing passively, biding
Oh
his time.
shit, they're
Doesn't
walking
need to
in.
make any move just
Trent's
yet.
flank is going to be
So clear this
insane,
into the
but
defenders.
he has
You don't have the
rockets.
bandwidth for it. You've got such
He's going to get a kill? He got a
try
kill
and solve
first.
here.
Wait, Leaf peeks.
Trent in the backside.
Rockets in
might have
5.
saved them. It's just Trent. The Viper's pit is now down. Viper dealt with.
He's
Trent,
off.
so
Rockets.
cerebral, so consistent. Reliable player here for
Rockets.
G2. He's playing it safe, as only he knows
Half.
how. Salvo comes in. Cortezia
Half.
falls, and this complicates it for
Smoked,
us.
bomb
Now it
spot.
does
He's
hit
gonna
the
stick it,
half,
he's
but
gonna
it's
stick it,
gonna
he's
take
gonna
more
stick
than that. And Trent's gotta find the timing. The spray is not there.
Yeah, he stuck it.
A parting gift for Cortezia.
Wow.
He leaves a smoke in his wake.
Oh,
And Aspas
shit,
uses
son.
it to convert.
It lasted
Oh,
just long enough for
shit.
him to be able to fully defuse that second half as well. Oswas opens the round with this phenomenal 2K.
Nah, that was nice, man.
That swing from Valen was
Both teams had
just
plays.
torched by an insta one-tap.
We know that one could have gone either way.
Stunning from Ospas.
Just
Why?
infinite possibilities
Yeah.
branching out from that moment. And
KO.
Aspas is not grazed by the bullet.
One off Viper.
One round game. Both teams now kind of on the edge. This is G2 with a pseudo force. All things considered, pretty good buy.
Oh, Judge? Yeah, the Judge.
Iconic. Artzin split the Judge.
Oh,
That's
God.
An iconic trio.
Ooh.
Oh my God, Judge just
How's he got that?
plucked Verno out of vents. Just open up this side of the map.
Overextension, maybe?
Most players would start playing safe. He just goes up a level.
Artson is so dead.
Artzin,
Not even funny.
You're in trouble, buddy. He's trying to figure out where to go with the Judge. Look at the angle he's holding.
Very exposed.
He's cooked.
Like a pimple on the tip of your nose. Artzin, oh, impotently tries
That's not
to
a
shoot
good
in the
look.
direction of rafters.
I'm behind. I have to
The mismatch,
refresh.
and he knows it.
Okay, I'll do that for this round.
And now a full strength G2.
Sorry.
Pivotal round in the game.
And it's wraps for this one. MIBR
I'll do it
are going to
now.
have to sadly retreat and play this for us.
G2 have dragged themselves through this game and now put themselves on match point.
Match point
lead.
G2.
MIBR with a weird force coming, I'm sure of it. Nothing huge outside of the Armageddon potentially to work with in the next round. Shenham here just needs to hope, pray he's allowed to keep the rifle. G2 don't want to take any risks of their own here. Leaf didn't think he was anyway, but Aspas will wrest that gun from his grip. Jonah's in position though to recover it at least.
Could have been awkward for Aspas, but he's going to get away with his life. And MIBR won't have the worst buy for this final round. And as you mentioned, Verno just one away from getting the Armageddon. Shenham one away from getting the Viper's Pit. If they get access to those ultimates, that could certainly get them this round win, continue the game, despite the fact that they're not going to have the ideal buy.
Prius is in the chat. No wonder the observing is so good.
Now represents a tipping point in this series. MIBR have not won Ascent this stage. And G2, of course, it took Sentinels to unravel them on that map. To take Split away would put them at a massive advantage. And now map 5 Fracture has been the permaban for MIBR, so God knows what happens there.
Slow from G2 to open this round up. Waiting to see if any aggression is going to come from MIBR.
Okay, why is Tarik AFK on the phone? You spelled my name wrong. It's not with a C, it's with a K, bitch.
Players are just postured towards
How do I get big like you? Go to the gym 6 times a week. You got this.
Anything that might come Aspas' way, but nothing will.
I'm not even that jacked.
Slowly clearing out.
Just a boy, really.
We saw League find success on this.
Bro, MIBR! Stop! Them.
What will it take to get the Viper to give it up? We may never know, as G2 have eyes for elsewhere on the map. Look at Aspas, he's pushed very deep through that A side.
Don't call me Fat Rig. You guys want to hurt my feelings?
A fake cell. Okay. The irony of this could be pretty delicious. There it is, Jorgamo says, do not dare impersonate me. Verno trades it though. That Guardian reach.
Oh my god, that Armageddon is connecting onto everyone. Well, it's forced them into the corners at least.
It didn't do anything. It looked good for a second. For me too. I thought it would be good.
But they're better armed.
MIBR, they don't know where to rotate. They were scared about someone being up through spawn.
Oh,
sight has been
GG.
dealt with.
GG's in the chat.
No current mid-info to work with. Now they're going to try and test this from heaven. And Aspas has been everywhere this round, but where the action is, star player conspicuously absent.
Fuck, we might get a G2 Sen rematch in the BO5 finals.
Try and drag them back from the brink.
Fuck. There's no way.
Verno's going to be forced off by the fault line. And Aspas goes looking, dive into the cloudburst, expecting someone in Mal, but Leaf is too canny to give this one up easily. Not for free or not at all, he says.
Girl, relax. It's map 3. All right, my bad. Sorry, bestie.
And G2, a pivotal map win in the mid-series.
It's not over yet, Chad. It's a BO5.
They steal away MIBR's pick, and now back-to-back have dealt with some of the top America's teams on this very map. And back-to-back, MIBR, they have faltered here, unable to close out a tight game against Sen yesterday, and unable to close out another close game against G2 today. So as you mentioned, we are going over to Ascent next, the pick of G2, where MIBR have found no success so far in 2025. This is the best shot that G2 has to close out this series. They're now up 2-1.
And I think MIBR are being reminded of just what it takes to stand at the top in this region. Aspas was firing. He was leading from the front on this map. But G2 had Valen going huge. Jorg with some ridiculous rounds. Jonah with crucial clutches. And then Leaf.
Wait, he got breach ulted into his fucking lap.
Rounds around. Everybody on G2 steps up when it counts. And they drag out a very important map. Going ahead in the series, some very curious maps. Ascent and then Fracture still to come. I hope I just break that down. We're going to take a quick break and our analysts are going to get us prepped for what could be a wild map 4.
Damn. Well. Looks like we're going map 3. Surprised? I mean map 4, sorry. Surprised? No. The fuck is this? All right, now what? Chat? What do we do? Oh, ooh, 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 ooh. GeoGuessr? All right, let's play. It's been a while. The fuck is happening? Yeah, we saw the share face. Why does this mode not working? Oh. Ghana. What the fuck is Ghana? Type shit. This is Finland, no? Or UK? What is that? HR? It's Hungary. I know. It's Croatia. Damn, what the fuck is this bait? What map is it now? That's a good fucking question, actually. I'm not gonna lie. It's Ascent. Map 4 is Ascent. HR is Croatia. HU is Hungary, I think. I see. What is this? It's Europe, no? Never mind, it's US. The fuck? Oklahoma. All right, fuck it. I trust you. Damn, close. Good guess, though. I don't know. You differentiating the U.S. states is impossible. They all the U.S. states look the fucking same. Like, more or less. Wait. Wait, what? Oh, fuck. Chill. Chill. Obviously, I was trolling. I was obviously trolling. I don't know. We're in the US, bro. I give up. It's Canada. I'm over it. I'm over it.
Waylay comps. We saw when they tried to play Fracture most recently as well, when they had to play Fracture as that map on Ascent most recently as well, with Jorgamo being that kind of the first player in for them. I think the play style of G2 as well really relies on Jorgamo kind of being not self-sufficient, I would say, but he doesn't get as many resources as other Duelist players when he's getting set up.
This is true.
The way G2 plays, they want to send Jorgamo in. Maybe he gets a kill, maybe he doesn't, being an exceptional player without too much resources, and then comes the follow-up util. Then comes Trent following up off that space and being able to be that star player for them. They play in a very particular way, I would say,
when you think about it,
teams.
It makes sense though, right? You got a guy like Jorgamo, high impact, explosive player, and yes, you could throw a lot of resources behind him, but you also have all these other layers behind, and this guy could go and get you one every single time. Yeah. So I think it just speaks to the absolute talent that we see on G2's side. But of course, MIBR nowhere near out of this one yet. Ascent coming up next. Is Aspas just gonna get all over everyone? We'll find out after this.
We're here live still at the Riot Games Arena, 3 maps down in this series, and G2 a crucial win on Split now sends us into kind of unknown territory if you're looking at MIBR. A team that we haven't seen a ton of in Ascent, and last time I think they were on the classic, the old style comp. What have they brought to the table? What has changed since that match?
Yeah, last time they played this, okay, and they are changing, thank God, because they lost to Furia running the old comp, and I honestly thought, because they had already locked up playoffs, that they were saving their real comp for the playoffs. Maybe that was the case, or maybe that was just the, you know, kick that they needed to figure out that we should leave 2021 behind and live in 2025 and start playing some Tejo Vice. G2, they're sticking to the Waylay. The desk were theorizing about the potential for Jaw to just switch over to Yoru, maybe go to all-reliable Jet. This is her map, but sticking to his guns with Waylay.
So perhaps what happened against Sentinels is something that G2 felt they could fix on their own. It wasn't just them getting exploited, the Waylay getting exploited.
I'm trenching it. Is it rockets flying on the spike? Is that the term now? I'm trenching the spike.
They're going to bust them out here as we head into Ascent. It's 2-1 in the series so far. The back half of the series, as Mimi pointed out, it's odd. Don't know what to expect for MIBR. Surely, Wyatt, surely they've been cooking up on this map now as they've tweaked their comp.
This is
map 4, G2 are up 2-1.
Earlier in the season, G2
do I like rock metal music? I feel like I used to listen to a lot of rock in like middle school.
America's grand finals for them.
So I do like some rock, yeah. I don't know about metal as much. Probably not so much metal.
A crucial top seed heading into Toronto. Aspas meet drone. G2 though very heavily concentrated on the outside of the map.
Wide swing from Shenham, and he's
punished
for it.
Looking for that info again. It's like Haven all over again. Door comes down. That is going to cut
out
of
question marking
the action.
him.
And you better believe Jaw's already got into a commanding position. Pounced here by Hell. Now reposition over towards Jen.
Couple connections from that 0 point, but Jonas still just has that full kit array. Initial pot flash thrown into heaven.
Aspas is alive, chill.
Delay. Valen ready to send out the
Never mind.
paranoia. Even more delay.
Device util at door. Already delaying on top of that. Artazine can't move through that. Arcro's triggered yet again. Artazine
This is so hard.
has to peek out.
This is such
Needs
a hard
to try and
retake.
extract something out of the round. And Aspas is set up on heaven. Verner's gotten deep over towards Jin now. Jaw has a lot to look at. Goes down but gets some good damage.
No time.
Time is a big
Rockets!
problem, of course. Ever reliable. Trent delivers a death blow. Verno's got nowhere to be.
He hid.
He's
He
not
hid.
going to give them another orb by swinging out. Even on a pistol round, you can just see the dense amount of util that G2 are able to throw around the map to keep retakers stifled. It's too overwhelming.
Jeez, I mean, Shannon just walks that.
Yeah, that was a curious moment. He really took a wide swing on that.
Damn.
That was not
That
a
ghost skin is
jiggle.
nice. Died a bomb.
All right, we're feeling chipper. Spirit time, the G2 camp. No hand to forehead this time for your boy Josh
That
either.
was the happiest I think we've seen Josh when we
Yep,
his
he
cam,
looks, by
honestly.
comparison, he looks
What is
elated.
this dog shit rocket agent? Is it the newest one? Seems
purple
so
tiger.
broken.
Aspas on
No, Waylay's the newest agent.
Sheriff. Dash available.
Broken it
Let's
is?
take advantage
Yes.
of it.
They're
That was
waiting
a
for it.
dink through the wall.
G2 are waiting for that. Now, mid-control. Should be elementary. Shannon also step up, get knocked back down. He is low. And here comes Jaw
Wow.
to finish what he started. Easy, easy cleanups.
Probably no
MIBR.
intentions
Good
of going
job.
back. They're just going to run through tree.
Okay, some free damage for Trent there as he sprays it on down. Verno feels the pinch.
Nah, G2 have
Bulldogs,
become so
Sheriff,
good, dude.
Ghost to go to work with.
I wish you were real, huh?
G2 have it locked down pretty early.
A lot of
The
pressure
Teo
on
nerf is not
MIBR
going to
to
be here
perform
for
in this lower
Toronto.
final. This is where
I
they
think
got
people were
knocked
saying it'll
out
be
of
here
the
before
kickoff
champs,
tournament.
but they were just
Against
revealing what it would
Sentinels,
look like.
they
It
lose
probably
the
won't be here for a
BO5
minute.
3-1. They do not want to exit this tournament in the exact same fashion. They know they've gotten better since then. We've seen that they've improved so much since
Has the
then,
series
but
been
the
good so far?
competition has
To be
remained
honest, it's been sweaty.
So stiff. I mean, G2,
Yeah.
they've really
Every map has been close.
not skipped a beat, I feel, while Sentinels have ascended to a totally different level in this last
I think both teams
week
are in
or
good
two.
form.
And MIBR definitely felt the onus on them to step up to that challenge. They don't want to exit this stage with another third place finish.
I wouldn't say it's been
You
the
heard
most
Cortezia
like
say, we're not just
insanely
thinking about
exciting
masters, we want to
series,
dominate this region and then the world.
but it's been a close matches for sure.
This team is the hope of Brazil.
The best they've looked in a long time.
Now we
Getting onto their first buy round.
Good one, guys. Sell it. Sell the question marks.
The G2 bonus. Outlaw.
Okay.
Hands of Leaf. Classic Leaf Vice on
What
attack
the fuck, Sogo?
activity.
And a lot of opportunities to put it to best use. Big pings down mid. There is a Vice wall there. Interesting spot for it.
Leaf just jump peeks onto that angle. Goes awesome.
Wow.
Swing. Oh my god!
Mid.
The double.
That's about as good as it gets. Then Aspas, again, just doesn't
Damn,
look back
bro.
at explosions, apparently. Off to a different part of the map, this time resurfacing in mid. That was carnage.
I am stunned at that. We'll need a
Looney's
replay on
here.
that
Looney,
at
we need your
0.25
email. I think
XP.
Dex
Leaves
DM'd you
us
though.
on the angle with the dash. Could have gotten more, but Verno
Verno.
just picks it up from
Spike
Switch.
down mid.
Wow.
That's an important round. A clean,
Oh, you already did it to
clean
me?
gun
Okay.
round for MIBR. His Aspas killed
Thank
two birds
you.
with one stone early.
I saw their undoing before my eyes. I was having a vision of the future where Aspas is swinging out into 5 players, dies, and then they get bonus rounded and they get flattened on this map.
They were
But
lined up.
Instead, that happened. And Leaf, I think, got the shot off with the Outlaw, but it didn't connect.
Spike down.
In the,
Oh my word, man.
in the words of esports Doug, the moon was in, or Mercury was in Gatorade, and the planets aligned.
Okay. Thank you, Dex and Looney.
Had to give him credit for that one. You've never had Mercury in Gatorade? Good for you. Pop-off king.
G2 are trying to get into B-main, but they're being slowed down by missiles from Verno. That's a great flash over the top. It's going to force him back to switch. He's
Oh, he
isolated.
got back.
Verno
Oh,
waiting for
the
next wave. It
jump!
comes in soon enough. Then they've got to play
That
around
was
this
a
vice
mistake.
wall. That may have been triggered just now. It's going to be an element you have to deal with. Razorvine also starting to clear, and now they check this. Should be one ping off the 0 point. And I think seeing Leaf there is probably the least surprising thing to them.
Osboss's angle is going to be smoked off, certainly implying that G2 want to be running up mid, and it's more than an implication. There was a stealth drone damn near in the defender's spawn.
Mid control for G2 opens up a multitude of options. And Cortezio is playing accordingly. Oh, that shield wall is still there somehow. In we go. Light speed for Jaw. And up on that short, he's going to be looking for Cortezio. Arcro's out there. Suppression on Cortezio.
Two guys backside.
Jaw and Co to get in. Now MIBR's two anchors have to go ham. Not a bad start.
Nice shot. Dude, nice shot.
Just overwhelmed by the numbers
It's
of
so
G2.
coordinated.
We're able to scale together effectively down lane and stairs at the same time, putting those players mid-sight in a vice.
No early round joy for Aspas this time around.
Should be a save, yeah.
And I'm thinking he's running short on options.
Dude, you should close it out here, chat.
Barely even considered drifting over to assist. So MIBR without too much care economically, able to build up a lot after.
I think they might, right?
Flawless.
They've already got 3 rounds on attack. Their defense is
insane. This is G2 that are
insane.
getting some really important early attack side rounds with this waylay-led strategy.
Looking like a potential GG. Might be Sentinels G2 tomorrow. The rematch.
Ospas would have been happy to take
The
some
finals
fights for us
rematch.
and try and deal some additional damage. Despite being down 3-1, their economy is in much better standing than G2's.
Like I said, yeah, they're trying to dig in for the long game, but 3 rounds handed over to the attackers.
There's
Tarik, I love you, but hush.
often the duty of the entry, just jumping in and dying so the rest of your players can scale on either side and find the kills on the defenders.
We saw that on Lotus, right? Especially with the Neon. Jet
All right, I'm
obviously
gonna go
have a
fuck myself.
contingency, way to get out.
All right, Ospas has picked up the operator. I am really looking for him to get some more value with this gun. They've been putting it in his hands constantly. He's flashed
Close.
off that angle, forced to retreat back to Gen. Triple stack up.
They like doing this
MIBR.
control where he
Much
TPs
more than
across.
just a
And
one-way,
then they leave him.
To play with there. G2 really spent util making sure no one could capitalize.
Now, in the meantime, there's a stealth drone sent all the way up mid from G2, and you can see that Leaf has inserted himself over towards the market door pizza.
Ah!
Sheer wall drawn out. A little bit of a nervous moment there. Convergent pass.
Wow.
Coming into play. And here comes Jaw. Moving
They didn't
fast.
clear
as
him,
heck,
they didn't
but
clear
Vernon
him.
Stop in his track. Shenum, those stunned up in that corner.
Bruno!
For 4! Exactly what you needed, but guess who comes knocking?
No, not my goal!
Aspas cut down, and Leaf finds yet another one. Round is still live for G2, but Leaf somehow has to go.
No one
absolutely
knifes my
bonkers.
goat.
Oh my god. Had a chance with Shenum.
Wait a minute.
Okay, Leaf on 3. Trying to show up the youngster Verno. Time started to become a concern. 33 seconds to play with. And these MIBR players are hoping to play together, but Leaf might have a timing to slip past. Radazin checks this for info. Little shoulder out now from behind. Leaf knows.
Oh my god, why did it feel like he knew where both of them were?
And the pure
Is this
stopping
guy
power
wall
of
hacking?
Verno on A allows MIBR to scrape another one.
I want to see what happened in main there after those convergent paths were used. Jaw was able to get in, but no one else could. I suppose there was that special.
This angle is
delivery
nice,
there.
bro. This angle is nice.
Precision with the Vandal.
Nah, how
lethal.
dare he knife Aspas? That was too
Bruno.
far.
I mean, this is kind of the issue with Waylay. It was discussed on the desk, right? She can't always fight for herself straight away after getting in. Needs pretty tight spacing from the rest of the team.
And also, there's no cloud burst for that Waylay to
Exactly.
dash into.
It's way harder.
He is out in the open right there. All right, Ospas has pushed up.
Oh my god, he's
Really
mollied
far
and
in
knifed.
suppressed.
Oh, he's not knifed, but oh my god,
Oh
help.
my god, this is so dangerous. If he gets one
They
and gets
know.
away.
They have to know. The 0 point tagging a Jet on catwalk. G2 definitely going to play carefully around that. Steel guard on
Wow, dude. He got him in the
An unlikely
split
scenario
second
to
before
extract
this.
the kill, but that's what he
Oh
does.
my
And
god.
somehow Jonah's not ready.
Defender spawn.
Who
Ooh.
could be? Found him with a stinger. Gets his.
Wow, he missed
Finds
that.
another one. He actually upgraded to the rifle all of a
He got the
sudden.
spike.
G2, they
How's
thrust
Valen
down
getting
the
these
middle
kills?
of MIBR setup, and now Asfast. This
They have
position's no
B.
longer relevant. It's no longer terrifying. Shenum has to
Ooh.
fight for himself, and Jaw
2v2,
goes
rounds
on
on.
the wayside.
This has turned into a mental situation. Leaf
does he get cleared? Does he get cleared?
Far more
Ooh, that's a
HP, but if
risky
he doesn't
spot,
clear the
bro.
corner, it's going to be a free kill for Leaf.
Damn, pros clear the
Headshot
corners?
dispatches him 2 versus
Nah.
1.
What a
back
clear.
sight. Both players from MIBR running down lane.
Leaf made ass bash
Cerebral
Angie.
cortex swollen like a beach ball. Valon's got to
Wow.
figure this out, but Shannon just deals with him handling, in
Oh
fact.
my god. I mean, that should have been MIBR's, I guess. Ass bash got the first two.
Start to string these rounds together.
Impressive work from Shannon. Aspas with the operator there, not to be denied. That initial shot onto Trent was fantastic. And then Jonah just focused on pressure that was coming from the spawn. Surely he won't be jumping down and flanking me with the op, but he does just that.
Like you note, they spot him out really early with that 0 point. But I guess they just assumed that he's holding a passive line and they've already started.
Yeah, they just assumed, that he's like back in tree, basically. That he didn't. He actually pushed in front of the thorns on the ground, but they assumed he would just be behind them. It's certainly more likely he would have been. But
assume he makes an ass pass out of you and me, apparently. Come on, bro. I get one.
The fuck, he just runs out like that?
Jaw hit pretty deep towards that CT side. Now that Util getting concentrated towards the boathouse.
Oh my god.
Straight away. It's the stinger buy for G2. Quintessential. At this point, MIBR are conditioned to it.
no real opportunity to get a shot off with the op. Cloudburst to safety, wants to get back
Oh.
on the angle.
Oh.
On the swing, but it doesn't matter.
5 health, yeah, not much to work with. Valen, a little stranded without an upgraded weapon either. What is the plan?
What the hell's happening? What the hell's happening?
Spike recovered, 55 on the clock. And he's headed in a direction with no weapons to recover. Do tell, Valen, what the game plan
Shannon
is here.
being like so
We're
close.
circling back through mid.
It's gonna be tough.
Just wants to go through Cat.
Will Shannon hear him?
All right. The spike down over on A.
There's a caution ping there
No.
towards grass.
Could try to
And now he knows.
get himself into a closer position.
Shannon is flush with Util here, Wyatt.
Where does he want to go? Play hell, have forced them to swing onto him in close
Winnable.
range. But also, you're in a lot of scenarios here going to be going up against a Tejo that's going to opt to use the missiles in hell.
And Valen doesn't even have the ability to TP out of it.
He
Paranoid
flashed
for
his
Jin.
teammate.
That's
He flashed
cleared.
Verno.
Air quotes. Yep. Valen waiting, biding his time. Sting. Oh,
It's perfect! Nah. Wait, why were they so like...
Brain looked like Mojo Jojo out there.
Wait, why was... That was like
Punches
the...
his
I
ticket
mean...
to another winning round.
I don't think it's
A winning round
hindsight,
that
but the
should
way
not
they
have
went down from heaven was so bad.
What
Why
a
would they jump like that?
disastrous retake.
One guy
that
jumped
2
in the
versus
open, the
1
other guy
position,
jumped looking
completely
away.
Scrambled. I mean, he gets there in the first place because Leaf goes crazy with the classic over on the B side.
Jake. What is that?
I knew it! I knew it! You like that play, Cortez?
Oh my god. Wait, that was off of Leaf's 3K, by the way. That was off of Leaf's 3K with Classic. We didn't get a replay on that,
Feels
did
like
we?
absolutely none of that should have happened. Not one bit.
Is Cortesia.
Still have enough
Is
money to buy up
Cortesia.
here, but their
Wait, we
economy
did?
is
Oh, I was looking at
fully
chat.
on the
Fuck!
line.
I was looking at chat. Okay, I'm tripping.
Aspas with that operator. Gazing down mid.
Little flash here for a bit of info. Jaw. Yep, working out there.
Oh, he made him turn.
It drew the crosshair away from Shenham, and now Verno can't even trade because he's obscured by the smoke.
Uh-oh, it's falling apart.
That's the controller down so early in the piece. Now, yeah, A is open. Come right on in, they say. Cortez is able to find Trent towards the middle part of the map so that, you know, post-plant util
This is a big
drastically
kill here.
limited.
Leaf is ready for this. If Cortezia can win this fight, there's a chance at this retake. It's really the only opportunity.
Good steps. Still guarded.
Oh.
Leaf says,
Forced to
Wow.
the sideline.
Aspas gets there. That is wild. Just a pixel,
Double
I might
hell?
suggest. Valen again in hell. Surely not twice.
Round 2.
Not again. Jonah moves out. Razorvine deployed. He's on the edge of it. Here comes Verno now, hunting. Blood in the water. He can taste it. And there it is. Valen dealt with. Jonah P on the side.
How do they
Real
win
goals.
that? How have they
This
won
time
that
Verno's able to
retake?
clean up. Man,
That's
this is
actually
set game.
wild.
It's back and forth stuff.
Cortezia came up huge, finding that initial kill on Trent. But then from there, so heads up for him to just take that jiggle peek onto Leaf. This was a cool way for G2 to get in. Shenum just forced to look to the left. And then Aspas in this moment, because of the Steel Garden, Leaf had to force the issue and run a Cortezia, so he exposes himself to the sightline. That was a really
I actually
cool
think
play.
Leaf was trying to counter Steel Garden. I think he was trying to use one of his own. From the animation, he didn't pull a weapon out. It's unclear. Either way, Aspas was waiting for him. He was cornered.
Double flash combo from G2 to get into B
I'm
main
Ollie.
Paranoia. And from the KO, Aspas just a bit short on that shot. Now Jaw to get away.
Defenders still in
Vice
strong
ult.
positions though.
He's gonna Vice ult.
Jaw and a Stinger. Stingers for everybody. Steel Garden now for Leaf. Held onto it the previous round. Artazine trying to back away. Caught up.
Dude.
Snelled in the liquid metal roots. And Jaw gets two. Pushing it
Oh!
on CT, but no, wrong weapon in hand.
I do the same thing. I never entry side. I always push spawn.
Two players with
Always.
Stingers remaining
I always
for
push
G2.
spawn.
Leaf is trying to close the distance, get on an angle that he can play nice and close.
I can't stop myself from pushing that spawn smoke.
Both G2 players are just completely separated from each other right now. It looks like they want to try and get into a
Tarik,
position
don't look
where
at
they can
chat. Wait,
swing
what?
off of each other.
Aspas into main. This is awkward for Leaf. It's not a good spot. Look at him
Oh my
adjusting.
God.
He knows someone could backstab. He had the info.
Dude.
It's just too many angles to account for.
Judge?
Velen's picked up a Judge now.
Getting ahead of that Verno util. Paranoia doesn't see the matter. Bam!
Dude.
He mows him down. Aspas though, low health.
Ult the bomb?
Verno's got
Ult the bomb to
himself an
check?
upgrade.
Nah, it's not a play, is it?
Looking for the clutch. It gets to half. Valen biding his time, not respecting the fact that Aspas might be on that stick. It doesn't
Dude, the
matter.
smoke drops at the perfect time.
Absurd.
Bro, G2
Valen
just
runs it
win
back
rounds off
again.
of luck and timing.
All faith
No
put in here
joke,
by
you guys are
G2 and he
memeing, I
delivers.
thought, but you're right.
1v2,
They win
that
off
wasn't
luck and
enough for you.
timing.
How about a little 1v3 as
They
well?
literally win rounds off luck and timing.
Just within a 3-round span, picks up the Judge that was dropped, gets in the dark cover. That is so cheeky.
That's
Times it
insane.
out perfectly.
Happiness,
It's a great
joy, finally on the face.
It's a great
of
angle to
Josh.
display bicep gains as well. I mean, Josh knows what he's doing. I see you, bro. You ain't fooling me, brother. Didn't like heat. Pull them sleeves up a little bit.
Wow. Big
Pause
clutch.
here because, yeah, sleeves up all across MIBR. Frog now in their ears. It's important to take stock at this point and note that G2 has just scored their 5th attack side round. On a map like Ascent, that is such a huge boon. And MIBR now have a round where they have an
It's
alchemy.
all luck and timing, man.
It could be pretty important to stunt those fast hits that G2 might look to play off. Again, the pace is definitely more up-tempo than the Yoru comp on split.
It certainly has been. That Waylay, a big factor in that. MIBR are going to have a bad buy when we come into this, so that was a round should be on paper worth 2 for G2. They should be able to get 6, which you are 100% of the time going to be more than happy with getting on your Ascent attack side. When we get to the next buy round, MIBR, they are ready to go with the Initiator ults. Aspas has had some sick rounds with the Blade Storm in this series so far. Might just rip that right now. See if they can't turn the tides
What
on
is this
this
shot,
and go
bro?
around with a couple kills. And he will.
Up to the races. Straight past the one, mate. Disrespected as G2 know. Got a real gun advantage here. Artazine suppressed 4. Caught
Nice
one
try.
hurt. 0 point. They're still going
Wait,
for it. Armageddon
wait.
could be a bit of a wrinkle in the plan, though. He'll move out of the way. Not quite in time. There was
That tail hold was insane.
And the Blade Storm.
That tail hold was
What is this disrespect
insane.
to MIBR? They've done nothing to deserve it.
Wait,
And
is
this
it a
one blows
bad
up in
call
G2's
to
face.
rush A when they have
I
tail
love
ults?
the confidence from MIBR to just
In
let all of
hindsight?
these ults loose. They know Jonas
Especially
caught
versus
left.
Eco?
They know he's low HP. It's just a matter of
Versus
cleaning this
Eco
up. It feels
rush
like it's
A, they
matter
have
of
tail
time
ults?
until something connects onto him, and Cortezia
Oh
on
my
the
God.
flank makes light work.
Oh, there goes
Remaining
Brody.
G2 player.
That was off a pause too, but I don't know.
The weight of reality hits G2. They're in a best of 5. They're only 1 round ahead. It's a long series. And it's still in the balance.
Verno gets a 15 and 5. I mean, I suppose it helps when you get 2 kills with your abilities on that round. Armageddon used.
Nice!
And the missiles were put in the corners that it would have forced players into.
Yeah, a timeout here for sure.
Now Josh,
It was like, boys, what was that?
his happiness, his
I don't get
smiles,
it, guys.
distant memory. It's time to pause after getting
When
into
Trent
it.
uses rockets, it's cringe, but when
dial it back
Verno
a little
does
bit.
it, it's skill.
they're obviously on a gun
This doesn't
round.
make any
MIBR
fucking sense. It's the same
sheriffs.
ability.
They walk past the one-way, disrespect it. Okay, fair enough. They want pace, but they walk straight into the Teo trap. Verno is always playing that off angle on the A side. He's there somewhere. Armageddon is going to force your hand, force you into that util. 2 players go down to Teo util. We know he's powerful, but come on.
I just love the guts to go for that.
Dude,
on this
okay, I actually feel like, dude,
for the buy in some standard situation when you're on a retake.
By the way, guys, like, I hope everyone knows, like, we're trolling here, right? Like, that's not,
because
we're not really actually hating. I don't know if I need to make that clear, but like, it's all jokes.
Got the other kills, to be honest. I mean, he's been looking good.
But like, if I have to clarify that, I'm gonna clarify that.
I mean, he did drop that 4K on the round that you know, Leaf got the knife kill. That helps. 2 there. He's been in the mix this whole game. Right, so G2 chastised duly, I'm sure.
And going for the force. Josh has advised them to go for the force on this round. Look at their buy, it's shocking. Leaf has a Sheriff. Trent just has the Stinger. Jonah has a Bulldog.
Love from Azerbaijan. Shout out Azerbaijan.
Are they going to go for some kind of convergent paths Armageddon play? Maybe no, it's just an Armageddon straight
God
up
damn.
A. Leaf finds the opening towards B.
Verno, was he challenging this?
What the fuck was that, Bruno?
Good money
Keep
being
that
thrown
shit
up
on
to bat by
NRG,
both
brother.
sides. The Benjamins lit on fire. Scattered to the winds.
Arjun is trying to make some sense of this round, if not for MIBR, at least do it for me. What the hell am I seeing, man? Osbos, aware that Trent is in spawn, it seems, should be able to collect that
switch
kill.
POVs, fuck it, show me that.
Convergent pass. Strong
I guess
trying
the
to
kill didn't
capitalize on
matter.
this push forward.
I don't know.
The hint is pretty brutal.
No, they just can't. They were kept at bay by that molly.
All right, so that's sheer wall was just triggered, so they know Osbos
What the fuck is happening? How are MIBR winning this
been able to
round?
stabilize the round, but still have to fight this retake. Saturate. For Jaw headed over towards that speedway, but he does get pinged out by a 0 point. They know he's here. Okay, or do they? Flash jump again.
What an insane KO flash.
Rather the paranoia.
I don't know if I want to see the replays of this round.
It's,
I might just want to move on.
Yeah.
Bizarre opening across the board.
We are going to see the replay because we must.
Yeah, I suppose we must. Okay, I changed my mind. I do want to see what happened again.
Trap play here.
The Leaf takes this fight against Cortez. He's forced out with the Sheriff, but then, I mean, he just leaps out there. I mean, they are thanking Artzin for actually playing back towards spawn and just spraying for some kills.
He
with
really,
the Phantom.
really kept a lid on it there in CT.
All right, G2. They've cobbled together what they can after forcing that round.
D-Rush.
Okay, just a pretty standard
Double
fast
lurk.
hit here. This time, Jaw's going to have that back up if they try and go in. He does dash over towards Market. Enough time to get the gun up. It is a stinger, though.
Look at the fucking drone B-hopping, dude. That drone is busted.
Oh, that's a mid-push.
He finds an opening. That's the AWP removed.
What?
Sheer wall got triggered, but it's going to be TP'd over, so all of G2 can be here at B.
Wow.
There's the last layer of defense cleared from that site. Bizarre rounds. Hard to predict, hard to call, but bloody exciting.
Wow.
And Nashanam, after a high-octane sequence of plays,
we'll have a low-octane death awaiting him.
Will be, labored. A flawless round for G2 to end the half. We're keeping it close here. Absolute bloody haymakers being thrown by both sides.
Some bizarre final few rounds. What is that kill?
I didn't see it.
Oh, he's quick with it, isn't he?
And then Cortezio was caught with the flash. His position on lane was just way too open for players that were going to be swinging out from main.
Does Americas have the best stinger in the world?
G2 get 6 attack
Do America's
side
region have the
rounds.
best stinger in the
so
world?
Much rests on the pistol, which we'll be seeing when we come back after this short break.
When are we going to a Yankees game for real, Z? Unk, you good? Good? I was good once. Now they're calling me washed. EDG's out, by the way. I saw, dude. Fucking Billy, dude. Nah, low key. They need EDG to qualify. The other Chinese teams can't do shit internationally, bro. And so this is just a bad. This is gonna be bad for China. I'm gonna be honest, bro. They actually fucked themselves over with this loss. Music's too loud. Sorry. All right, here we go.
Third in a row. All the tournaments that they played this year would have them in the grand finals if they could just close out on Ascent.
At this point in the series, you're fatigued, strung out. Sometimes all that remains is that hunger to win.
And there's definitely an experience difference between these two teams when it comes to best of 5. G2 have played a number of them with this core team over the years, whereas MIBR
G2's defense
just have the one to their
was
name.
insane.
Just lost to Sentinels in the lower finals of kickoff.
The other day.
MIBR.
So let's see it.
Some pretty complex pistol rounds in the past. This one is very straightforward. Let's go to A. Let's set up. Let's get a plant. Let's hold.
Got those thorns to delay any players coming back in heaven too early from G2. Aspas is weak. Dash across from Jaw.
Unharmed so far. Jaw. Aspas very low though. Just a paltry 10 health to his name. But MIBR being very careful about this.
What?
Committing on the retake, but Artazine steps out and is shut down. Underneath, they check hell. Aspas is there, still gets a kill with 10 HP as only he can. But now Verno and Cortesi have to spam on in. They want to push it. Oh, he's caught with util in his hand.
No rockets.
Dodging.
Tough.
Ducking. Dipping, diving, dodging.
Tough.
There's Trent to finish the
If he
job.
got his rockets off,
G2
Cortesi
with
actually had a
both pistols on the
chance.
scent. That's got to be a weight off the shoulders.
He died on the
If they
iPad.
can't do it with 2 pistols, a 1v2 and a 1v3. Man, I don't know if they deserve the map win. If MIBR can run it all the way back, that would be pretty sick. Not even run it back. I mean, the fact that stayed in this game is ridiculous to begin with. They really wanted to play off of the arc rows that Cortesia flashed. Like, you get the sound cue, obviously, and that's the moment where Artazin jumped out.
Nice! Oh, he's hitting this. He's hitting this. Try it. Look at him.
But it was Jaw who got that free kill because of their willingness to aggress. And unlike G2, MIBR, not a fan of the second round force after getting the spike down.
Get to the side though, Valen there to meet them. Spectre rings out. Leaf gets a hand on it as well. 3 quick ones. And Cortesi is reeling. Forced to look on, paranoid, and very dead.
Leaf just leaves 2 very fast rounds of Valorant. 1 orb away from getting that steel guard.
This thing here is a phantom for real.
Some massive value on a bonus round versus the full buy. If he can get 1 orb and get
That's
that off in a
insane,
retake,
man.
like you can just run at the other team with stingers.
He's
that
20 and
is
9.
I'm literally trick-shotting on them.
How do you have the levity in a game like this to play that way? Only Leaf, man. Again, shot back up to the top of the scoreboard. Yeah.
20 and 9. God. This stretch of games from him has been outrageous. I mean, Leaf was the star player, in my eyes, of the G2 kickoff run, and I think he might be putting up crazier numbers than he was during that kickoff run.
It's not just nonchalance. He's giggling like a schoolchild.
He's having fun.
Yep.
Did I do any cardio? Yeah. I started running
For a
recently.
long series, I'll be stressed, but I'm glad he has
I got my
the room
3
to
mile
enjoy
run
himself a bit.
down sub 30. I think it's
I
like
guess I had the
28,
same for his
29.
coach or his fans, but here we are.
MIBR
5K.
trying to explore up cat with Aspas.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Round, and in the meantime, using the stealth run to get up mid. They are going to have to put some effort into getting that sheer wall procced in mid. Shannon in trouble after being blinded up by the paranoia.
Anytime I post my running stats on my Instagram story,
great timing.
all the comments are like, my grandma runs faster than that. Are you jacking off every 10 steps? Are you crawling?
Jonah wants more.
What the fuck are you doing?
Maybe the weapon. Yep, gets himself the Vandal. Here's Trent lining it up now. This is going to slow things up a little bit. And still Jonah is claimed. That's another kill
Same
through
joke.
here.
Well, that's true.
Jonah hung around, insisted on fighting for more. And that's going to make the A push for MIBR quite viable. They got across mid, but Valen isn't attending it.
Time is dwindling a bit, but it doesn't look like G2 should be in position to stop this plant unless they really heavily accelerate. Trent doesn't even have missiles right now. Valen trying to hold down this cross, but he just can't do it. Walks into the stun.
Oh, there it is. Trent caught. Valen trades it. Now there's
Wow.
rifles to get. Valen might now have a window to pick
Like
it
Call
up.
of Duty.
Numbers even. Valen gets the Bulldog. Jorg still with the Stinger, but look, he does have
Jump for me, kitten.
the ability to get in.
No, we're waiting it
Need
out.
to back up. This could be hard-hitting, fast play from G2. They're geared for it.
Valen upgrades again.
In we go! Jorgamo says Geronimo, and it's
Think
Valen to
them.
trade off him. Shenham low, Valen with 3.
Oh, he had a
Miracle
chance.
clutch. Couldn't be replicated the third time. Shenham will cut him down.
Yo, Egyptian on a camel. Happy birthday,
Box
bro.
as well on Shenham.
Happy birthday,
so
man.
Finally, someone figured out how to stop Valen in a clutch situation. Needed to happen eventually.
Think them, yeah.
Again, are just running rings around it though.
It's insane. Him and Leaf have a combined 38 kills right now. 38
to the rest of his team's 14. Yeah.
Absurd. Absolutely absurd. MIBR barely getting away with the round win. And now they've forced up into this with a couple Guardians, a lot of light armors. And Leaf keenly aware of the economic situation and the implications it's going to have on that buy. He's got the Outlaw.
So even though it was a losing round, G2 knock MIBR down a peg such that they can make some of these concessions and still have impact in the round. That is to say, the Outlaw is online for almost everybody on MIBR. Nothing in market, says Verno. Sheer wall, though, is lying in wait.
That's the thing, yeah, great. You're stealth droned up there, but as long as the wall remains in the position...
Oh my god, I zoned out. Hello?
G2 don't have to be that concerned.
No pings off that 0 point, so they know no one's playing close. Oh, the double up here in tree is going to be tough to break for MIBR. Jonah can stall now. Sends a 0 point, gets more info. Aspas says, we kind of got to go through here. We've got no choice but to brute force the issue.
Oh, just jingle peeking at B
Oh.
catches the lurk. Cortesi as well.
Aspas is
That's
just
tough.
unhinged, unchained,
It might be over, chat.
and unshackled from
The series
you know,
might be just
Earthly
wrapped.
Delights. He's brought down.
Spike down A.
And G2 put a stop to this.
All on Shenham to go and save. That's his only option. The economy is thoroughly crushed for MIBR.
Might be a Sentinels G2 BO5 tomorrow.
The exit would be nice for him, but there'll be someone to play off of this. Another
It's kind
rifle
of boring
strip
if
from him.
G2
Aspas,
wins.
the only player with enough to
I guess
buy,
Sentinels
so
versus G2 will be
this is a
exciting to
grim
watch.
looking round for MIBR
There's
and a
that.
chance for G2 to derive one of the biggest leads we've seen in the last couple of maps.
Jonah on that like angle, and then the jiggle peek from Jaw. I mean, that's just a miserable way to lose 2 players. It's giving G2 so much info across the map, though, that they are taking those peaks consistently. And
He's talking
they have
hella
a
shit right now.
That is never actually being procced until there is serious presence in mid from MIBR that would imply a B hit is coming, or B split rather.
Now this might look like a pretty innocuous timeout, but this round 17, round 18 especially, probably the most important of this map. G2 are threatening now to start to run away with it. They're easing in, getting comfortable on this defense side. Leap's cooking, has that Outlaw still to hand, a weapon that's going to be just as relevant likely in this round than it was in the prior one. Steel Garden available should they be pushed.
Mothers are destroying Clippers. I've been called
Valen's
it.
been electric as well, 19 and 10. And it might be what do they have to hang their hat on? Verno's been the standout, but outside of that, not a lot of bright spots for the hope of Brazil.
So when we get back into this MIBR, they are going to be on a half buy round. So assuming that G2 win this, which, you know, they should statistically, they're going to be at 10-7. And then on the
Hey, Tarik, the Nuggets are beating the shit out of the
both teams
Clippers.
are going
Oh,
to have
okay.
almost all of their ultimates ready to go. And that will determine, or should determine, typically, if G2 are going to close out this map, get the win in this series.
Stand up for
or if
MIBR, please.
can
All right.
actually make a little run at a comeback here and get back into this.
I stand for MIBR.
Try and get
I
us to
stand for my
Fracture, try and
brothers.
get to map 5.
Come on!
G2 disrespectful
Let's
to
play!
Thrifty on that attack side. Don't know if they're going to run that back
All right,
again.
it's over.
Trent deals with Shenum. Does take a face full of damage. Cutting the attackers down by one. Aspas is also very low as he tries to get on in. One shot would be enough.
Oh,
He can't
get
get
away with that. How is he alive?
Not one shot
Oh,
hit there from Valor.
boss
That's rough. Jonah, though, still tucked here. Steel Garden now comes into play. Aspas has the primary jammed. Right-click, though, will do pretty well here.
Help!
And he's in trouble. Guardian
Help
now
me,
back online.
Bruno!
Up against it, though, now hindered out by that Saturate.
Otis!
Lead down. It's a 2-on-1 for
Oh my god,
Verno.
try knifing him.
Lightning doesn't strike twice for him today. And there it is, that's a 3-round gap, well and truly opened up.
G2 are playing with serious confidence. I love the way that they're flooding back into the site there together, taking the fights together. They are not easing up. Was seriously concerned for a second when somehow Aspas managed to get that kill at door onto Valen. 20 HP, nothing connected onto him. That was a bizarre little situation, but G2 did not ease up.
Not better than me.
Leaf is still playing with the Outlaw right now.
And
There
still
are
relevant.
It's still relevant. 4 MIBR players, and they're going towards him.
Yep. They're like light armor locked. Okay, Steel Garden to start things with. Gets MIBR in. Aspas with an uncontested rifle. He's on that B side. G2 playing off foot for the most part though, so no early casualties for the defenders. And the Razorvine snarl Verno up. He opts to stand in place.
There's that null command. Paranoia now coming through. Cortezia trying to fight close, but he's blinded up.
Got one that's going to have to be enough. Jenna recovers and brings Jorgamo down. Low though, he is. Stunned up. Pinged out. Now cleared from the corner. He's got no choice but to face the music.
Oh.
Now it's an even game. Null command was active, and here comes that Armageddon
Wait,
straight
what?
down Speedway. Verno knows it's coming. Puts it to good use now. Artazine has to take this one. Verno finds
1v1.
some util.
Teho versus
It's
Teho!
a Teo battle. Trent beats
Oh!
and it's old reliable again.
Ooh.
Clocks.
He said I'm the Teho in this
Crucial round.
town. He said this is
Gets
my
G2
city.
to 11.
This G2 team are too
Ooh.
clutch. All of those
Ooh, come
situations
on.
have drifted their
Ooh,
way this
come
map.
on, bro.
Whether it be Valen, Trent, it just doesn't matter. I loved how Verno was playing that.
Him too.
After the Armageddon, then getting the
Wow,
salvos down
man.
onto stairs. The 2 remaining players for MIBR fight together.
He motions the number 6 with his hands, because that is his kill total right now. But it's not about the raw number of them. Valen and Leaf have that taken
It's
care
over,
of.
bro.
That kill, those 2, worth way more.
And now G2
out
are
of
in
my
prime position to close out this map. MIBR are forcing
He
into
could've
this
definitely
because
thrown,
they got
I
the
agree.
spike down, but that's resulted in
But,
our
I don't
team
know.
just having the stinger. He has not been able to get things
He tried
rolling.
jiggling and he
He's had
died.
a great series up until
It
now.
looked like.
So you're really looking at Aspas with this
Oh my
Blade
God.
Storm. Barely survives the cross. He has been fantastic with this ultimate. He's gotten so many crucial kills.
Here's that attack side null command. It looks like Leaf might have been affected, so that sheer wall, yep, it's been nullified for now.
Rip and tear.
One hurdle, literally. Jumped by MIBR. They're in the site, but Artazine is down. He didn't have a good weapon for it. He was looking for something. Aspas goes low.
That was scary. Engagement against Valen. Can he actually win this out? No, Valen. Headshot connects. 4-on-3. Advantage retake for G2 to get to match point.
So much pinned on this for MIBR. They don't have the money to run this kind of round back anymore. And there's an Armageddon for Trent. Potentially clear the bleachers off the side. It's going to force MIBR in
Holy
the
shit, look
Speedway
at this.
direction. Cut down their options to fall
Holy
back.
shit.
Verno's able to avoid damage that comes in, but here comes a Speedway push. Verno stopping power.
Oh.
It's going to be Trent again.
Oh,
Are you
Trent
kidding?
again!
Back-to-back brilliance from Trent.
Nah,
And that's match points now secured.
They
Trent is
won't
him
ease
for
up.
real.
This G2 team, they are not slowing down. They are way too clutch.
Damn.
MIBR did so much right, and it just did not
What did they, why is he
matter.
laughing so hard? What did they say? I need to
This
know.
kill from Valen is huge to open up B main, get them into that 4-on-3 situation, and it looked like MIBR playing around some of that vice utility they still had would have been enough.
What a round. What a crucial one. MIBR.
Nice.
Last chance saloon for the hope of Brazil to get into our stage finals.
They've got another buy. They got the spike down. They're getting the
Oh,
loss bonus.
fuck.
And they've got to do it without
That
the
might be
final
all
boss
she
himself.
wrote.
4-player squad of MIBR. Now, is it a snake you cut the head off or a Hydra? Does another one grow back? It's time to find out. Onto that B side, Shannon. Oh, Fallon! Jonah falls quickly, traded out. Now numbers even. G2 with a respectful distance to the site. They're playing off of it. There is a sheer wall in B main by the looks of things.
Retake on B?
This isn't read into. Trent will be on the wrong side of it for a time.
God.
Snappy from Jaw. So fast, has the convergent paths now. Let those loose on the site so the players from B main can get out, and that should seal it up. That should get G2 into another grand finals.
Here we go. Time to get in there.
Whoa.
Oh, wait a minute. Arzine stops him in their tracks. Jaw has to go for it now. Dash forward. 2 dashes. And it's not enough. Plucky IGL Arzine will keep them at bay for now.
He has not been able to make his mark on this Ascent map until that moment to keep his team in the game.
Doubles his frags.
And because these rounds have gotten so close.
Oh, wow.
Insane shot from Jaw, as was this follow-up that he hit later in market. But because these have just been coming down to the one-on-one clutches, G2 are actually on an eco now.
Money.
They're already out of cash.
Oh, they are.
MIBR have an opportunity here to get
Guys,
denied.
only
but
0-4.
G2, they are the experts of the Stinger.
And it's a huge lead for defenders to have on Ascent. Just make that very clear.
Oh,
Cortesia,
no.
that's ugly. That's a rifle, just hand it over.
No charges left.
How do MIBR respond? They're just trying to get into A fast. That's what G2 want them to do. They're playing into their hands. This is where the vice is set up.
Leaf waiting on the other side of the door to creep the Martazine, riddled with bullets.
Oh, no.
It's up to Verno, and now the Steel Gun
Here, take this.
will take away his only advantage into the round. And G2 recovered 3 whole rifles. He called it by it. The masters of these thrifties, the Stinger buys. And Verno again, like so many times before in this series,
Sentinels versus G2
had to drag
grand
himself
finals.
up the hill.
Wouldn't have it any other way, really.
It's all on him. Special delivery backside is there. Leaf is low. Dealt with Verno. Finds him, but he's suppressed now. Valen swings out. And yesterday,
Sentinels versus
there was a fear that it might all be over.
Somehow
Today,
G2 came back to the finals.
And it's only just begun for G2.
Wow.
They're headed off to the finals to try and get revenge against Sentinels, the only America's team that has been able to beat them in 2025.
Yeah, that's actually true. They've
This is going to be
undefeated.
their 3rd grand final in a row, their 3rd opportunity at another trophy. This G2 team are resilient. They feel unbeatable at times. MIBR had come so far since the last time we saw them play against G2, since the last time we saw them in a situation like this in a lower final in kickoff when they lost 3-1 to Sen. And despite all of their good work, it was still not enough today. They were so impressive. They kept the game so close, but G2 are still a cut above.
There's a line to this shit,
Again,
bro.
in this last map of Ascent, it's Leaf and Valen combining for 50 kills.
GG, well played. GG, well played.
Unreal performance from the engine room of this team. Trent delivers back-to-back clutches in the dying rounds that make it feel like it's all but inevitable for G2. And this is a team, when you have a run like they had this year, people start to wonder, at what point does it come
Guys,
crashing
maybe
down?
our hate watch
Comes,
is fueling
as it
G2.
always does. But
Are
it
we
happens
fueling
at a
them?
time when they've got a second chance.
'Cause I'm not gonna
a chance
lie.
to eat humble pie.
It's
to
been
hit the
close
lower
games,
bracket,
but like
to
they've
bounce
won every
back
game.
renewed and ready once more to challenge
flag.
Sentinels
Behind the
in that upper final. We get to see this team again in a best of 5. Truly,
What is
we
this
are
one?
fortunate.
Never doubted
Stunner
them.
performance today for
Why they
Leaf,
never doubted them?
who ends this series with 87 kills, topping everyone else plus 17. Showed out. His Viper has been unbelievable. And the Vice today, the setups that he's running, the way he's maneuvering the map, it's just beautiful to watch. It really is. He was on an entirely different level. We, on the opposing side, demanded that Ospas get in the form that we know he has, that GOAT form, and he was that player for the first couple maps, but as time went on, he just could not stand up to how good G2 are.
Damn, bro.
Solemn face.
Damn, bro. We
on
just
Valen.
can't.
It's a long
We
series.
just can't
It's one that
stop
pushes
him,
you to the
man.
limit, but G2 have been here so many times before. They ascended like this. They've played global finals in this same way. And that grit, that determination, and ultimately the hunger to win was what gets them over the line here. And look, for MIBR, it's another third place finish here after kickoff, heading into this stage. Big changes coming in at the stage 1. Verno into the roster. They integrate him awfully quickly, but now it's about those little tweaks. It's just the small things that you need to adjust, adapt.
MIBR played pretty good still. Yeah, it was a close series.
100%. I mean, that's in a way what's sort of frustrating for MIBR.
Wait,
is that
chat,
they've
do I have to
gotten
stand
so
for the
much
whole
better.
BO5 tomorrow?
They look so confident in each other. The vibe on the team seems so excellent, and they just finished in the exact same spot.
And everyone else is getting better too, man.
That's a testament to Sen
Someone said
being
no,
in
sit down,
God
bro.
mode right now. G2 remaining incredibly consistent. I think despite the field really stepping up to their level, they were able to close out all of these close games back to back to back to back. And now they have a chance to beat Sen, get some revenge in the grand finals, and get a second trophy in their cabinet.
Ah,
Incredible
shit,
series,
bro.
packed with amazing moments. We're not even done here in stage 1, but for now, let's send it down to Rip the
What are
stage
Sen's
for the
power
Horizon
bands tomorrow?
post-match interview
We should
with
ban
Coach
Lotus,
Josh
no?
RT and One Leaf.
Ban Lotus and Ascent? Nah, not Ascent. Lotus
That is right.
ends.
I am joined by Leaf and Josh RT as G2 take the victory once
Split?
again.
We like split though.
Find themselves moving on. The lower bracket run complete, but now you still have one final game. I have to ask you though, Leaf, what's it been like playing these past few days? Some of the closest games, some of the tightest games. How's it feel to kind of get past each one here? What are the feelings?
Extremely stressful, obviously. You know, every 13-11, every thrifty win, but I mean, it just shows our resilience. Like, we will lose stupid rounds and we win the most stupid rounds and we make sure we push through. You know, I'm sure tomorrow is going to be like that too against Sentinels. It's always kind of like that, back and forth.
And you're always hitting plays. You've been hitting plays throughout the stage. You're hitting plays here in playoffs and even hitting that playoff level. What is it that allows you to do that? Is it your approach? Is the way you look at your opponents? What is that secret sauce? Give us a little info.
Josh has been helping me a lot with like individual prep. I feel like,
Okay.
I feel like I'm very prepared as an individual for like what to do and what not to do. So I think that goes to him. But other than that, like I've just been doing my normal stuff. Lots of RuneScape.
See, I told you guys.
You gotta just decompress to come back even stronger. And Josh, to that note,
Old school
I have to
RuneScape,
ask you,
bro.
is this one of the
I miss
longest
it.
runs, the most matches, the hardest, the length of matches and everything. How's it been for you?
I feel like we've been going at it for like 2 years. You know, I feel like we went. This is our fourth international. We just qualified for. I think maybe a fifth, given this win. And it just, I'm asking a lot from my players to just keep this high standard. And yeah, I'm like super grateful that they're always like believing in the process. They're still going at it, and no matter what, like we'll always believe that we can win.
Awesome, I love that. A final question for you, Leaf. So T1 didn't make it. You won't be able to get revenge going to Toronto, but you watch a lot of games as we hear, a lot of other regions. What's your focus going in there? Are you excited to play against anybody else at Toronto? Or are you interested that somebody didn't make it?
I mean, it's kind of rough because not a lot of the teams have been decided. So I think RRQ, that'd be a cool team to play.
Rex?
Yeah, like anybody from APAC, they're always fun. They're always unique. Like if Paper X even makes it all the way through the lowers, then maybe we could play them again too. So anything like that. EMEA, I don't really care who I play from that region.
All right.
EU, Keck W.
All right, awesome. Leaf, Josh, thank you so much for the interview. Congratulations once again to G2 Esports on taking that victory. Moving forward, the lower bracket's been nothing.
Hey.
But we got to pick some more brains from G2. They're over on match point. It's going to be Jogamo and Valen hanging out. Take it away.
GG, congrats to G2. This goes without being said, but listen, you guys, we can criticize the players for their gameplay as much as we want, to the moon and back. But if you're going to criticize anyone on their appearance, then you're going to be banned because it's not nice and it's not cool and it's not allowed here. So thank you so much for your cooperation and understanding. But GG, well played, G2. We do have the grand finals versus them. We do have the grand finals versus them with Sentinels. And boy, that is spicy. Because I'm not going to lie, last match was a little bit tough. And we are the only team that's beat them. So if there was anyone to do it. But I can't believe these guys actually clawed their way back, man. Somehow, dude. Wait, let me see this. Here, I'll unmute for now.
Do you think 100 men could take on a gorilla? What do you
Wait,
think?
what?
So this is life-size to scale. We brought this in.
Yeah, let's see. Hold on.
We're talking 400 to 600 pounds average.
Yeah, that's about me on a Tuesday after I had some rice and beans. You know what I'm saying, baby? That's what's up. Okay, that's a big boy.
can't only maybe like 10 men tackle it at once? How do you put 100 people on it?
Do you know how powerful a gorilla is?
Of course. I think the gorilla would destroy
Of course.
them.
Okay, so you think the gorilla's gonna win?
The gorilla's gonna take the first guy and just.
We got some footage as well.
We got some B-roll of a gorilla in
The
action.
gorilla B-roll is insane.
That's what I'm saying. Who's going to be the first one jumping in with 100 people? Because listen, it's not me. I'm
What
switching
the
teams.
fuck is
It's
this?
2v99.
Yeah, we got some stats on the gorilla here. 380 pounds of solid muscle. Okay, coming in at
arm span.
Yeah.
Is that height correct? I feel like.
Well,
that is crazy.
that's when it's hunched over. Stood up.
Oh, just hunched over. Hunched over.
It's
Exactly.
going to be different.
And was wild as 78% clutch rate. What are they clutching? God knows.
Damn.
But apparently it's there. So who would you send to fight the gorilla from the VCT?
All of G2 except Trent.
Why except Trent?
It's Trent. Like,
It's Trent.
He ain't big bone like us, you know?
Okay, all right. So we sent all of G2. Honestly, Josh versus Gorilla. I mean, he won't last very long, but
He's gonna be the front line, and then the big guys come out there.
Cool.
We need Artzine in there.
Oh yeah.
Okay. We get Fraud in there too.
We need Fraud.
Yeah, Fraud. Yep.
Yo, who was the coach on Fury a while ago? Who's like 6'8"? We need him.
Carlisle?
Yeah.
Coach Carlisle.
Shout out Carlisle. We need
Go
Carlisle.
get Digits in out there. You know what I mean? Like him, right? Okay. Maybe he'll put like a gold chain over him, make him
the
calm
gorilla's
down.
still winning though?
Oh. Yeah, he's gonna be spinning around with things like this. Like,
What's the gorilla's ult?
Just
Oh my God, this worked out about as well as I thought it would. Yeah, well done.
That's good though. You're showing critical thought, to be honest. A lot of people are saying that they're winning versus the gorilla.
Yeah, I just watched like this side talk video, and this guy straight up just started. He was like, "Yo, I'll pop a gorilla right now, dead ass." I was like, "I don't think that works that way."
They got too much.
go for the knee.
Wait, I gotta see that clip. Who has that clip?
Look at his knee.
I want to see the clip of the guy saying that.
The ankles is probably the smallest part of his body.
Yeah, I know. And then at that point,
maybe his toes. Like, we have to get his toes out first.
And the thing is you think you'll be able to take out, but look at the feet, man. He'll just grip you with his feet and then just throw you around all over the place. It's just not fair. We're cooked, guys. It ain't gonna happen. And anyone who thinks they can beat a gorilla, they're on something. Yeah, get them checked out. All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and where we are. That's it, folks. We're down to the final two teams. And of course, it could only end this way. Sentinels going up against you guys, G2 Esports. I know there's obviously no time. You guys haven't probably even thought about them at all because you've had so many matches ahead. But are you looking forward to, again, an opportunity, Jog, to, go up against Zekin and the boys again?
I mean, it's always a great pleasure to play them, because they knocked us out that one round, unlucky, right? But in the grand finals, they haven't beat us yet. So, I'm going to make sure to take care of that. It's going to be a good IGL battle, duelist battle.
Yeah.
Every role battle, it's going to be insane. I mean, I know Captain's going to come up with a game plan, and it's for us to destroy that game plan, and take care of that. So I'm excited to play them for sure, though.
Yeah, what about Freeval?
Yeah, obviously excited, but coming from the lower bracket, I feel like a lot of pressure is kind of on them because they have the double ban. This time the advantage is in their favor. So I know how it feels. We were on the other side in kickoff, and if you got double veto advantage and maybe you get stomp map one, it's like, dude, what's going on? You get a bit nervous.
Yeah. Did you think about the
Chills,
loss after what happened? Did you sit with it for a little while and where things kind of
after we lost to Sen?
Yeah.
No, dude. I mean, we literally played the next day versus 100 Thieves.
Yeah.
So I got home and I was so pissed at that loss because 11-13 twice. I was genuinely frustrated, and I just sat there, watched VODs of 100 Thieves, created a game plan with my coach, and just had to make sure that loss didn't spiral into us fumbling the playoffs. This time we get a revenge chance, and I know it's going to be a packed crowd. My family's coming. It's going to be lit.
Yeah. Oh, your family's going to be in town. Oh, snap. That's
Nah,
going to be
tomorrow's
awesome.
going to be insane.
Of course, it's always exciting when you guys, take to the stage. The matches are always crazy. Obviously, you're going to give it 110, both teams, and we can't wait to watch it. But most importantly, we thank you for joining us here for Match Point. As always,
shout out the
always
boys.
good to catch up with the boys here. But of course, we're going to be back here tomorrow because we got one more match. Our Stage 1 Grand Finals. The stage is set. You got Sentinels going up against G2 Esports. It's a fight for the trophy. Maybe number 2, perhaps. Feeling it.
Wouldn't be mad.
And wouldn't be mad. And of course, folks, make sure you stick around, actually, after the trophy presentation because we're going to have a little draw show for stage 2. You do not want to miss it. That's happening right after the grand finals. But we thank you so much
Draw
for
tomorrow
tuning in.
after the
As
finals.
always, we'll see you tomorrow right here for the big matchup between G2 and Sentinels. And for now, enjoy your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. See you soon.
Peace. They put a gorilla inside the fucking screen.
Yes, both these teams are qualified to Toronto.
No. We're stalling. We're stalling here, guys. Ranked resumes on Monday. It's watch party weekend, bro. Also, I don't have delay, and I can't add delay unless I restart my stream. It's not happening. Watch Kayak's Ace. We already saw it. Everyone, coma. It is only 6:30, but I'm just gonna chill though, I think. Or do. Toronto worst international, mark my words. Nah. Ludwig's playing Val. Let me see.
Two. There was someone in. They left.
One's on B site.
What is
Let's
this?
Let's go. Nice.
Nice. Really good. That was so good. Did you learn that from VCT?
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome.
Why is he looking kind of thick though?
One heaven.
I don't want to look.
One heaven, one coming late CT. Nice.
This is his last game subbing for him? Nah.
On Gecko, he was ropes. Gonna be heaven.
One heaven, one CT. I just heard CT.
His hair is growing in nicely, huh?
One raptor.
Drops,
one
both
drop-
heaven.
drops.
Last drops.
On me. TP'd, he TP'd. Nice.
That
I
TP
didn't
was
even-
slick.
That was a sick TP.
Let's see who else is streaming. Not really anyone's playing right. Eichster? Eichster's getting ready, dude.
Yo, warm-ups allowed. On go. I forgot. If you warm up, you're bad at the game. Jesus.
He's getting rage baited. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. All right, I'm stalling. All right, I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Sentinels. G2 Grand Finals. I hope you guys had a fun time hanging out with me. If you didn't, I'm sorry, because I did try to do my best, in my opinion. And sometimes that's not enough, and that's okay. With that being said, I hope you have a great rest of your day. Even if you don't fuck with me, I still fuck with you. And I'll be live tomorrow at 1:30 Pacific. Salutations, hugs, and kisses. See you tomorrow. Take care of yourselves. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Bye. Bye, chat. See you tomorrow. Bye, everybody.